Men and women whose most pressing need is for money, who wish to get rich first and philosophize afterward. It is for those who have, so far, found neither the time, the means, nor the opportunity to go deeply into the study of metaphysics, but who want results and who are willing to take the conclusions of science as a basis for action, without going into all the processes by which those conclusions were reached. It is expected that the reader will take the fundamental statements upon faith, just as he would take statements concerning a law of electrical action if they were promulgated by a Marconi or an Edison, and taking the statements upon faith, that he will prove their truth by acting upon them without fear or hesitation. Every man or woman who does this will certainly get rich, for the science herein applied is an exact science, and failure is impossible. For the benefit, however, of those who wish to investigate philosophical theories and so secure a logical basis for faith, I will here cite certain authorities. The monistic theory of the universe, the theory that one is all and that all is one, that one substance manifests itself as the seeming many elements of the material world, is of Hindu origin and has been gradually winning its way into the thought of the Western world for 200 years. It is the foundation of all the Oriental philosophies and of those of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and Emerson. The reader who would dig to the philosophical foundations of this is advised to read Hegel and Emerson for himself. In writing this book, I have sacrificed all other considerations to plainness and simplicity of style, so that all might understand. The plan of action laid down herein was deduced from the conclusions of philosophy. It has been thoroughly tested and bears the supreme test of practical experiment. It works. If you wish to know how the conclusions were arrived at, read the writings of the authors mentioned above. And if you wish to reap the fruits of their philosophies in actual practice, read this book and do exactly as it tells you to do. The author. Chapter 1. The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. No man can rise to his greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless he has plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and to develop talent, he must have many things to use, and he cannot have these things unless he has money to buy them with. A man develops in mind, soul, and body by making use of these things, and society is so organized that man must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for man must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Man's right to life means his right to have the free and unrestricted use of all things which may be necessary to his fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or, in other words, his right to be rich. I shall not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man ought to be satisfied with little if he is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The man who owns all he wants for the living of all the life he is capable of living is rich, and no man who has not plenty of money can have all he wants. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that they are capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things, and you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There is nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life, and that desire is praiseworthy. The man who does not desire to live more abundantly is abnormal, and so the man who does not desire to have money enough to buy all he wants is abnormal. There are three motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike desirable, and no one of the three, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind or body, and it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body or soul. We are all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul, and we see that real life means the complete expression of all that man can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever he can say, no man can be really happy or satisfied unless his body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of his mind and his soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression or function seeking performance. Man cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to his physical life. He cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, he must have intellectual recreations and must surround himself with all the objects of art and beauty he is capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, man must have love, and love is denied expression by poverty. A man's highest happiness is found in the bestowal of benefits on those he loves. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband or father, as a citizen or as a man. It is in the use of material things that a man finds full life for his body, develops his mind, and unfolds his soul. It is therefore of supreme importance to him that he should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect this study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and humanity, for you can render to God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself. Chapter 2. There is a science of getting rich. There is a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man, he will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects, and therefore any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy. The people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor. Or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, and those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side, in the same environment, and often engaged in the same vocations. When two men are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not primarily a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others, but when two men in the same business are in the same neighborhood, and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent, for many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who have gotten rich, we find that they are an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than other men. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that other men have not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do. For two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich, and the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here whether this certain way may not be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen, so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich, and blockheads get rich. Intellectually brilliant people get rich, and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich, and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is, of course, essential. But insofar natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with men and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way that you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it is not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next-door neighbors in the same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business which you like and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery will succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent upon your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do things in a certain way. If you are now in business and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business, while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid, but one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in a certain way, you will begin to get rich, and you will begin to have capital. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich, and it is a part of the result which invariably follows the doing of things in a certain way. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources, but if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich, for the like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you're in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you're in the wrong location, you can go to the right location. And you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in the certain way which causes success. Chapter 3. Is opportunity monopolized? No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized, but the electric railway business is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a very few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry, and in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you are a working man in the employ of the Steel Trust, you have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it is impossible for you to get the land, but I'm going to prove to you that it is not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you will go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions, according to the needs of the whole and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present, in America, it is setting towards agricultural and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open before the factory worker in his line. It is open before the businessman who supplies the farmer more than before the one who supplies the factory worker, and before the professional man who waits upon the farmer more than before the one who serves the working class. There is an abundance of opportunity for the man who will go with the tide instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trusts and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. This they must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance or the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will tell him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. A palace as large as the Capitol in Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone. And under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving, but all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it, but it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw material of all things. 10,000 times as much has been made, might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No man, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted so that foodstuffs and materials for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if man is still in such a stage of social development that he needs gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless stuff responds to the needs of man. It will not let him be without any good thing. This is true of man collectively. The race as a whole is always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things which makes the individual man rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled towards more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself, and of consciousness to seek to extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe of forms has been made by formless living substance, throwing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently towards more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase of life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little further on, that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Chapter 4. The first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended through formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought, took the form of systems of planets and maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to that thought. Holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds, it takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree, though centuries may be required to do the work. In creating, the formless seems to move according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree along established lines of growth. Every thought of form held in thinking substance causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance, without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. Man is a thinking center and can originate thought. All the forms that man fashions with his hands must first exist in his thought. He cannot shape a thing until he has thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. When man has a thought form, he takes material from the forms of nature and makes an image of the form which is in his mind. He has so far made little or no effort to cooperate with formless intelligence, to work with the Father. He has not dreamed that he can do what he seeth the Father doing. Man reshapes and modifies existing forms by manual labor. He has given no attention to the question whether he may not produce things from formless substance by communicating his thoughts to it. We propose to prove that he may do so, to prove that any man or woman may do so, and to show how. As our first step, we must lay down the three fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff or substance from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought, in thinking substance, produces shapes. Man is a thinking center capable of original thought. If a man can communicate his thought to original thinking substance, he can cause the creation or formation of the thing he thinks about. To summarize this, there is the thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so, both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form and thought, I come to one original thinking substance. And reasoning forward from that thinking substance, I come to man's power to cause the formation of the thing he thinks about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true. And this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to do gets rich, that is proof positive until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails, and this process will not fail. For every man who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I have said that men get rich by doing things in a certain way, and in order to do so, men must become able to think in a certain way. A man's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he thinks about things. To do things in a way that you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step towards getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every man has the natural and inherent power to think what he wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearance is easy. To think truth regardless of appearances is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work man is called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it. And this can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind and ultimately in your body, unless you hold the thought of the truth, which is that there is no disease. It is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearances of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your own mind, unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty, there is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearance of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. He can conquer fate. He can have what he wants. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance, from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that man can so impress his thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create, and we can get what we want to have, and can become what we want to be. As a first step towards getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter, and in order to emphasize them, I repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one, and you must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Read these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory and meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to churches or lectures where a contrary concept of things is taught or preached. Do not read magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Chapter 5, Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will it is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance which is all, and in all, which lives in all and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the nature and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life, in the mere act of living, must increase itself. A seed, dropped into the ground, springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life, by living, multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under the same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to the mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, which ever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use, for we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with the desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you. Hence, it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should get rich. He wants you to get rich because he can express himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with the purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure of sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function, and the individual really lives only when he performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable, without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly, for the gratification of animal desires, that is not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life, and no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life, but the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it is time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others, and that you can secure his favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What he wants is that you should make the most of yourself, for yourself and for others, and you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich. So it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or to take advantage. You do not need to let any man work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others or to look at it with wishful eyes. No man has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I am aware that there are men who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type who become very rich do so sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition, and sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance and its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, et al. Have been the unconscious agents of the supreme in the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry, and in the end, their work will contribute immensely towards increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production and will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude, who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them. And it is well to bear in mind that they have never been really rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop this process, and so on, in that moment you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light, and know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches and formless substance, and know that they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house, unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines, and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beat you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and the supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. Chapter 6. How Riches Come to You. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you do not have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give every man more in cash market value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you pay for it, but if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which in any civilized community is worth thousands of dollars. I take it to Baffin Ray, and by salesmanship induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him many more furs and much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly. And if you are selling any man anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You do not have to beat anybody in business. And if you are in a business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give every man more in use value than you take from him in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, you must take from them more in cash value than you pay them in wages. But you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little every day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself, and, given the opportunity, if he will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the Supreme Intelligence, acting upon the minds of men. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that man's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for a fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made, and it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men set it in motion by desire and faith, and by acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want, and which you will use for the advancement of your own life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you, and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with a desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly tried to bring harmony out of the keys, and I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, "I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right." The music in him was the urge of original substance, containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through men. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty and proclaim truth and wear fine clothes and eat good food. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite, seeking to express himself in you as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desire to God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain some of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as a part of the plan, a necessity of nature. They have the idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of men must stay poor because there is not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be impressed upon formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day, and he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So, after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room, and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold weather. Following the instructions given in this book, he obtained these things in a few months, and then it dawned upon him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here and a room there until it was complete in his mind as an ideal home, and then he planned its furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in this certain way and moving towards what he wanted. And he now owns the house and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he is going to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. Chapter 7, Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed the fact that the first step towards getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you will see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give some space to its discussion here, and give you instructions which, if you will follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It is easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is easy also to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind into closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it is true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking towards the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking of the supply as limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind in thankful praise to the Supreme is a liberation or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it is addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement towards you. Draw nigh unto God, and he will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will always be towards you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took, how he always seemed to be saying, I thank thee, Father, that thou hearest me. You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future. Without gratitude, you cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, and the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of these things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith, and every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith. And without a living faith, you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary, then, to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you, and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and he is going right on with his work. There is not the least doubt that he will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold, they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. The Science of Getting Rich, Part 2. Chapter 8, Thinking in a Certain Way. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it, and many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everybody has those desires also. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental picture you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port towards which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face towards it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. There things are well enough, but all you need is to know what you want and to want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture, but no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do not really care about which require effort to fix your attention upon them. And unless you really want to get rich, so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directly to the purpose, as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease, and make them work. The more clear and definite you make your pictures then, and the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all of its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be. And the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that is all you do, you are only a dreamer and will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house mentally until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. Whatsoever things ye ask for when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them, said Jesus. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination, just as you will use them when they are your tangible possessions. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership towards everything in that picture. Take possession of it in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in the preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it has taken form. The man who can sincerely thank God for the things which as yet he owns only in imagination has real faith. He will get rich. He will cause the creation of whatsoever he wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions as the heathens do, said Jesus to his pupils. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things before ye ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desires for the things which make for a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress this whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to your prayer is not according to your faith while you are talking, but according to your faith while you are working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want, and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray, if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision, with the purpose to cause its creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that ye receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving, once you have clearly formed your vision. When you have formed it, it is well to make an oral statement, addressing the Supreme in reverent prayer. And from that moment you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house, wear the fine clothes, ride in the automobile, go on the journey, and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all things you have asked for in terms of actual present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer and castle builder. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of imagination which makes the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. Chapter 9, How to Use the Will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside of yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There is no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God and would be foolish and useless, as well as irreverent. You do not have to compel God to give you good things, any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity, or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you, and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will in getting what you want, to use it in holding yourself to the right course. Use your will to keep yourself thinking and acting in the certain way. Do not try to project your will or thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose, and use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you will get rich. because you will make only positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires, held with faith and purpose, is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving towards its realizations. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred towards bringing into being that which you want. All forces begin to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move towards you. The minds of people everywhere are influenced towards doing the things necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science in getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spend in giving heeds to doubts and fears. Every hour you spend in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sets a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief. Now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, and as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about, it is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use, for it is by your will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. Things are not brought into being by thinking about their opposites. Health is never to be attained by studying disease and thinking about disease. Righteousness is not to be promoted by studying sin and thinking about sin. And no one ever got rich by studying poverty and thinking about poverty. Medicine as a science of disease has increased disease. Religion as a science of sin has promoted sin. And economics as a study of poverty will fill the world with wretchedness and want. Do not talk about poverty. Do not investigate it or concern yourself with it. Never mind what its causes are. You have nothing to do with them. What concerns you is the cure. Do not spend your time in charitable work or charity movements. All charity only tends to perpetuate the wretchedness it aims to eradicate. I do not say that you should be hard-hearted or unkind and refuse to hear the cry of need, but you must not try to eradicate poverty in any of the conventional ways. Put poverty behind you and put all that pertains to it behind you, and make good. Get rich. That is the best way you can help the poor. And you cannot hold the mental image which is to make you rich if you fill your mind with pictures of poverty. Do not read books or papers which give circumstantial accounts of the wretchedness of the tenement dwellers, of the horrors of child labor, and so on. Do not read anything which fills your mind with gloomy images of want and suffering. You cannot help the poor in the least by knowing about these things, and the widespread knowledge of them does not tend at all to do away with poverty. What tends to do away with poverty is not getting the pictures of poverty into your mind, but getting pictures of wealth into the minds of the poor. You are not deserting the poor in their misery when you refuse to allow your mind to be filled with pictures of that misery. Poverty can be done away with, not by increasing the number of well-to-do people who think about poverty, but by increasing the number of poor people who purpose with faith to get rich. The poor do not need charity, they need inspiration. Charity only sends them a loaf of bread to keep them alive in their wretchedness, or give them an entertainment to make them forget for an hour or two. But inspiration will cause them to rise out of their misery. If you want to help the poor, demonstrate to them that they can become rich. Prove it by getting rich yourself. The only way in which poverty will ever be banished from this world is by getting a large and constantly increasing number of people to practice the teachings of this book. People must be taught to become rich by creation, not by competition. Every man who becomes rich by competition throws down behind him the ladder by which he rises and keeps others down. But every man who gets rich by creation opens a way for thousands to follow him and inspires them to do so. You are not showing hardness of heart or an unfeeling disposition when you refuse to pity poverty, see poverty, read about poverty, or think or talk about it, or to listen to those who do talk about it. Use your willpower to keep your mind off the subject of poverty and to keep it fixed with faith and purpose on the vision of what you want. Chapter 10. Further use of the will. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you are constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature, if you've had them. Do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct, and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. And what can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end, and do not read the writing of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it is going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil, it is going to God. It is wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable, but what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth, when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? No matter how horrible and seeming may be the conditions in certain countries, sections, or places, you waste your time and destroy your own chances by considering them. You should interest yourself in the world's becoming rich. Think of the riches in the world as coming to, instead of the poverty it is growing out of. And bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through creative method, not the competitive one. Give your attention wholly to riches. Ignore poverty. Whenever you think or speak of those who are poor, think and speak of them as those who are becoming rich, as those who are to be congratulated rather than pitied. Then they and others will catch the inspiration and begin to search for the way out. Because I say that you are to give your whole time and mind and thought to riches, it does not follow that you are to be sordid or mean. To become really rich is the noblest aim you can have in life, for it includes everything else. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other men. But when we come into the creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by way of getting rich. All is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on you getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry and who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence. And only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best when there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences. And these are to be found only where riches are attained by the exercise of creative thought, without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches, to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life, ever moving forward towards fuller expression and more complete happiness. It is the truth that there is no such thing as poverty, that there is only wealth. Some people remain in poverty because they are ignorant of the fact that there is wealth for them, and these can best be taught by showing them the way to affluence in your own person and practice. Others are poor because, while they feel that there is a way out, they are too intellectually indolent to put forth the mental effort necessary to find that way and by travel it. Others still are poor because, while they have some notion of science, they have become so swamped and lost in the maze of metaphysical and occult theories that they do not know which road to take. They try a mixture of many systems and fail in all. For these, again, the very best thing to do is to show the right way in your own person and practice, An ounce of doing things is worth a pound of theorizing. The very best thing you can do for the whole world is to make the most of yourself. You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich. That is, if you get rich by the creative method and not by the competitive one. Another thing, we assert that this book gives in detail the principles of the science of getting rich. And if that is true, you do not need to read any other book upon the subject. This may sound narrow and egotistical, but consider. There is no more scientific method of computation in mathematics than by addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. No other method is possible. There can be but one shortest distance between 2 points. There is only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think in the way that leads by the most direct and simple route to the goal. No man has yet formulated a briefer or a less complex system than the one set forth herein. It has been stripped of all non-essentials. When you commence on this, lay all others aside. Put them out of your mind altogether. Read this book every day. Keep it with you. Commit it to memory, and do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you will begin to have doubts, and to be uncertain and wavering in your thought, and then you will begin to make failures. After you have made good and become rich, you may study other systems as much as you please. But until you are quite sure that you have gained what you want, do not read anything on this line but this book, unless it be the authors mentioned in the preface. And read only the most optimistic comments on the world's news, those in harmony with your picture. Also, postpone your investigations into the occult. Do not dabble in theosophy, spiritualism, or kindred studies. It is very likely that the dead still live and are near, but if they are, let them alone. Mind your own business. Wherever the spirits of the dead may be, they have their own work to do and their own problems to solve, and we have no right to interfere with them. We cannot help them, and it is very doubtful whether they can help us, or whether we have any right to trespass upon their time if they can. Let the dead and the hereafter alone, and solve your own problem. Get rich. If you begin to mix with the occult, you will start mental cross currents which will surely bring your hopes to shipwreck. Now, this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statement of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the things he wants, and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind against all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that he must live and act in a certain way. Chapter 11. Acting in the certain way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action. We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage to be possible, in which man can create directly from formless substance without nature's processes or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled towards you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the roads seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, men's affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other men's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you, and you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things, animate and inanimate, work to bring you what you want, but your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity, nor to steal it. You must give every man more in use value than he gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way, with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is a wasted effort and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought in getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for more life that you have. And this vision, received from you, sets all the creative forces at work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed towards you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way, so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things you have in your picture and put them in their proper places as they arrive. You can really see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of other men who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other man what is his. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into a Fortunata's purse, which shall be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich, right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who, consciously or unconsciously, set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past, and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not here yet, and you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance, and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you will never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there never will be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment, and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You cannot act where you are not, you cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can act only where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try, by occult or mystical means, to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment. Before you act, get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you are now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart and with all your strength and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new thing to do, or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step towards getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past, but you are to begin now to perform these actions in a certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, do not wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you are misplaced. No man was ever so misplaced that he could not find the right place, and no man ever became so involved in the wrong business but that he could get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business, with the purpose to get into it, and the faith that you will get into it, and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the Supreme to move the right business towards you, and your action, if performed in a certain way, will cause you to move towards the business. If you are an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want, while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion to bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is the thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants, and hold this picture in his thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what he wants, and the unwavering faith that he does get what he wants, closing his mind to all that may tend to shake his purpose, dim his vision, or quench his faith. That he may receive what he wants when it comes, man must act now upon the people and things in his present environment. Chapter 12, Efficient Action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no man is larger than his present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no man quite filled his present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is towards degeneration. No society could advance if every man was smaller than his place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excess of life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the function of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane, and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends upon your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure, and it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich, while if every day is a success, you cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today, and you do not do it, you have failed in so far as that thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which Supreme Intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do, every day, all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork, not to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that counts. Every act is, in itself, either a success or a failure. Every act is, in itself, either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure, and if you spend your life in doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself, and if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner, and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If, now, it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of riches is reduced to an exact science, like mathematics. The matter turns, then, on the questions whether you can make each separate act a success in itself, and this you certainly can do. You can make each act a success because all power is working with you, and all power cannot fail. Power is at your service, and to make each act efficient, you have only to put power into it. Every action is either strong or weak, and when everyone is strong, you are acting in a certain way, which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it, and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of the mind in one place and at one time, and they act in another place at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes. Your progress towards what you want and the progress of what you want toward you will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man begins to move towards larger life, more things attach themselves to him, and the influence of his desire is multiplied. Do, every day, all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace, I do not mean to say that it is necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision, and to contemplate them until they are firmly fixed upon memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you will get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance, that in your working hours you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us again repeat our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statement, bring it to the point we have now reached. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and, by impressing his thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from competitive to the creative mind. He must form a clear mental picture of the thing he wants, and do, with faith and purpose, all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. Chapter 13, Getting into the Right Business. Success in any particular business depends, for one thing, upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in the mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability, but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with men who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you will do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted. But there are limitations to this statement also. No man should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent you can develop that talent. It merely means that you will have to make your tools as you go along, instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state, but you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any rudimentary talent, and there is no talent of which you have not at least the rudiment. You will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do, and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent seeking expression and development. When there is no power, either developed or undeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right way. All things else being equal, it is best to select the business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You are not obliged to do what you do not like to do, and should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way, generally, to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one space is taken, another and a better one will be opened for you a little further on. There is plenty of time. When you are in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose. And by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily, or from acting in fear or doubt, or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in the certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you will need to be very steady in your faith and purpose, and to keep in close touch with the all mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. Chapter 14. The Impression of Increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business in which you are now engaged. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business you are already established in, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with other men, whether personally or by letter, the key thought of all your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them, seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure. Increase in something, more life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement. Where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. Man instinctively knows this, and hence he is forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or a reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact. No matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child, put into it the thought of increase and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing man, and that you advance all who deal with you. Even to the people whom you meet in a social way, without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything, give the thought of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you, yourself, are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich and that in doing so you are making others rich and conferring benefits to all. Do not boast or brag of your success or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you, they will get increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase, and the Supreme, which desires increase in all, and which knows all, will move towards you men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you will be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation if you desire to do so. You must never lose sight of your vision of what you want, or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me here give you another word of caution in regards to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions. This is not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over others. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master, to sit in the high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good to which he calls his disciples. Look out for the temptation to seek for authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men, and indeed, when you fall into the world's struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. Chapter 15, The Advancing Man. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional man and the wage earner as to the man who is engaged in mercantile business. No matter whether you are a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase of life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer, and who works towards the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teaching of this book than the practitioner of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them, and may be reached by all alike. The advancing man in medicine, who holds to a clear mental image of himself as successful, and who obeys the laws of faith, purpose, and gratitude, will cure every curable disease he undertakes, no matter what remedies he may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergyman who can teach his hearers the true science of abundant life. He who masters the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, and of winning love, and who teaches these details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and men will hear it gladly, and will give liberal support to the man who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who in their own persons will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be rich, healthy, great, and beloved, to teach us how to attain to these things, and when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. He will never be out of a job, and any teacher who has this faith and purpose can give it to his pupils. He cannot help giving it to them if it is part of his own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate man, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action I have described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this as true of his case as of any others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement, where wages are small and the cost of living high. Form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do the work that you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer in the hopes that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. It is not likely that they will do so. The man who is merely a good workman, filling his place to the very best of his ability and satisfied with that, is valuable to his employer, and it is not to the employer's interest to promote him. He is worth more where he is. To secure advancement, something more is necessary than to be too large for your place. The man who is certain to advance is the one who is too big for his place, and who has a clear concept of what he wants to be, who knows that he can become what he wants to be, and who is determined to be what he wants to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether foreman, fellow workman, or social acquaintance, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Men will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing man who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in the certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get on to the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousands of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its working men more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trusts can keep men in so-called hopeless conditions only so long as there are men who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich, or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are now is presented, and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step towards a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the man who is living the advancing life. It is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos to be for him and work together for his good. He must certainly be rich if he acts and thinks in a certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. Chapter 16. some cautions and concluding observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich, holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited, will insist that social and governmental institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in the certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich, and move forward with the fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government and may make themselves rich. And when any considerable number of individuals do so under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more men who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific method set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, it is enough to know that neither the government under which you live nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all these things and become a citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly. For when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you meet possible emergencies in the future, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in the certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich, any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you. You can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and to look upon the world as a something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard seeming evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time and not get it at that time, and this will appear to you like failure. But if you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in the certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled, and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account, and he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you, if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on, and when you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. You may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in meeting the responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go on in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you have mastered all the ideas contained in it. While you are getting firmly established in this faith, you will do well to give up most recreations and pleasure, and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature or get into arguments upon the matter. Do very little reading, outside of the writers mentioned in the preface. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision and in cultivating gratitude and in reading this book. It contains all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter. Chapter 17. Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the interspaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. Man can form things in his thought, and by impressing his thought upon formless substance can cause the thing he thinks about to be created. In order to do this, man must pass from the competitive to the creative mind, otherwise he cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. Man may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon him. Gratitude unifies the mind of man with the intelligence of substance, so that man's thoughts are received by the formless. Man can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting himself with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuing feeling of gratitude. Man must form a clear and definite mental image of the things he wishes to have, to do, or to become, and he must hold this mental image in his thoughts, while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all his desires are granted to him. The man who wishes to get rich must spend his leisure hours in contemplating his vision, and in earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to him. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless and the creative forces set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industry and social order. All that is included in his mental image will surely be brought to the man who follows the instructions given above, and whose faith does not waver. What he wants will come to him through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive his own when it shall come to him, man must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling his present place. He must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of his mental image. And he must do every day all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. He must give to every man a use value in excess of the cash value he receives, so that each transaction makes for more life, and he must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom he comes in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the fixity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude.
It's everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing until this happens. Be careful what you wish for. Build your site on a platform
The way I do this beat gon' have them bodies jump in, and afterwards the beat with me because I got her blushing. I mean it happen every time that I be in discussion, and actually dog is starting to get disgusting. The way I filter through their mind gon' make it meditate. The way I'm thugging on the spine gon' make a nigga hate. Usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today. It usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today, dog. Usually when I'm rapping, I got so much to say. Usually calling and texting, but baby, not today. Usually balling and flexing, but nigga, not today. Not today. No nigga, not today, dog. Still got the section, but we ain't hopping on yacht today. I get it popping, this energy start a damn parade. Dropping my phone and making time for the love and hate. Not today. No nigga, not today, dog.
I look at it from a perspective, what can I do and when am I going to do it to change my situation, you know?
This that iced out new sprinter, no pretending. I promise from all this winning, this energy have been gifted from G.O.D. independent. She look me in my eyes and tell me she wanna ride, but not today, Missy. But my dog's finna chase, so not today, kitty. Yeah, I'm usually off the chain, but not today, pretty. Not today. No nigga, not today, dog.
Eight. Do you try to raise your standards and avoid doing things that are common, cheapening and coarsening to your personality? 9. Do you select your clothing with taste and an eye to quality and style? 10. Do you spend at least half an hour a day in meditation and contemplation of the mystery of life, searching for beauty, goodness, truth, happiness, and love? Chapter 8. 10 keys that unlock the metaphysical forces of your mind. Your mind possesses vast reserves of power and knowledge within its domain. When we speak of mind in this study, we mean the totality of consciousness, which scientists call the conscious, the subconscious, and superconscious minds. In metaphysics, we add another dimension to mind. This is the divine mind, which is often called cosmic mind or universal intelligence. It has been found that in psychological experiments where people were hypnotized, they possessed amazing knowledge that they did not have in their conscious states. Some people could speak foreign languages fluently, although they had never been abroad or studied such languages. Others knew how to play the piano or some other instrument. Still others knew about countries and strange places where they had never been. Where were these reserves of knowledge stored? If they were not in the conscious mind, then they must have resided in some other part of consciousness where the person was not even aware of them. One man who had a very poor mind for mathematics could add, subtract, and multiply long lists of figures while in a state of hypnosis. Miracle super forces of geniuses. Certain men and women throughout history have known how to release these miracle super forces of the divine mind and perform feats that astounded people. Joan of Arc was such an example. She was a poor peasant maid who had never been away from her village. When she began to hear voices and have visions, people thought she was obsessed with evil spirits. She saw in her visions that she would ride at the head of France's victorious armies, and the voices told her she would one day save France. When she finally convinced the French generals of the veracity of her visions, they put her at the head of their soldiers, and she led them to victory after victory. Were her visions delusions? Or rather, were they induced by some superforce within her consciousness that knew of her divine destiny? We are inclined to believe the latter, for too many times in history men and women have had this kind of divine vision and have achieved miracles that were impossible for ordinary men and women to perform. In his experiments in extrasensory perception, a noted authority tells of an instance where a young woman's father died, leaving her impoverished. After the funeral expenses were paid, there was no money left for food in the house. One night this woman had a realistic dream in which her father came to her as she had known him in life and told her of a secret compartment in an antique piece of furniture in the living room where she would find a large sum of money hidden in big bills. Upon awakening, the woman could still hear the sound of her father's voice in her ears. She arose and went to the antique dresser her father had told her about. She reached into a recessed area behind one of the drawers, and there found the money in the secret compartment she had been told about. How Napoleon unlocked this superforce. Napoleon called upon the miracle superforce of his higher mind, and won for himself a position as Emperor of France, and nearly conquered the entire continent in his 20-year rule. He believed in astrology, and was told early in his life that he was destined to become a king. He believed that he was destined to liberate the people of France from tyranny and poverty, and to unite all of Europe in a great confederacy over which he would rule as emperor. When he consulted mystics and seers, they confirmed his own inner conviction that he was born to rule. This idea became an overpowering, magnificent obsession in Napoleon's mind. He began to study the art of warfare, of political and diplomatic strategy, and finally, when he felt the stars were auspicious, he set out on his rendezvous with destiny. There is no doubt that Napoleon tapped some higher power, another dimension of mind than his own conscious mind, to rise to the heights he ultimately attained. What were the miracle keys that he used to unlock the superforce of his mind? The 10 miracle keys to all greatness. In a study of metaphysics, we find that there are 10 keys that unlock the miracle superforce of the mind. We shall study each of these keys in turn and see how to apply them to your own life. With these keys, you can unlock doors of consciousness where the miracle superforce resides. The key of imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. It is in his imagination that man can truly grow wings of the soul and soar above the limitations of mortal mind and become godlike in his dreams and aspirations. That which you can conceive, you can achieve. The very act of picturing a condition you desire sets into motion certain superforces within your higher mind that begin to create the conditions imaged. Einstein gave the world a mathematical formula which perfectly states the metaphysical law for using creative imagination to materialize the destiny we desire. Einstein's formula is expressed mathematically as E = mc2. What this formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. All physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. The energy in a thought produces its own materialization. An idea is as real and solid as a bridge or a skyscraper. The concept of love is as real and permanent as the sun or the earth. The fact that mental energy cannot be seen or felt does not argue that it has no existence. Let us examine this metaphysical concept further below. I have reduced it to a practical formula which utilizes the imagination as the energy-producing miracle force. It is dream, dare, and do. What is your big dream in life? It is through your imagination that you must picture what I call your big dream of life. There can be no actual achievement of your dream, the daring and the doing of our metaphysical formula, until you first have the picture in your imagination of the things you want to attract in life. The dream stirs into action the miracle super forces of your higher mind, and the mental and spiritual energy that it sets into motion externalizes in creative patterns. Do you dream of achieving some high goal in life? If you do, it must be specific and clear-cut. Otherwise, the super forces of your higher mind are not activated sufficiently to bring it into being. I remember in my first year in high school in biology class when we were studying the sprouting of plants, we were given home study work where we were told to plant bin seed and then watch them mature. I was so anxious to see the miracle of growth and evolvement that I kept digging up the poor bin seed until it gave up in discouragement and died. The picture of the mature bin, the sprouts, the roots, the final edible vegetable inherent in the seed, were all there in the invisible dimensions of time and space, waiting for the final creative pulsation in the soil. But the law of growth could never work when it was constantly disturbed. This same law applies to your life. In your imagination, you plant the seed of the crop you wish to reap. The super forces of your higher mind are ready and waiting to mature the destiny you want. But you must hold the picture firmly in mind, then let the higher power mature your dream and externalize it into its physical and material equivalent. One man's imagination changed the world. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in his imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, radio, television, and dirigible. Simon Lake invented his submarine from inspiration he received when he read Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Verne's imaginative pictures were fanciful, but they were converted into rational and productive products by men who read his literary works and were, in turn, inspired by them. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin when he saw his pet cat trying to reach through the bars of a cage to get at his canary. In his imagination, Whitney visualized steel bars holding back the cotton seed, while iron claws drew out the fluffy white cotton between the bars. This one invention revolutionized the industry of the South. The miracle super forces of man's higher mind were stimulated by the power of the imagination to produce such modern great things as the printing press, wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom, and the creation of such miracles as the electronic microscope, the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, and now, man's ultimate triumph of mind over matter, the creation of spaceships that are on their way to the moon and distant stars. How to stimulate your imagination. 1. Read a scene in a book or magazine, and then in your imagination try to project that scene in all its details. Add to it what you wish and make the scene come to life vividly, trying to see the characters, the environment, the action, and any other details that are described in the story. 2. Think back to your childhood and recall some scene that you enjoyed, such as a Christmas, Thanksgiving, or birthday. In your mind's eye, try to recall the people who were there, the things they said and did, the food you ate, and any other details that you can remember. 3. Picture your perfect dream home. Cut pictures out of home decorating magazines and let them serve as a stimulus to your imagination. Visualize a party in the dream home. See the friends you have invited, work in the garden, and do any other activities in your mind which you might perform in such a home in reality. 4. Stand before a mirror and imagine that you are speaking before a vast audience in an auditorium. You can speak aloud or to yourself. Make up a talk on some subject with which you are conversant. This speech can be a short one of 2 minutes, or it can be longer. The brain centers are stimulated by such an exercise and make it possible for you to speak more fluently when you need to express yourself. 5. Imagine yourself having $1 million. This mental exercise will help you stimulate the miracle response centers of your brain for building a fortune. If you cannot imagine yourself being rich, it will be difficult to ever attract a fortune. 6. Imagine yourself standing on the prow of a boat headed for some exotic land like Hawaii. You can use pictures from travel magazines to help stimulate your imagination in relation to this exercise. Some people have used travel pictures and literature to stimulate the miracle response centers of their brains, and soon they found themselves actually visiting the places they had imaged in their minds. The second key, curiosity. It was curiosity that caused Columbus to sail the seas in search of new lands. If he had been satisfied with the popular belief that the earth was flat, he never would have embarked on his voyages of discovery. It was curiosity that caused the scientist Fleming to wonder why green mold on bread in a test tube killed germs. His curiosity led him to the discovery of the life-saving penicillin, which is called a miracle drug, and which has saved the lives of millions of people. It was curiosity that led Galvani to experiment with his galvanic battery, from which so many inventions have come. Curiosity has been implanted in the consciousness of man for a specific purpose. This divine emotion makes him discontented with the world as it is and causes him to search for new ways to change things, to improve them, and to give man greater comfort and luxury. How to develop curiosity. 1. Look about you in your work and see how you might improve conditions. Many an invention has been born because man's natural curiosity caused him to wonder if he couldn't improve on the methods being used in his business. A man sitting at a lecture was disturbed by a woman's big hat. He became curious as to how to convert this obstruction to something positive, and before he left the auditorium, he had an idea for a new hat pin, which made him a fortune. 2. Look at some invention such as radio or television, and try to figure out the principle involved in its mechanism. 3. Look around you in your garden and see the fruit, vegetables, and flowers, and try to reason out the method by which they draw the nourishment from the soil to create their products. It was this type of curiosity that led Burbank to develop so many new types of fruits, vegetables, and flowers. It was curiosity that led George Washington Carver to convert the lowly peanut into plastics, insulating materials, fodder for cattle, varnishes, oils, paints, and many other products, which helped revolutionize the industry of the South. 4. When it thunders or lightnings, try to understand the reason why. Look up the facts in an encyclopedia. 5. Stimulate the curiosity response centers of your brain by wondering how other people live in other parts of the world. Study books in your library showing the customs and habitats of people in Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 6. When you listen to beautiful music or read interesting stories, try to analyze the emotions that prompted the composers and authors to create their works. The third key, knowledge. It is through the intellect that man rules the universe. The pen is mightier than the sword. Your miracle super forces of the mind are more easily motivated and released when you fortify yourself with knowledge. This does not mean that you must be a college graduate to succeed in life. Many great men have risen to high positions who did not have a formal education. Wisdom is very often an innate trait, and some of the great philosophers like Socrates and Plato founded their own schools. Henry Ford was not a college graduate, but he had innate wisdom. He absorbed knowledge sufficient for his purposes and succeeded in his chosen field. Bacon said, "For knowledge too is itself power." All knowledge begins with this precept by Socrates: know thyself. The regime for building knowledge. 1. Observe the universe about you and stimulate all 5 senses by absorbing the sights, sounds, and experiences that surround you every day. 2. Reason out why things happen in the physical and material universe under the law of cause and effect. 3. Study specialized knowledge that fits your business or profession, and keep up to date on latest developments in your field by subscribing to magazines dealing in such matters. 4. Expand the horizons of your mind by absorbing as much knowledge as you can about as many things as possible. Take an interest in civic events in your community. Join clubs and organizations that have a wide diversity of interests. 5. Learn by example through emulating the lives and thoughts of great men of history. Read their biographies and autobiographies. Find out what they thought, how they worked, what books they read. Learn everything you can about their lives and then use them as models by which you shape your own life. 6. Study books on psychology and find out how the human mind works. You will not only be better able to cope with your own life problems by knowing psychology, but such a study will help you understand other people better and improve your relationship with them in your social life and business world. 7. Every day learn some new word or fact that will add to the sum total of your knowledge as you grow older. Most people make the mistake of closing their minds to new ideas when they close their high school or college books. The human brain is illimitable in its ability to absorb more and more knowledge as we grow older. Scientists now find that an older person who has kept his brain agile and active can learn and retain new facts as readily as a young person. 8. Keep your brain agile and exercise by studying a foreign language course, or working out mathematical problems, or studying public speaking, singing, dancing, music, writing. Any activity that is new to you and which will keep your brain and body cells active and youthful will not only add to your sum total of knowledge, but will actually give you better health and more vitality. Scientists now find that the brain centers are tied in some mysterious fashion to various organs and centers of the body. When any of these brain centers are left undeveloped, they atrophy, and the parts of the body which are tied in with these brain centers begin to deteriorate and weaken. This is why scientists now urge old people to take an active interest in all kinds of hobbies and avocations when they retire. A man once asked J.P. Morgan why he didn't retire. He said to the great financier, "You're worth over $100 million. You surely don't need more money. Why don't you retire?" Morgan asked the man, "When did your father retire?" The man answered, "In 1908. "Why?" "When did your father die?" Morgan asked. "In 1911, the man answered. "That's the reason I don't retire," Morgan replied. 9. Have a planned reading regime for your future. Try to read a book a week, not just fiction, but books that will help you improve your mind and add to the sum total of your knowledge. It is good to vary the subject matter of these books so that you expand your horizons of thinking to encompass many fields. You might get a simple book on astronomy and discover the fascinating cosmic world of outer space. You might study a book on science and invention to learn of the miracles being produced by men's minds in our atomic age. Biology is another fascinating subject, which will teach you secrets about the vibrant and expanding world in which you live. You might also study the various philosophies of the ages, beginning with the Greek philosophers and then going into the teachings of the Far East and the comparative religions of the world. History is another all-engrossing subject for you to study, for through learning about the past, you can know what mistakes to avoid in the future. The fourth key, affirmative will. The miracle superforces of your mind are unlocked by this fourth key, affirmative will. Most people are buffeted by the forces of life. They vacillate back and forth between two possible courses of action, not knowing which to do until it is too late. They are very much like the mule which hesitated between two piles of hay, not knowing which to go to, and starved as a consequence of his vacillation. Affirmative will summons all the super forces of your conscious and subconscious minds into a positive, dynamic focal point which drives you towards your objective without hesitation or hindrance. There are two opposing forces in life, and man is constantly forced to make a choice between these two. There is the will to succeed and the will to fail. The will to be healthy and the will to be sick. The will to live and the will to die. The will to be rich and the will to remain poor. The will to happiness and the will to misery. The will to love and the will to hate. The will to good and the will to evil. The will to peace and the will to war. Man must choose his destiny. Man can choose his destiny. He is different from all other living creatures in that he has this power of choice. By exercising your affirmative will, you can select the events that make up your destiny, just as the artist chooses the scenes he will paint and the colors with which to paint those scenes. If he does not like what he painted, He cannot blame it on the scene he is copying, but on himself for his own inability to accurately reproduce the scene from nature. There are two types of will in life also. They are 1. Passive will. 2. Affirmative will. The passive will can create mental images of success and riches, but lacks the capacity to execute these images into reality. Many would-be millionaires daydream about having $1 million, but they lack the affirmative will to put their daydreams into motion. How to use affirmative will? 1. The will is fashioned from the mental habit patterns that you build. From the time you were born, you began to build habit patterns for almost every act of your life. You rise in the morning and bathe, brush your teeth, shave or make up, put on your clothes, lace your shoes, and prepare to go to your day's work. You do not give much conscious attention to these daily actions, for you have built habit patterns that take care of most of them. If your daily habit patterns have been negative ones, and your mind is filled with thoughts of fear, failure, and disaster, then your auto-conditioning will all be in favor of these negative emotions, and your actions will be correspondingly negative. Change the habit patterns of your mind from negative ones to positive ones. This is easier said than done, but it can be accomplished if you use the power of your affirmative will. Smokers who wish to stop know how difficult it is to change their habit patterns. They must make a superhuman effort to give up the habit of smoking. How do you change your habit patterns? In the same way they're created. By performing the mental or physical act over and over again, until it is so deeply ingrained in your consciousness that it becomes automatic. Then we call the action a habit. 2. Use creative commands to your higher consciousness, which we studied in Chapter 2. The higher centers of your brain are stirred into action by creative commands. Let these be given each morning as you start your day's activity. Then all during the day use little energy boosters to keep your spirits high and your energies at their maximum peak. You can say a dozen times a day, I feel wonderful. I am able to overcome this problem. I am now dissolving these obstacles through the power of my will. I like people and they like me. 3. Try not to let negative experiences in life prove too discouraging. Everyone has these negative conditions to cope with. Even the millionaire has his problems. When some condition arises that tends to get you down, say to yourself, this too shall pass away. Another good statement to dissolve these unwanted negative experiences is this: the solution to the problem is already on the way. 4. The affirmative will must be exercised every day of your life. Otherwise, you are apt to slip into negative and passive habit patterns that affect your entire future destiny. Every day, exercise the will to live. How? Have an intense desire to live for some specific cause or person. You may want to educate your children. You may want to own your home. You may desire a fortune to help other people. The more altruistic and unselfish your purpose for living, the greater will be the life energy that flows from your higher mind. Many people who have lost the will to live die early in life because they have no one to live for and nothing they want to accomplish. When people are motivated by a desire to live for some purpose, they often have a release of the life force that keeps them going until they're 100 or more. Grandma Moses was an example of how this super force of the mind can enormously extend the normal lifespan and give one many years of creative, useful activity. At 76 years of age, she began to paint, and soon was selling her paintings at enormous sums. She lived to be over 100, and there is no doubt that her renewed interest in creating helped stimulate the miracle super forces of her brain, infusing her body cells with life-giving energy and purposefulness. 5. Every day exercise the affirmative will to succeed. Do this by planning each day's activity with one thought in mind, to make it as successful as possible. It is good to write down a day-by-day plan, so as to focalize your mind's energies on the things you want to accomplish. Just as a housewife makes out a shopping list for the market, so you should make out a list each day of what you wish to accomplish on that day. List your appointments, your day's work, the sales you wish to make, the money you are going to spend, the purchases you plan, the social engagements you will have. A neat and orderly mind ensures a neat and orderly life and destiny. 6. Exercise daily the affirmative will to attract more money. Money is an idea more than it is an actual material thing. In ancient times, such strange things as tea, fur, stones, pieces of iron, tobacco, and other objects served as money. You can only attract more money when it becomes a habit pattern in your thinking every day. The reason 60% of all college graduates achieve their goal in life is because they were trained in college to think in terms of being successful in their chosen professions. They formed the mental habit patterns of success. Every time you spend $1, think of its value. It is said that John D. Rockefeller Sr. never tipped more than a dime. One day someone asked him why a man as rich as he was didn't tip more. Rockefeller replied, "Why, a dime is 10% interest on $1 for a full year." Money works under the law of the harvest. When you plant a seed in the ground, it usually produces 10 to 20 times the yield of the original seed. When you give money out, make it a point to bless it and know that it will yield you abundance. The 5th key, divine ego. Most people who fail in life do so because they are using the wrong type of ego power. They are so obsessed with excessive self-interest that they lose their perspective and ignore the rights and interests of others. Such people are called egotists. This type of egotism is destructive and causes people to dislike one. Do not misunderstand me. We need some ego, a great deal of self-interest for purposes of self-preservation. But in our metaphysical studies, we convert this power of the psyche which consciously controls the impulses of the id, as it is called in psychology, into the divine ego. The changes in your personality and ego drive will be miraculous when you once institute this method of unlocking the miracle superforces of your mind. How to build the divine ego. 1. Realize that you were created in the image and likeness of God, as the Bible tells us. This is a spiritual idea, not a physical one. When you once accept the premise that you are divine and immortal, then you will begin to be godlike in your thoughts and actions. Voltaire said, "To be a hero, think heroic thoughts." To be divine, you should pattern your thoughts and actions after the divine image. What are the godlike thoughts and actions which you should emulate? God is described in the Bible in 2 ways. God is good and God is love. If you pattern your thinking after goodness and love, with all their ramifications, you cannot help but reflect goodness and love in all your relationships with others. 2. Cultivate the habit of unselfish actions in relation to others. Share your good with other people. Share your happiness. Instead of talking about yourself and your problems when you meet other people, make it a point to show interest in them and their activities. 3. Work in community projects such as the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. Enter into charity drives for such worthwhile organizations as the Heart Fund, the Polio Fund, the Lighthouse for the Blind, American Legion, and veteran organizations. Volunteer to work a few hours a week in foundling homes for orphans, in veteran hospitals for soldiers, in prisons and other public welfare groups. Such expanded interests do more than merely help the unfortunate. They help you in building the divine ego, which can enrich your life and give you blessings of health, happiness, and prosperity by releasing the miracle superforces of your higher mind. 4. Have a high master motive in life. Desire success and money not only for yourself and your family, but also so you can help better the world through your creative efforts. There are many master motives which propel man towards his destiny. Desire for power, desire for money, fame, glory, a desire for wisdom, a desire for material things, a desire to bring peace to the world, to work for brotherhood and tolerance, a desire to spiritualize your mind and find new dimensions of the soul. The higher your master motive, the greater the drive for success and fulfillment. 5. Overcome the animalistic emotions of greed, hatred, selfishness, and envy. The divine image within your consciousness cannot flourish in such an atmosphere of negativity. 6. Implant in your consciousness the positive forces of charity, beauty, truth, justice, faith, and love. And soon you will see the divine inspiration that flows through your consciousness from the divine mind within you. 7. Spend a few moments each day in spiritual contemplation and meditation. In such mystical periods, search within for life's true meaning. Try to find the divine prototype within your own immortal soul. Pray to God for guidance and inspiration every morning when you arise and every night when you go to bed. 8. When you feel the gravity pull of Earth's problems, fears, and worries, stop whatever you are doing and retire for a few moments into the stillness of the cathedral of the soul, and say to yourself, "Peace, be still, and know that I am God." This powerful affirmative spiritual statement from the Bible reaffirms your sense of divinity and will help you once more restore peace and tranquility within your consciousness. Write down on a small card these words. Carry them with you in your pocket or purse and look at them several times. Let each man think himself an act of God, his mind a thought, his life a breath of God. The 6th key, perseverance. Perseverance means the ability to continue doing something in spite of difficulties or opposition. Many times a person who wishes to succeed will stop making the effort because of the many obstacles that he has to face. If he persisted just a short time longer in many cases, he would undoubtedly have won his goal. A miner in the Nevada desert had struck a vein of gold in his claim, which brought him a few $1,000s, and then petered out. The miner became discouraged and sold his equipment to a junk man for a few $100s. The new owner kept digging, and after a few hours, he broke through a wall of stone where he hit a vein of gold that produced $40,000 worth of pure ore. That gold mine brought the new owner $5 million in the next few years. You may be on the verge of achieving your greatest success if you but persevere a little longer and do not give up. About 20 years ago, I visited Lucille Ball on a set at RKO Studios in Hollywood. After lunch, we had a photograph taken together, and the young and radiantly beautiful star told me rather sadly, "This is my last day at RKO. My contract ends today, and they are not renewing it." I expressed my surprise and regrets, but the irrepressible Lucille said, "Oh, don't worry about me. Someday I'll come back and buy the joint." A few years ago, Lucille Ball returned to the studio that had fired her and paid about $15 million for the entire studio. Talk about miracles. This red-haired, talented young lady who went on to fame and fortune on television was able to stir the miracle superforces of her mind by her amazing perseverance in never giving up and by fulfilling the promise she made to herself in jest, to eventually buy the studio that had fired her. There is a powerful and stimulating force within your psyche, which works miracles when you respond to the challenges of life with perseverance and courage. How to utilize perseverance. 1. Work with the law of cycles in nature. There is a time in every life when fate presents a set of circumstances which can bring one success and fortune. Learn how to study and be aware of these cycles, and then take advantage of the opportunities that arise with confidence. Shakespeare spoke of these cycles in men's lives in these words: "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Amid it, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries." 2. When you come to those periods of stagnation in your life when nothing seems to happen, learn how to utilize that time study and prepare your mind for the time when your good fortune will come. Persevere in what you are doing and do not give up, for like the miner in the desert, your greatest good fortune may lie just within your grasp. 3. In nature, all things mature slowly and in their right season. Spring is for planting the seed, summer is for growth and evolvement, fall is for the harvest, and winter is for rest and relaxation. This same cycle exists in human destiny. If your fortune does not come in your youth, the springtime of life, remember this is not always the time of the harvest. It is the time of planting. Evolve, develop your mind, Prepare for the future when you are young, but do not always expect the fortune of which you dream, for it must also follow this law of nature. If you are in the summertime of your life, that is, your mature years, and you still have not achieved your success, then you must re-examine your life and see what you have done that is wrong, and after correcting your mistakes, persevere and wait for your success. 4. No matter how discouraged you may become, try not to give up. Remember that throughout history, most great men and women who ever achieved anything worthwhile were told by others that they would fail. The mob consciousness is always one of discouragement, defeat, and disaster. When Fulton invented his steamboat, thousands of people gathered along the Hudson to watch its attempt to go upstream against the current. As the steam began to rise from its funnel, the mob shouted, as with one voice, "It won't start! It won't start!" Then, as the boat began to move against the current, the mob continued their chanting. Only this time they changed it to, "It won't stop! It won't stop!" 5. When you persevere in your efforts, you build electrical and magnetic current in your brain and body cells, which charges your muscles and nerves with a superabundance of dynamic energy. It is much easier to succeed when you have conditioned the miracle superforces of your mind with the idea that failure is impossible. Your continued efforts to achieve your goal is also proof to the indwelling miracle worker that you have faith in your ability to achieve your objective. The 7th key, magnetic attraction. Magnetic attraction exists between all of the particles that make up the visible and invisible universe. It is this etheric flow of invisible substance which keeps our planets rotating in their orbits, the Earth and Moon around the Sun, and all the billions of other planets in outer space rotating around each other, without ever colliding or deviating from their orbital paths. In fact, this law of magnetic attraction, which Newton named gravity, is so accurate in its workings that we set our Earth clocks by the stars. We can predict to the minute where any given star in our solar system will be even 10 centuries from now. It was this tremendous power of magnetism which Jesus used to perform most of his miracles. By summoning up the reserves of life magnetism within the person's body and brain, the master metaphysician could heal the sick and even infuse new life into the dead. How to release magnetism. 1. Magnetism is in every cell of your brain and body, but it is scattered throughout the body. When you wish to summon it for any specific purpose, you must concentrate your mind on the act which you wish to perform. If you are trying to magnetize another person, you should concentrate on that person. Project your thoughts to him. Say his name over and over and direct your thoughts to him, just as if you were talking to him in person. The person need not be near you, but can be at a great distance. It has been proved that when people are apart, even as far as 3,000 miles, they can transmit their thoughts to each other. An instance of how the ether waves act as magnetic currents, which the human brain may tap, is that of a young lady who went to visit relatives in San Francisco in the days before planes were making the transcontinental trip. While she was on the lengthy train trip, her father had been taken seriously ill and was near death. The girl's mother frantically concentrated her thoughts on her daughter, sending her this message: "When you get off the train, call home. It is urgent." As the train approached San Francisco, the girl became more and more restless, with a vague sense of unrest and worry. As soon as she got off the train, she telephoned her home and learned of her father's serious illness. She boarded the next train for home. 2. You can use magnetism for many different purposes. To magnetize others, as we have learned above, to attract people to yourself that you like, or to attract money and material things. To show how this magnetic attraction works in one's life, let me tell you of an instance where magnetism attracted a famous movie star to me when I was an unknown, struggling for recognition in Hollywood. It was the year of the Great Depression, and I had gone to Hollywood, but could not find work. Finally, I took a job in a photographic studio with Edwin Bauer-Hesser, a famous photographer of movie stars. I had concentrated my mind on meeting Mary Pickford for at least a year before going to Hollywood. At that time, Miss Pickford was known as America's sweetheart, and every boy and man in the country considered her the ideal woman. Before going to Hollywood, I had studied palmistry, astrology, and other mystical arts to better understand myself and other people. One day, Miss Pickford came into the studio to have some photos taken to publicize her new picture, Coquette, which she was making with Buddy Rogers. While the photographer was preparing his equipment, I helped her pass the time by reading her palm and telling her about herself with astrology. The amazing thing, which I did not know at that time, was that I had psychically tuned in on her marital split-up with Douglas Fairbanks Sr., which was being kept a secret from the world. I told her details about her life which astounded her, and she invited me to a big party she was giving for Lord and Lady Mountbatten of England the following week. At that party, I met William Randolph Hearst, who later was to change the entire course of my life through worldwide publicity he gave my work in the mystical sciences. The magnetic attraction which I had created by concentrating on Miss Pickford undoubtedly brought about the series of incidents which led to our meeting and eventually helped fashion my entire future career. 3. Magnetize your mind by daily passing a series of pictures and thoughts through it of the people you want to meet, the things you want to do, the trips you wish to take, the money you want to attract, the new job you wish to have, the home you want to live in, the gifts and talents you would like to develop. Of course, there is more to this miracle power than merely passing the pictures and thoughts of your goal objectives through your mind. But the process of magnetic attraction must begin by having these image concepts firmly in your mind. Later, in our deeper study of magnetism on the cosmic and spiritual planes of consciousness, we shall explore this subject further. The best way to fix these magnetic thought images in your mind is to write them down where you can see them and read them over every day. This helps in the process of magnetizing them. 4. The magnetism of your brain and body can be built through a conscious regime. As magnetism is in the air all about you, it is vitally important that you breathe deeply and consciously when you wish to increase the fund of magnetism within your body. I'm able to overcome headaches and other minor physical discomforts by taking 10 or 15 deep breaths, holding them to the count of 4, and then exhaling. One can also go to sleep more easily by doing this, for it helps build the body's magnetism and relaxes the tense nerves and muscles. The first time I stepped out onto the vast stage of Carnegie Hall to deliver my first lecture in New York City, I would normally have been a little uneasy. However, having studied yoga breathing and occult sciences for some years, I quickly inhaled 10 or 15 times, charging my brain and body with vast funds of magnetism, and I stepped out onto that stage with a feeling of calmness and tranquility. Always before a lecture, I use this method for quickly recharging the batteries of my brain and body with new electrical and magnetic power. The miracle super forces of your brain are stirred into magnetic action by deep breathing, so do not neglect this vital function. Most people only breathe with the upper parts of their lungs, and the lower parts atrophy from disuse. Breathe deeply and hold the breath for 4 or 5 counts, then exhale. Do this at least 4 or 5 times a day. When you are fatigued from your work, instead of taking another cigarette or a glass of alcoholic stimulant, try the magnetic act of deep breathing. It will give you instant energy and lengthen your life by many years. The 8th key, divine inspiration. Someone has said, inspiration helps man grow wings of the soul and rise above Earth's prison house. Divine inspiration raises man even higher into the realms of transcendental peace, beauty, and joy. Anything that stimulates your mind emotionally to creative thoughts and actions can be said to be inspiring. Divine inspiration releases the miracle superforces of your higher mind to such an extent that you are given supernormal powers and energies that are unknown to the average person. All geniuses had this ability of charging their higher minds with divine inspiration and releasing a veritable flood of creative and inspiring ideas. In music, these great composers had this divine inspiration: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, and Bach. In art, divine inspiration motivated such geniuses as Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, and Raphael. In literature and poetry, divine inspiration was shown by Shakespeare, Dante, Milton, Homer, Byron, Keats, Wordsworth. In exploration and discovery, men like Marco Polo, Columbus, De Soto, and Ponce de Leon undoubtedly had divine inspiration. In science, Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Edison, Einstein, Fleming, and Salk had divine inspiration. This is only a small list of the great ones of history who were motivated by divine inspiration. In every field of human endeavor, there have been literally thousands of men and women who possess this form of inspiration in their creative works. The regime for releasing divine inspiration. 1. When you want to stimulate the miracle response centers of your higher mind, use the transcendental power of beautiful and inspiring music to aid you. This means classical and semi-classical music, not the discordant forms of new and modern jazz, which tend to overexcite the brain centers. Waltzes, Hawaiian music, and even modern ballads may be used to relax the mind and body. But for high inspiration, it has been found that the great, enduring classical compositions are best for inducing the highest forms of inspiration. It has been found that in industry, when people work with music playing in the background, their output increases, their energy level is higher, and there is a decrease in fatigue and in accidents. This proves the efficacy of music as an inspirational force to stimulate the higher response centers of the human psyche. 2. When you wish divine inspiration, align yourself with the natural grandeur and beauty of the universe. Stand at the ocean's edge and observe a sunrise or sunset. Look up at the lofty mountaintops and visualize the peace and serenity to be found there. Observe the sun, the moon, and stars, and project your mind to lofty pinnacles of achievement, using these natural wonders as ideals and inspiration. Be aware of spring with its rich verdure and multicolored blooms. See the power and majesty of flowing rivers and placid lakes, reflecting the blue of the heavens and fluffy white clouds. Stop your work occasionally and walk in a park if you live in the city. Go to a botanical garden, a zoo, or some nearby field, and let your mind be inspired by the richness and variety to be found in nature. This will help recharge your mind and body with energy and bring you a sense of serenity and peace. 3. Divine inspiration can be released within your mind by a study of the great religious books of the world. You should make it a point to learn what all the great teachers and prophets have taught. Study the Christian Bible, the Talmud, the Quran, the Buddhist Bible, and any other spiritual revelations that interest you. 4. Memorize quotations from the Bible, which you can repeat daily when you feel the need of divine inspiration. I have found the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm helpful. You may also use the Lord's Prayer as given in the Bible. 5. Study the transcendental philosophies of some of our great minds. The golden age of Greece was shaped by such men as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Let their inspired thinking help elevate your consciousness to new and lofty pinnacles of nobility and grandeur. Our own American philosophers, Emerson and Thoreau, are also worthy of study and emulation. 6. You can receive divine inspiration through doing charitable acts for others. Helping to inspire those who are less fortunate than yourself is a wonderful way to recharge your brain and body with new inspiration. You can also help inspire others with your smiles, words of encouragement, and kindness. 7. Prayer lifts man's soul into lofty dimensions of spirit that transcend Earth's gravity pull. Pray often during the day. Little short prayers help inspire you and energize your mind and body. 100 times a day I say little prayers like this. Thank you, God, for this beautiful day. I am grateful to you, God, for sending me such good friends. Thank you, God, for this lovely sunshine. Help me, God, to overcome this problem. God, give me guidance and inspiration to carry out this task. These are little soul boosters which keep one in constant attunement with the divine source of all life and all good. 8. The 9th key, dynamic action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. To stir the miracle response centers of your mind into creative patterns of thought, there must be dynamic action in your thinking first. Everyone has some form of action in his life, but the miracle-working kind of action is known as dynamic action. Synonyms for dynamic are energetic, vigorous, forceful. The type of thought that reaches out into time and space and stirs creative forces into motion is dynamic thought. A dynamic thought is one that you hold persistently, and that infuses your brain and body with the necessity for dynamic action. When Edison tried 10,000 times to find a substance for his electric light filament, an assistant said, "It's no use, Mr. Edison. You've tried 10,000 times and failed. You might as well give up." The great inventor, driven by some inner compulsion into a vortex of dynamic mental and physical action, replied, "Give up. Never. Now we know 10,000 things that won't work." His next experiment the following day proved successful. Regime for releasing dynamic action. 1. Emotionalize your thoughts for greater dynamic action. The nerves and muscles of your body respond to emotions that are fervent and dynamic. The lukewarm mind, that is without enthusiasm or emotion, seldom has the drive to get things done. Toynbee, the noted historian, says that the southern peoples, who lived in an atmosphere of indolence and inactivity, where the weather was extremely hot and the people became lazy, have always been conquered by the northern races, who lived in a stimulating climate that engendered dynamic action. No matter where you live, north or south, you can achieve more dynamic action by emotionalizing your thoughts. When you want something, want it urgently. When you love someone, do so with emotion. When you face a new job, show enthusiasm and happiness. When you want more money for some specific thing, flood your mind with thoughts of the things you will buy and how much you will enjoy them. In this way, you will stir your brain and body into dynamic action patterns with your emotions and make it much easier for you to achieve the things you desire. 2. Overcome the tendency to procrastinate and put things off until tomorrow. This tendency kills dynamic action, and many wonderful ideas you have will never be carried out into forms of creative action. Adopt a "do it now," and even put a sign over your desk or work table with the words "do it now" written on it. I did this for years until I acquired the habit of doing things that I wanted to put off. One of the most important letters I ever wrote, which brought me good business results, came as a result of this habit to do it now. If I had waited a week longer, it would have been too late. 3. Work with the laws of nature, not against them. You cannot burn the candle at both ends and have light very long. If you dissipate your energies, stay up late at night, gamble, drink excessively or smoke too much, or overwork or overplay, you are upsetting the law of balance in nature, and you cannot have dynamic action. Your mind and body must be kept at a peak of perfection and high energy at all times. Otherwise, you will become inefficient and ineffective in everything you do. The law of balance in nature decrees that there must be balance in everything we do mentally or physically. Balance your work by having some fun and relaxing as often as possible. Balance physical love with the spiritual needs of man's soul, the need to worship and the love of God. This cross of balance will tend to give you more dynamic action in everything you do. 4. Use the law of adaptation in your life so that you are not constantly bucking the tide. Some people spend all their time and energy opposing other people. They carry a chip on their shoulders and make enemies instead of friends. Others fight the elements or society's taboos and restrictions. These are the rugged individualists who want unlicensed freedom to act in any way they wish in a society that is rigidly regulated by codes of morals and behavior. This includes the beatnik generation who wish to wear long hair and beards and appear in public in dirty and shabby clothing. There is nothing wrong with this conduct if it does not infringe on the rights of others, but the individual who casts off all restraints and does exactly as he wishes must pay the price in being ostracized by society and losing many opportunities for improving his lot in life. Dynamic action does not mean throwing off all restraints, but adapting to the mores of society and adjusting to the existing situation as gracefully as possible. 5. Dynamic action, mentally and physically, can be implemented by applying the law of evolution to your life. You must continue to evolve, and when you stop evolving and growing, you begin to stagnate. Nature has this law in action throughout all creation. When something ceases to be useful, it is destroyed. Make it a point to keep evolving your mind and body, to maintain them in useful forms of action, as long as there is life within you. Have some mental exercise each day. Also have some form of physical exercise, which will help maintain you in a dynamic and useful condition until advanced old age. 6. Love of humanity has been one of the great master motives which has stirred countless thousands of men and women into many forms of dynamic and successful action. Father Damien worked with the lepers of Molokai for years, bringing new methods of treatment to that dread disease, and finally gave his life in that work. He was stirred to such dynamic action by his love of humanity. Mia Curie and her husband worked for 20 years in a miserable lean-to, where snow drifted through the cracks in winter, extracting minute particles from hundreds of tons of pitch blends to isolate a gram of radium. Their work was for the good of humanity, and now many people's lives are saved because of their loving sacrifice. Dr. Albert Schweitzer dedicated his life to serving the Africans in the jungles, where he brought healing to thousands. This dedicated man was inspired to dynamic action by his love of people. 7. To increase your flow of dynamic energy for all purposes in your life, have some definite goal which you are trying to achieve. This goal should be readjusted every 5 years or so, for our needs change as we grow older. With this fixed goal in mind, focalize all your thoughts and emotions on its achievement, and soon your brain and body will be flooded with dynamic energy that will inspire you to dynamic action. Elsewhere in our study, we have given some worthwhile goals which everyone is trying to achieve. The 10th key: metaphysical divine love. Master metaphysician Jesus said, "A new commandment I give unto you. Love ye one another." The old law had been an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, a law of revenge and hatred. Undoubtedly, the profound changes civilization experienced after this law was released could be traced to this new philosophical concept of divine love. There are many different types of love. Elsewhere in our study, we learn of the healing power of love and also the need for physical and emotional love in our lives. The most potent type of love for stirring the miracle superforces of your mind is divine love. The human soul searches throughout eternity for its divine counterpart, God. Our earthly experience is a constant quest for our physical mate, for purposes of procreation and carrying on the race. However, the soul has its hunger and its need also. It is for divine love, the divine romance in which man, in the generic sense, searches for his lost half, the God consciousness in a cosmic love that extends throughout eternity. When man once discovers this divine love, he becomes complete and fulfilled. The love of God transforms and transfigures all humanity into the radiant divine image of God himself. How to release divine love? 1. Do little loving things every day of your life for your friends, relatives, and neighbors. These little kindnesses gradually build the habit pattern of divine love within your consciousness, and in turn, attract loving actions from others. 2. To build the divine love concept, you must first rid your mind of the consciousness of hate, envy, resentment, jealousy, and malice. Whenever such a negative thought enters your mind, say to yourself, "I now supplant this negative thought with the thought of divine love." Soon you will have rid your mind of these deadly negative thoughts which counteract divine love. 3. It is not enough to love only our friends and relatives. We should extend divine love to everyone in the entire world. I know it is difficult to hold this cosmic concept of love, for there have been so many enmities throughout the centuries in countries that have long been oppressed by their enemies. Many people hate the Germans, the Japanese, the Russians. The Greeks hate the Turks because they occupied their country for 400 years. Rationally, we can understand such reactions, but spiritually, we cannot condone hate of any kind. We must try to rationalize our reasons for hating and then work out a pattern of forgiveness and divine love, so we do not come under the negative emotional effects which hatred engenders. A girl who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for some time had the most radiant and beautiful expression on her face. I became curious as to why she was so magnetic and attractive. Her features were not too beautiful, but there was a spiritual quality within her that transcended the physical. One day I asked her for her secret of loveliness. She smiled brightly, opened a gold locket hanging on a chain about her neck, and showed me the inscription inside. Whom, not having seen, I love. Then I understood the reason for her spiritual beauty and serenity. She loved the entire world and its inhabitants with divine love. 4. Every time you meet someone that you want to hold and interest, practice projecting an invisible golden line between your mind and theirs. Send out the thoughts on this golden cord. I love the divine in you, and you will love the divine in me. People sense our thoughts, and they will instantly respond to thoughts of love and kindness. Another young lady who came to my lectures told me in an interview with her that she could not attract the right type of boyfriend. She wanted to marry and have children desperately, but all the men she attracted seemed so physical and animalistic that she had withdrawn into a shell of solitude and no longer went out on dates with boys. I gave her this golden cord concept and told her to radiate divine love rather than physical or emotional love. She left my office a changed person. Within 1 month, she had 3 proposals of marriage from fine men. Later, she made her choice and married. She now has 3 beautiful children, and her entire life has changed. 5. Your mental states show on your face and in the contours of your body. In order to show to the world the image of divine love, begin at once to change your facial expressions from anxiety, fear, worry, and hate to expressions of love, confidence, peace, and poise. To do this, stand before your mirror and study the various expressions that come onto your face with various emotions. Think of something you hate. Notice how the face assumes an ugly mask. Fear and worry do the same thing. Now change your thought. Think of someone or something that you love. See the uplifted expression of the cheeks and mouth. When you meet people you want to attract or impress, carry the expression on your face that you have when you say, I love you. 6. Another important way for stirring the consciousness of divine love from within is to memorize beautiful and romantic poetry. The electrical pulsations from your mind to your face tend to set the mold of your expression in the form of the thoughts you habitually think. Emerson said, "What you speak so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." To shape the inner consciousness so its radiations are romantic and beautiful in your face and form, absorb the beauty and meaning of romantic poetry. Learn Elizabeth Barrett Browning's beautiful poem, How Do I Love Thee, in its entirety, and say it often when you wish to become inspired with divine love. Study the poems of Keats, Shelley, and Byron, also the love sonnets of Shakespeare. 7. Learn to be a lover of beauty in life, and soon you will reflect beauty in your soul. This soul beauty transcends physical beauty and will make you radiant and beautiful. Chapter 9. The metaphysical miracle power used by the world's richest men. What miracle power is used by men and women who accumulate a fortune? Do they possess some special secret miracle power which makes them different from others? Have they learned how to tap a hidden vein of gold, a vast reservoir of mental and spiritual power with which they can convert their ideas into a radiant golden stream of riches? In our study of this miracle power for building a fortune, we shall explore the ancient secret of the alchemists who tried to convert base metals into gold. They failed, but the principle of transmutation they used is a solid one, and this law of transmutation is behind all great riches. This secret power of transmutation is in all of nature, and we see it at work in the soil. When we put a seed of wheat or corn into the ground, nature transmutes it into a pint of grain. Plant a pint and nature gives you back a bushel. The law of the harvest is to reap more than you sow. Nature knows the alchemist's secret of transmutation well. She takes black soil and fashions golden apricots and pink watermelon. From green grass, the alchemist of nature produces white milk and yellow butter. From the same patch of soil, this miracle force in nature will yield corn, apples, wheat, potatoes, and cotton. What strange secret power is in the soil that can give such a diversity of riches from the same elements? Metaphysical alchemy. Secret of the ages. Throughout the ages, there have been men and women who knew how to use metaphysical alchemy to achieve miraculous results. With this superpower of divine mind, they were able to wrest a fortune from nature. They were able to convert their ideas into material substance. They knew how to use the hidden forces of nature to create new substances like nylon and plastics. They discovered the hidden reservoirs of wealth and brought forth oil, coal, steel, and gold from the hidden places of earth. They tapped giant trees and from their resources created mansions and skyscrapers, and from their sap brought forth sugar and rubber. However, nature does not yield her priceless treasures to man easily. There must be a regime of work and study of the laws of nature. There must be a willingness to give something to the universe in return for what we are to receive. Nature does not give man anything. Man must pay a price for all these priceless treasures. Metaphysical alchemy, the secret power of the ages, may be used in your own life to convert your ideas into golden treasures, if you wish to become rich. Or you may use this secret miracle power, as so many geniuses of history have, to achieve some worthwhile goal through releasing your creative talents in other ways. Everyone does not want to become a millionaire. Many people are satisfied to have a comfortable income and security for old age. Such people may still benefit from a study of this metaphysical alchemy, for with this power of transmutation, they may convert their time, thoughts, energies, and efforts into substantial rewards that will sustain them comfortably throughout life. 16 Gold Keys to Metaphysical Alchemy. We shall study the lives of some of the world's richest men, past and present, and see how they have used our 16 gold keys to metaphysical alchemy. In each instance, you will discover these successful men have used one or more of these gold keys to unlock the secret doors to the treasures of the universe. Vision, courage, organizational ability, willingness to take chances, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, sharing their wealth, thrift, integrity, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, persistence. Everyone has had an idea at some time in his life, which, if followed through, might have produced a fortune. The only difference between the richest men in the world and ordinary people is that these men followed through with their creative ideas and used one or all of the above 16 golden keys to riches. Let us study some of these successful men's lives and see how they applied the principle of metaphysical alchemy to their ideas and lives. The key to the Rockefeller fortune. Perhaps one of the most outstanding fortunes in the entire world is that of the Rockefeller oil empire. The late John D. Rockefeller Sr. transmuted his ideas into a vast worldwide financial empire that is still blessing millions with its productivity and products. What keys did Rockefeller use to transmute the products of Earth into billions of dollars? Vision was the first golden key that Rockefeller used in this process of transmutation. Back in the early days when the automobile was still in its infancy, he had the metaphysical vision to realize that one day the wheels of industry would turn with oil. He obtained oil leases on land that was useless on the surface and harnessed the natural resources of the earth by drilling oil wells. Anyone else who had vision could have done the same thing. Vision was the key to the Rockefeller fortune. However, Rockefeller used other keys that are given in our list. He had great organizational ability and formed a company which he headed. He also showed a willingness to take chances, number 4 on our list, and risked his capital, which he had to first borrow on this extremely hazardous undertaking. He showed enthusiasm, an expansive mind, numbers 5 and 6 on our list. He had thrift and integrity. He also exhibited good judgment and the ability to make the right decisions. He shared his wealth. Millions of people have been helped by the scientific and medical discoveries of that altruistic organization, the Rockefeller Foundation. He also used the last three keys on our list: determination, patience, and persistence. Rockefeller loved his work. He was at his desk early and remained until late at night, personally taking care of the thousands of details that came up daily. He continued this habit of work until he was in his 90s. His enthusiasm gave him amazing glandular stimulus that carried him successfully through periods of illness, worries, and problems that might have floored a weaker-willed person. Andrew Carnegie and his golden touch. It is said of Andrew Carnegie that he possessed the golden touch. Everything he undertook turned out successfully. This was no accident. It was the result of painstaking care and effort, coupled with an intuitive sense that was almost psychic. In his youth in Scotland, Carnegie was extremely poor. He had one great determination early in his life. It was to be a great success and make a vast fortune, so he could help the world in some way. His desire to become rich was not motivated by greed and selfishness. He had a great desire to give his poor family the comforts of life, as well as to share his wealth with the world. Carnegie exhibited vision as an early trait. When he came to America, he saw the great possibilities of an expanding economy in a new country, where the industrial and motor age were booming. Carnegie fastened his mind on steel as the foundation of his future fortune. He used golden key number 5, an expansive mind, and first accumulated all the knowledge he could regarding the production and refinement of steel products. He worked hard and observed everything carefully. He worked in a steel mill where he got first-hand experience, and gradually worked his way to the top of his own company. He showed qualities of organizational ability and good judgment in hiring good men to head his organization. He founded his own steel company and obtained financial backing from banks because of his integrity and ability. Gave away hundreds of millions. After building his vast fortune, Carnegie gave away hundreds of millions of dollars. One of his greatest gifts was 1,200 public libraries throughout America. This golden key number 7, a desire to share his wealth, was the key to Carnegie's character and one of the reasons why he succeeded. He also founded Carnegie Hall, a cultural institution that has brought priceless treasures to New York City for many years. He had numerous other philanthropies and charities which he supported. He believed that wealth should be distributed for the good of all mankind, and that it should be used to help humanity. His own life was a living example of this creed of generosity. Andrew Carnegie used every one of our 16 golden keys to perform the metaphysical miracle of building a vast fortune. The Hearst Publishing Empire. The great publishing empire that was built by William Randolph Hearst was based on the 16 golden keys we are studying. Hearst was left a considerable fortune by his father. He took this money and bought up newspapers and magazines until he had established himself as the most powerful publisher in the world. Hearst transmuted ideas into a steady stream of gold that made him one of the world's richest men. What metaphysical miracle power did he use? Hearst started with the golden key of vision, first on our list, for he realized that a growing America would need newspapers and magazines to keep itself informed on worldwide happenings. He used keys number 3 and 12, for he had great organizational ability, and when he chose Arthur Brisbane to become his editorial assistant, he showed good judgment. It was Brisbane who helped Hearst give America the type of journalism it seemed to want. He appealed to the masses with sensational headlines and exciting stories of sex, scandal, and crime, which sold millions of copies of papers. Other golden keys on our list that Hearst used to build his vast fortune were courage, an expansive mind, enthusiasm, loyalty, intensity of desire, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Onassis, the Golden Greek. Aristotle Onassis is known as the Golden Greek. He started life as an ordinary seaman, rose to a position as an officer in the Greek Navy, and learned all about ships and the sea. He had vision, the first key on our golden list. He realized that modern shipping of goods was too expensive. If he could find a way to use cheaper labor, fewer men, and faster ships, he could make a fortune. He obtained financing, and soon had a vast fleet of ships sailing around the world. He is now one of the world's largest ship owners, and his fortune is estimated to be nearly $1 billion. What keys did Onassis use in his climb to fame and fortune? In addition to vision, he showed tremendous determination, 14 on our list. He had courage, willingness to take a chance, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, good judgment, the ability to make the right decisions, and patience and persistence. All these factors combined aided him in his rapid rise to a vast shipping empire. Courage, the key to Henry J. Kaiser's wealth. The main key to the vast fortune built by Henry J. Kaiser is courage. When the government needed ships rapidly in order to win the war in the South Pacific, every builder said it would take months to ready the vessels. Kaiser had the courage and vision to promise the ships within 30 days. This was an impossible feat, and everyone expected him to fail. Kaiser brought the assembly line methods used in manufacturing cars to the shipbuilding field. Within 30 days, the Liberty ships that helped win the war were rolling off his assembly lines. What miracle powers did Henry J. Kaiser use? In addition to courage and vision, this creative genius used the metaphysical keys of organizational ability, willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, integrity, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. The new millionaires of Hollywood. Spectacular successes are the exception, not the rule. However, in the make-believe land of Hollywood, this same metaphysical miracle power of mental alchemy has worked to create new millionaires. In the old days, when movies first began, such people as Harold Lloyd, Charlie Chaplin, Mary Pickford, Griffith, DeMille, Goldwyn, Zanuck, Selznick, and many others rose to positions of fame, power, and riches overnight. In almost every one of these great careers, the golden metaphysical keys we have listed were used. The miracle power of mental alchemy is not dead today. It is as alive and powerful as it was in the days when the above made their fortunes. They say that Frank Sinatra is worth approximately $35 million. What golden keys did he use? He had vision, courage, a willingness to take chances, enthusiasm, intensity of desire, good judgment, determination, and patience. When his career as a singer had run its course, everyone thought he was a has-been. However, he persisted and had a great desire to become a dramatic actor. When the picture, From Here to Eternity, was being cast, he convinced the producer and director of that picture that he should play the leading dramatic role. His success in that part won for him an Academy Award, and he went on to become one of Hollywood's brightest stars and a very rich man. Today, he owns his own record company, a motion picture producing unit, and far-flung interests and properties, including his own private airplane. He is the friend and confidant of presidents and industrial giants. Truly, the metaphysical alchemy he used worked miracles for this unknown Italian boy who started life with 9 strikes against him. Bing Crosby's story is somewhat similar. The famous singer used most of the 16 metaphysical miracle keys we have listed, especially vision, courage, and persistence, to achieve a permanent spot in Hollywood's bright firmament of stars. Walt Disney's $1 million consciousness. One of Hollywood's most outstanding examples of how to build a $1 million consciousness through the principles of mental and metaphysical alchemy, which we are studying, was Walt Disney. Through the chemistry of his mind, he wove the warp and woof of a tapestry of dreams which poured a steady golden stream into his coffers. The metaphysical mixture he used was one of vision, courage, organizational ability, enthusiasm, an expansive mind, loyalty, intensity of desire, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, determination, patience, and persistence. Not only did Walt Disney grow rich and famous, but he enriched the world with the magic he discovered, a magic which he infused in all his productions. He never knew a failure because he first built the consciousness of creative mind, and this in turn enriched his life, as well as the lives of millions throughout the world. The magic of a creative idea. Mental alchemy begins in the magic of a creative idea. When we say the name Sears Roebuck, we envision a multi-million-dollar organization, begun with the idea that was new in mail-order merchandising in the minds of two men, Sears and Roebuck. They used all of the 16 golden keys given in our study to build a most successful merchandising empire. When you think of rubber, you think of Goodrich or Firestone. When you think of drugs, you automatically think of Liggett. Revlon calls to mind Charles Revlon. Chrysler Corporation brings to mind the creative genius of Walter Chrysler. Lipton brings to mind tea, Ford automobiles, Hilton hotels, Wrigley chewing gum, Helena Rubinstein cosmetics, Arbuckle coffee. Always the vision of some man or woman has been responsible for a new product, or new methods of merchandising an old product. Each of these vast fortunes, represented by the products associated with their names, was created from the mental alchemy of an idea that was projected by the person for whom the product or company was named. In each instance of the above companies or individuals, our 16 metaphysical golden keys were used to create the product and the company. Can one become a millionaire today? Many people complain that in the old days, when most of the world's great fortunes were made, there were no high taxes and anyone could become a millionaire. Today, they argue, it is difficult, if not impossible, to become rich. Let us examine this theory more fully in our study of how to put to our own use the secret miracle power employed by the world's richest men. Let us briefly study 6 examples of new millionaires who were recently interviewed on David Susskind's television program, Open End. The program was called Money Talks. Edward Lamb began as a corporation lawyer early in his career. He ran for the Senate on the Republican ticket and was defeated during the Depression years. He became vitally interested in sociological problems during the lean years of the 30s and became associated with the labor movement. He has represented all 77 of the national and international labor unions. He believed that the road to riches lay in the direction of serving mankind. Later, Mr. Lamb went into the newspaper publishing business and gradually built a $50 million empire of many and diverse interests. When he was asked, "How does it feel to be rich?" he replied that one does not actually ever feel rich, for one's wealth is always measured by the size of one's debts. His incentive in life is the fun of accomplishment, the desire to serve humanity, and a natural instinct to want to be on the winning side. Mr. Lamb has used all of our metaphysical golden keys in his rise to fame and fortune. Tremendous responsibility of riches. Mr. Marvin Crater is president and chairman of an enormous brewery. He recently bought Ebbets Field and built the new Rupert's Brewery on the valuable property. Mr. Crater stated, 1, that wealth was a tremendous responsibility to the person who had it. What was Mr. Crater's incentive to wealth? He started life under humble circumstances, but he had a tremendous desire to advance his interests so he could afford the comforts of life. Wealth, he declared, is comforting, but you cannot stop easily when you have made the first million. Something in the human spirit, a desire for more power or an involvement in the destinies of others, continually impels one forward, no matter how many millions he has. Mr. Crater stated that a person who has made a fortune has a moral responsibility to his employees, his stockholders, and those who share in his products and profits. This responsibility extends to the public, the source of all wealth ultimately. Wealth, he believes, imposes restrictions and obligations which cannot be taken lightly. $60 million in assets. Louis Lesser is another new millionaire. He has control of assets which total $60 million. He rose from a door-to-door salesman of magazines to become the owner of numerous oil wells and chairman of the board of Lesser Corporation. His incentive to wealth came when he was a young man. He wanted to make $1 million so that he could quit and travel around the world and enjoy life. He explained that when he'd reached that goal and had made his first million, he became involved in so many ventures that he could not stop. He warns against greed as a motivating force to fortune, stating that this negative emotion often destroys those who exercise it. After he'd made his vast fortune, Mr. Lesser began to give his money to many charitable organizations, including the City of Hope and other groups. Mr. Lesser certainly used most of the golden metaphysical keys given on our list, especially those of vision, courage, determination, sharing his wealth, and persistence. From $250 to millions. Mr. Wallace Johnson, who runs 50 corporations, including the fabulous Holiday Inns, borrowed $250 when he was a young man. With this money, he went into his first business venture. Through hard work, shrewd investments, and knowing what the public wants, Mr. Johnson snowballed that original small capital into a multi-million-dollar fortune and businesses that span 50 different corporations. His secret of wealth: give the public value for their money. Be aware of the public's needs, and then fill those needs with products that are as good as you can possibly produce. He said, "Success? I am still looking for it and working very hard." Perhaps in those words is the true incentive which has made Mr. Johnson a multi-millionaire. He drifted into a fortune of $120 million. Perhaps the most startling success story of all these 6 new millionaires is that of David Murdoch. When he was a very young man, he drifted from job to job, not sure of where he was going. One desire he did have, however: to become rich. In 1946, something impelled him to go to Phoenix, Arizona, and there he laid the foundation of his future fortune. His investments in real estate and other business ventures, his faith in the great destiny of the West, and his overwhelming desire for achievement were the keystones to the building of his vast fortune. He surely showed vision, determination, courage, good judgment, ability to make the right decisions, an expansive mind, and determination, patience, and persistence in his climb up the ladder of success. The challenges of life spurred him on. Thomas J. Bullock started out to seek fame and fortune at the age of 26. Something told him that his destiny would be fulfilled in New Mexico. The country teemed with hidden possibilities, which could make one rich if one had the vision and foresight to see it. In the barren desert land of that arid state, Mr. Bullock discovered oil, and he was on his way to achieving his boyhood dream of success. Mr. Bullock wanted to serve the people of the state that had made him rich. He successfully ran for governor and added new laurels to his crown of success. All life is a challenge, Mr. Bullock believes, and one must be prepared to meet that challenge by facing life's obstacles and overcoming them. He also believes that one must utilize all one's gifts and skills in converting nature's free resources into usable products that will enrich and benefit humanity. He thinks of himself as only a trustee for wealth, and that he must use money to do as much good as possible for the people he serves. Only then, he said, is one worthy of such a high and sacred trust. How to motivate the miracle power to acquire riches. 1. First, unlimited your consciousness by having vision. Know that it is possible for you to become as wealthy as you wish to be. There is no limit except that you place on yourself. The Bible says, "Without vision the people perish." Have the vision to see yourself successful and rich. If you do not want $1 million or more, then ask the divine mind within for security for yourself and your family. 2. Go to your public library and obtain books dealing with the lives of such rich men as Morgan, Vanderbilt, Astor, Baruch, Ford, Carnegie, Hearst, Chrysler, Getty, and any other men who have built vast fortunes. Study their lives carefully, take copious notes, find out what mistakes they made, so you can avoid the same mistakes. Emulate their patterns of thinking and action. Become conversant with their methods and then try to apply them to your own life. 3. Turn your thoughts inward and ask the divine mind within you for ideas, formulas, inventions, stories, creative thoughts that you can use to become rich. One idea can bring millions. The law of transmutation can work for you to turn your thoughts into gold. Build your faith in your own powers of creative mind and search within until you find the key that will help you unlock doors to the treasures of the universe. 4. Sit for 15 minutes every day for 1 month and concentrate your thoughts on nothing but money. Mentally visualize yourself receiving a large sum of money. See yourself banking it or spending it for something you want. Go through the pleasurable emotion that such good news would bring you. Plan on all the things you would do with money if you had it. Walk on the streets and look in store windows and mentally put your mark on the things you will buy with your fortune when your dream ship comes in. 5. Use the money and the possessions you now have wisely and take good care of them. This will prove to your higher mind that you are capable of taking care of a big fortune and of spending it wisely. Many people waste their money, their food, and their time. Such wasteful habits prove they are not yet ready to assume the full responsibility of having a fortune or better homes or possessions. 6. Treat your present home as if it were a palace, to prove to your higher mind that you are worthy of a finer home. Decorate it as tastefully as possible. If it is even a small room, keep it clean and neat. Enjoy its comfort and be grateful for it until you are able to build your consciousness and can move into a new apartment or house that will fit your expanded consciousness. 7. Every time you spend $1 or some bigger bill, write in the white margin these words: I bless this. Under the law of the harvest, realize that every dollar you give out will return to you tenfold and enrich you. This is especially true of money spent to help others. The tithing principle used in church is an excellent one to bless your money and to multiply it. This spiritual principle can help you enrich your mind and your pocketbook. 8. Build your consciousness of wealth. Read the stock market news every night and learn the figures and facts about some of the biggest stocks in the big corporations. Do not hate Wall Street and rich people, for this will raise a mental barrier and keep you from ever getting rich. We cannot attract that which we despise, so turn your mind to trying to understand higher finance and the way the market works. The capitalistic system has made America one of the richest and most respected nations in the world. Millions of Americans have a part in American industry, and such big businesses as American Telephone, General Motors, Ford Corporation, Radio Corporation of America, Standard Oil, and Chrysler are really owned by the people who own the stock. Have a desire to become a part of this vast network of creative thought and learn all you can about industry and financing. Soon you will find the means to make investments that will pay you rich dividends in the future. 9. Sit down every night for the next week and ask Divine Mind to give you 3 ideas for improving your position in the world. Have a piece of paper and pencil with you in these periods of meditation, and give yourself at least a half-hour session each time. Write down on the paper ways in which I can improve my life. Then, after asking Divine Mind for guidance, sit still and wait for the inner prompting which will come. Write down your thoughts and read them over the next day. Keep this up for a week and see what results you obtain. 10. Visit your local public park and sit on a bench or walk about and survey it. Mentally tell yourself that you own this valuable piece of property. It is your own private estate, and you are enjoying it as if it were really your own. This exercise will give you a sense of possession and pride of ownership. Actually, you do own that park as much as any of the other people who walk there and enjoy its beauty. The fact that it does not have a fence around it, or that you don't have a deed to it, should not keep you from enjoying it. This exercise will expand your consciousness and vision. 11. Do the same thing with your public library and art gallery or museum. These public institutions endowed by wealthy men belong to you. Use them, enjoy them, be grateful for the treasures they possess, and enrich yourself at the fountains of knowledge, inspiration, and beauty which they possess. 12. Ask yourself, am I using my time wisely? Time is golden. It is the very essence of life and success. The precious hours that you may be wasting could, under our alchemist's law of transmutation, be turned into priceless treasures through the creative genius of your mind. Ask a millionaire on his deathbed which he'd rather have, another $1 million or a few more moments of time. He would choose time rather than money. With your spare time, go to evening school, study books, or take a home correspondence course in some subject, which can pay you rich dividends in the future. 13. By using this metaphysical formula for achieving riches, you will undoubtedly attain financial security in your future life. If you do not attract millions, do not feel you have failed in life. Count your blessings. If you have your eyesight and hearing, you already have $1 million in value. If you are happy in love and have a beautiful family, you know true riches. If you have peace of mind and contentment, you are probably better off than most millionaires. If you are in work you enjoy and have a bright dream for the future, you are already rich in the things that count in life. If you have your health and enjoy life, you would not trade places with a millionaire who is sick. If you are aware of the beauty of a sunset, of the ocean's dim horizons that beckon with hidden adventure, if you thrill to the song of a meadowlark, or laugh with the cadence of a flowing brook as it wends its way to the sea, you are in tune with cosmic beauty, and your soul knows true contentment and peace. If you love God and humanity, you already possess infinite treasures. Count your blessings and have faith that you can attract to yourself everything you will ever need to bring you peace, contentment, and fulfillment of your destiny. Summary. 1. The miracle power used by the richest men in the world and the ancient secret of the alchemists. 2. Metaphysical alchemy, secret of the ages. The superpower of the divine or cosmic mind in man. 3. The 16 golden keys to metaphysical alchemy set out in detail. 4. The magic of creative ideas and how one can become a millionaire today. 5. 6 new millionaires and how they used these secrets. 6. How one man drifted into a $120 million fortune. 7. How you can motivate your metaphysical miracle power to acquire riches. Chapter 10. Mastery of life achieved through metaphysical power. The illumined souls of the past who have conquered the forces of life are called masters. Such inspired teachers as Moses, Abraham, Christ, Buddha, Confucius, and Zoroaster were called masters because they had acquired complete control of the invisible forces of life and had learned how to direct them into creative channels. These great teachers could use the invisible metaphysical power they tapped to perform miracles of healing or to supply the needs of life. They not only controlled themselves, but they also controlled the forces of life as well as the people around them. You can become a master metaphysician by using the same higher creative faculties of mind and soul that these masters used to produce their miracles. Step by step, you can rise in power consciousness until you have achieved complete mastery of life through this metaphysical power we shall now study together. The mystical life forces that surge within your mind, body, and soul are the same as those which motivated the great teachers of ancient times. This metaphysical power is as alive and as compelling today as it was centuries ago. In fact, with our modern scientific knowledge and our advances in all fields of learning, we can utilize this higher metaphysical power to better advantage today than ever before. Divine science, the lost art. There is a divine science which is above the physical and material sciences that man uses in his laboratories, and which has produced such miracles as the splitting of the atom and our exploration of space. Divine science is the lost art of the ages. There is a consciousness in man's soul, which is known as soul perception, which is even greater than the consciousness possessed by the conscious and subconscious minds. When you once learn how to tap this strata of the divine mind of the cosmos, you can discover secrets that are reserved only for those who are initiated into the divine mysteries of the universe. Locked in the cells of man is the divine pattern that God has placed in his universe for all creation. When man reproduces his own kind, he does not have to search for a blueprint to create another human being. This mystic design is in every cell and atom of the living, vibrant, created universe. A blade of grass knows how to reproduce itself perfectly. An orange has this mystic pattern for creating another orange within its innermost depths. Think of the miracle of that golden fruit, encased by a protective shell to keep insects and animals from destroying it, holding in its hidden depository the precious seed for its perpetuity, and encasing in its innermost dimensions the sweet distillation of sun and soil and heaven-sent rains. This is a profound metaphysical miracle which all the science and skill of man-made knowledge cannot describe or duplicate. God's secret power in the invisible. God has placed his secret power, the metaphysical creative principle of life, in the realm of the invisible. Here it is that all the forces of nature are at work. Here, in the realm of the invisible, man may work to control his life forces and the universe in which he lives. Great magnetic and electrical currents exist in the invisible realm where they work their magic in the sea, in the soil, and in the atmosphere in which man exists. Powerful forces of capillary attraction exist in the earth. Gravity pull with its vast magnetic fields controls the tides of the oceans. Electrical currents touch off thunder and lightning storms and control our weather. Vast stellar forces exert a powerful influence on our Earth. Radio, cosmic, ether, and radioactive waves bombard our planet from outer space, and yet all these forces are perfectly balanced and sustain life on this Earth in perfect harmony. Man's mind exists in this universal dynamo of power, working in its own dimension of time and space, and it may channel any or all of these invisible dynamic forces and use them to perform miracles of all kinds. Mastery, the path of achievement. In order to achieve any goal in life, there must be complete mastery of the self and of the multitude of invisible forces which surround us on this planet. The regime of mastery must begin with the self, for it is through the self that consciousness of cosmic awareness. The great teachers could control and master the invisible and mysterious forces of life, because they first learned how to master their own thoughts, their emotions, their spiritual powers of meditation, concentration, and projection. The 6 realms of metaphysical control. There are 6 realms of metaphysical control. You can achieve complete mastery of your mind, your environment, other people, and the invisible forces of life when you once exercise these 6 realms of control. First realm of control. Mastery of your thoughts. All control of our life forces must begin with control of our thought currents. As thoughts are electrical and magnetic, they exert a powerful effect on our brains and on our bodies. They also go out into time and space and affect other people. The person who has control of his thoughts can direct tremendous forces and exert a powerful influence on his body, his environment, and on other people. The body's health is determined to a great extent by the thoughts one thinks. In modern psychosomatic medicine, which has to do with the effect of the thoughts and emotion on the physical body, it has been found that almost every type of human disease can be caused by man's destructive and negative thoughts. Just as disease can be induced by destructive thoughts, so too, health can be created in the body cells by the judicious selection of positive, life-giving thoughts, and healing can take place in the sick when their thought atmosphere is changed from a negative one to a positive one. Proof of the power of thought. A woman who had a benign tumor in her abdomen, which made her look as if she was pregnant, was given thought control through autosuggestion that her tumor would shrink and gradually disappear. This type of autosuggestion was given by the woman to her higher mind every night and morning for a period of 3 months. At that time, the tumor had shrunk to the size of one's fist. A man who had sugar diabetes and had to take daily shots of insulin to keep his blood sugar reduced was given autosuggestions telling his higher mind that his body would begin to secrete insulin. He kept up these autosuggestions, and within a month he lessened the amount of insulin taken. Within 3 months, his body was secreting enough insulin so that he could discontinue the injections of insulin entirely. Doctors always hasten to point out that all cases do not respond to this type of autosuggestion, but even if a few cases respond, it proves that there is some power within the mind of man which can be reached for purposes of healing under the right conditions. Rather than try to heal sickness, man can try to prevent it through a process of thought control and positive mental and emotional action. If thoughts can make man sick, dynamic spiritual action mentally can also heal him of sickness. Regime for control of your thoughts. 1. Sit for half an hour a day and meditate on your thought processes. Be conscious of your thoughts all during that time. At first, do not try to control them. Let them run rampant, but be aware of what is happening. You will see how uncontrolled they are, how they jump here and there without any order or control. The second day of your meditation, Try to stop the rapid changing of thoughts and select one thought at a time. Fasten your mind on that thought and think exclusively of it, and do not let go of the thought until you choose to. From an Indian guru or teacher, I learned the secret method some Indians use to achieve mastery of their thoughts. He told me to mentally visualize my brain as a tree, and my vacillating thoughts as little monkeys jumping from branch to branch in that tree. Then, he urged me to mentally pick up each monkey and put him into a mental bag. He would kick and scream and fight, but one must forcibly eject him from his perch in the tree. This process is to continue until all the monkeys are safely in the bag and the tree is free of their screaming, jumping, and chattering confusion. This is a good method to use to clear your mind of unwanted, confusing, disoriented, and negative thoughts. You must force the issue at first and eradicate all unwanted thoughts. Gradually, you will choose only those positive, beautiful, and inspiring thoughts that you wish to dwell in your mind. You will find the release of tremendous power when you have once achieved mastery of your thoughts. You will not waste all your electrical and magnetic energy on useless thoughts. You will be able to overcome worry and fear and other negative emotions that erode your mind and decrease your physical vitality and energy. 2. Now you are ready for the process of selection of suitable thoughts that you want to occupy your mind. Your destiny is shaded by your thoughts. Choose every day what thoughts you want to accompany you in your business life, your social and personal life. These should be thoughts that are inspiring, good, healthful, beautiful, opulent, joyous, expectant, and friendly. If you want to motivate people to friendly action with your thoughts, send out the magnetic thoughts of love and friendship. Emerson's injunction of how to have friends is a good one. To have a friend, be a friend. Passive love treatment to control others. One lady who came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall complained that her husband nagged and abused her constantly. She could hardly stand being in his presence because of his constant negativity and criticism. I told her how to insulate her mind against this barrage of negativity by simply saying to herself every time he was negative, "I send you only thoughts of love and kindness. You are created in the image and likeness of God, and I see only the divine image within you." She held to her course of passive love treatment for a month. She came back and told me that for some mysterious reason, her husband had begun to change in his attitude toward her. One day he said, "What's the use of my screaming at you when you greet every word I say with that vacant stare and half-smile?" The magic of love gradually transformed her husband into a peaceful, understanding man. 3. Remove the negative charges that are in many thoughts and words. Refuse to entertain thoughts in your mind of things you read in the papers of killings, accidents, disasters, and robberies. These negative charges must be removed every night before you go to sleep, or they will haunt your conscious and subconscious minds and interfere with the free flow of electrical and magnetic currents to your body cells. One simple affirmative statement, which you can say every night before going to sleep, will help you clear your mind of these negative charges. I now discharge from my mind all negative thoughts of every kind that I have put into my consciousness today. I insulate my mind with positive thoughts. I am created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. I am under His divine protection, and while I sleep, my consciousness shall be bathed with His divine love, His beauty, His peace, His radiant joy. I now consign myself to His loving care and sleep soundly and safely, cradled in His loving arms. 4. During the day, while at your work or in your home, direct your conscious minds in the choice of thoughts that you shall think. Thoughts are like guests who inhabit your house. You would not choose unruly, boisterous, common visitors to come to your home who might destroy your furniture, burn holes in your carpets, and shatter your peace of mind with rude, coarse behavior. Your thoughts are also invited guests that inhabit your mental house. They can make of your mind a palace or a hovel. The choice is up to you. You can choose thoughts that are lofty, beautiful, and inspiring, and these will give a coloration to your mind and your personality that will enchant everyone you meet. 5. Avoid saying words that are obscene or telling stories that are undignified and common. They may make people laugh momentarily, but every time they think of you, they will associate you with the obscene words you used. Maintain dignity and an awareness of your high quality, and soon people will have greater respect for you. Second realm of control, nerve energy. In the yoga philosophy of India, we learn that the life force, or prana, radiates throughout the entire body and gives one energy and vitality. When it is abused, this nerve energy is dissipated and wasted, and the body becomes weak and debilitated. The following regime must be mastered in order to gain control of your nerve energy. It will give you more power, better health, youthful vitality, and a more radiant personality. Regime for control of nerve energy. 1. Electricity and magnetism radiate from your brain centers to all the nerves and muscles of your body. If this life force is dissipated, the cells and nerves of the body are starved and suffer grave consequences that can even make one sick. To control the nerve energy, you must avoid all unnecessary movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions of 5 or 10 minutes and hold your body absolutely still. Do not move a muscle. You may have to blink your eyes at first until you have achieved control of even this function. As you hold your body in this type of rigid control, breathe deeply and hold the breath for a count of 4 before releasing it. The electricity and magnetism which radiate to your nerves is in the air about you. You must breathe it into your lungs consciously, and then after holding it for 4 counts, exhale it. You build the prana or life force through your breathing. 2. Now sit in practice and meditate on one specific part of your body. Say your right hand. Consciously move each of your fingers, closing them and shutting them at will. Then move your concentration up your arm to your shoulder. Raise the arm and hold it in rigid position above your head for a few moments only. Concentrate all your nerve energy in that hand and arm. You will feel warm currents flowing throughout your arm in a few movements of the hands, feet, and body. Sit in practice sessions. Many people have used this method for zone therapy to heal parts of their body by concentrating on sending the healing magnetic currents to the affected parts. One lady in our class work in Carnegie Hall had a son who was in the army stationed in a very cold country. He complained in his letters how cold he felt at night and how his feet nearly froze. His mother wrote telling him of the method of nerve control she had learned, and the boy tried it, sending his concentrated nerve energy to his feet. He said that in a few moments' time they became so warm that he had to put them outside the blankets to cool them. Energy flows wherever you direct your thoughts. Nerve current flows instantly where you think. Many people who have had sluggish hearts or inefficient stomachs have used this method of nerve control to direct their thoughts on the ailing organ and have achieved miraculous results in a short time. 3. To direct nerve energy to your brain for inspirational and creative power, visualize your breath as a golden beam of light which radiates up your spinal column to your head and floods your brain with its creative energy. As you breathe deeply to 10 or 15 counts, press your diaphragm and feel that the column of air is like a fountain, shooting its pranic force up your spinal cord and radiating over your brain in a golden flood of power and inspiration. Your brain will come to life when you use this exercise, and you will be able to create wonderful things. Most of our great geniuses in the arts and sciences use this secret power to turn on the inspirational nervous energy of their brain. Third realm of control. Your emotions. We have studied elsewhere in this book about the value of the emotions and how to avoid negative, destructive emotions. Now let us learn the regime for control of all the mind's and body's emotions, so we can better direct the life force for creative and constructive purposes. Regime for control of your emotions. 1. Mastery of your emotions is essential if you are to become a master of life. You cannot let your emotions control you. You must control the emotions, especially the negative ones. We know that the most destructive emotions are fear, hatred, worry, jealousy, greed, and selfishness. We also know that the positive emotions are love, joy, good, charity, forgiveness, and compassion. When a negative emotion tries to control your mind, substitute its opposite emotion immediately. For instance, when you are actively hating some person, Realize this emotion is destructive and will harm you in some way. Change the thought to one of love and understanding. If you cannot really love the person, try to understand him and reason out why he acts the way he does. Then become tolerant of the person and neutralize your hatred of him and his actions. When you feel miserable and unhappy, substitute a positive emotion in its place. Try to visualize some good that is coming to you, or some past event that brought you happiness, and by dwelling on this positive emotion, you will automatically neutralize the negative one. 2. Practice each day with a new positive emotion until you are able to build a control regime for every emotion and every day of your life. Choose a different emotion for each day and live in the conscious awareness of that emotion for that day. For example, Monday, your tranquility day. Concentrate your thoughts on remaining tranquil and calm no matter what happens. Tuesday, your day of courage. Face life's problems with courage and do not flinch from facing reality. Wednesday, your day to live with beauty. Find new beauty in your environment. Be aware of nature's beauty. See the beauty of soul in everyone you meet. Thursday, your truth day. Practice to see the truth and express the truth in your dealings with others. Friday, your day of love. This healing emotion should be expressed all day in all contacts with others. Saturday, your day of forgiveness of others' slights, sins, and offenses against you. Sunday, your day of contemplation on the divine mystery behind all life. A day of worship and prayer. Fourth realm of control. Your body. The body can make insatiable demands on your mind and time if you do not control it and its appetites. Nothing is ever perfect. It's either too hot or too cold. Appetites nag the body constantly, from a desire for food and water to a desire for sexual satisfaction. The true master learns that he must control his body early in life, or he will spend a lifetime in misery and discomfort. Regime for control of your body. The following regime is the one used by higher yoga in India for this body control. 1. Sit in the Buddha pose with your legs folded under you and your hands resting in your lap. Now concentrate the power of your mind on the area of your head. Close your eyes as you do this exercise. Visualize your head with its functions of sight, taste, smell, hearing, and thinking. See your brain as a physical organ capable of all kinds of thoughts and emotions. Hold your thoughts on your head for several moments and try to control each of the 5 senses. Be aware of your sense of hearing. Listen to the sounds in the room, the clock ticking, the sounds in the street, the distant barking of a dog, or the blowing of a siren. 2. Now concentrate on your sense of sight. Open your eyes and look about the room. Register as many objects as you can see. Hold your gaze on a spot on the wall for a count of 10. Increase it until you can hold your eyes on one spot for a period of 5 minutes or more without blinking. This may take you several days or even weeks to accomplish. Do not rush it. Take your time and achieve control of this faculty of sight gradually. Then expand your vision to inner sight. Close your eyes and see how many mental pictures you can accurately recall from your past. Hold your body still while you are performing this exercise. 3. Now concentrate your faculties on the sense of taste. Take something sweet on your tongue and concentrate on its sweetness. Do the same with salt or something bitter. Let your faculties dwell on what you are tasting and nothing else. 4. Now develop the faculty of smell. Have incense burning in your meditation period, and as this aroma floods your being, be aware of the sense of smell. Another time you may take the bloom of a flower or a drop of perfume, which you concentrate on, letting your sense impressions be concentrated on the odor you wish to examine. 5. The sense of touch should next be developed. Hold a piece of wood in your hands, close your eyes and feel its rough texture. Change it to the petals of a rose, feel the velvety softness and be aware of the difference. Change the objects you concentrate on. until you are able with your eyes closed to tell the difference between things you hold in your hands. 6. Now concentrate on your heart and its rhythmic beating. Do not try to control it. Just be aware of it in an impersonal way. Later, when you have gained control of your bodily functions, you can slow down the rhythm of your heart or accelerate it. You can do this with your blood pressure and other bodily functions at will. But for the present, just be satisfied to listen to your heartbeat and be aware of the life rhythm within you. 7. Do the same type of concentration on your stomach and its functioning. Be aware of the stomach. Visualize its workings. See the process of osmosis within that organ, which permits the fluids to pass through the walls of the intestines into the bloodstream. Be aware of your digestion for 10 or 15 minutes. Some people have been able to control their stomachs with amazing power and regulate the flow of hydrochloric acid and aid in the process of digestion consciously and at will. 5th realm of control. Other people. It is easy to follow all of the above 4 realms of control relating to the self. It is a matter of discipline and habit to gain control of your thoughts, your emotions, your nerve energy, and your bodily functions. Our 5th realm of control is a little more difficult, for it has to do with the actions of others. You cannot always control the actions of others, but you can control their effect on you and your destiny. With your mind power, you can, to a great extent, determine the people you will attract into your orbit of activity. The quality of the persons you attract as friends will, to a great extent, determine their influence on your future destiny. Choose your friends well, and when you have made your choice, use the following regime of control to make certain that your friends and acquaintances do not infringe on your privacy and affect your decisions and actions. Regime for control of other people. 1. To control other people, you must first win their respect and admiration. People will be friendly to you if you first show friendliness towards them. In social groups, where you do not know many people and you wish to enlarge your sphere of friends, make yourself known to others. Be friendly and take the initiative in breaking the social ice. They are as anxious to be friends as you are, but many times people are hampered by conventions and modesty, and will not take the first step to be friends. An example of this in my own life is an instance where I went to a big Hollywood party and saw a lonely-looking, unattractive man sitting in a corner by himself. No one paid any attention to him. They were all courting the famous stars, directors, and producers who were there. I sought out the lonely-looking man and introduced myself, not knowing his identity, and chatted with him for fully an hour. I found him amusing, well-read, and charming. When he got up to leave, he said, "I am very much impressed by you, young man, and I'd like to have lunch with you one day so we can talk some more." He handed me his card and made a luncheon date for the following week. I glanced at the card and saw that it was Irvin Cobb, the famous humorist and novelist. His taciturn appearance often kept people from making friends with him. But he had a heart of gold, a wonderful sense of humor, and turned out to be one of my best friends. Through his contacts, I was able to further my early career tremendously. 2. When you meet a person for the first time, try to fix his name in your mind for future reference. Also make it a point to talk about things that interest him. In this way, you can direct his interest and attention to those subjects that he is conversant with. His wife, his children, his work, his home, his car. These are all things that give him a sense of familiarity with you and make him like you without being conscious of the reasons why. 3. If you really want to win control of other people, try to avoid what I call rough corners in the conversation. Avoid discussing differing viewpoints in religion, politics, and other controversial subjects. When you know a person better, you can risk offending him by giving your opposing viewpoints. Get the other person to drift along with you on the conversational stream, and you'll find that it is easier to get control of his mind than if you oppose him and make him dislike you at once. 4. When you meet new friends, make it a point to try and praise something in their personality, their clothes, their voices, or something they have accomplished, which merits praise. People like flattery, and you can gain control of friends through subtle praise and flattery. One man I know who is a real estate broker has mastered this principle of control of others to a fine point. He told me his secret one day. I make every man feel like a prince and every woman like a queen, he said. I try to find out something about the person's work, and then I praise his ability and his accomplishments. It works like magic. Of course, he hastened to add, I am sincere in my praise. I really choose something that I admire about the person or his work. Otherwise, I would not sound convincing and sincere. This man has made millions of dollars in business through this simple formula to control other people. 5. When you first meet a person, get on a personal and emotional level with him as soon as possible. Remember the 4 things that mean most to everyone emotionally. A. Self-preservation. Things pertaining to food, nourishment, and general health. This is always a safe topic of conversation and interests everyone. B. Money and financial security. People all like to discuss business, the stock market, the business they are in, and other things pertaining to money. C. Love and sex. This is always a good topic of conversation, if kept on a dignified, intelligent basis. D. Ego recognition or social acceptance. When you give a person your attention and praise, you are automatically elevating his ego, and this cannot help but win his admiration of you. 6. When you are trying to win control of others, use the word you in your conversation as much as possible. Get the person to agree with you, and soon you will control the direction of his thoughts. People are conditioned to self-interest. This is not selfishness. It is a matter of early training and mental conditioning. The word you is more appealing to others than the word I. Remember this when you first meet people, and you will soon win their attention and be able to control them. 7. Encourage and inspire a person if you are trying to win his friendship and control of his mind. Too often people discourage others, and this dampens their enthusiasm and makes them withdraw into a shell. If you give encouragement and inspiration to a person, he will remember you affectionately, because this is an unusual trait. Most people knock others and tend to discourage and disparage them. The 6th realm of control. Soul perception. There is a 4th dimensional realm which is above the physical and material, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. This is the realm of the soul. Here it is that man may have divine perception if he once learns how to ascend to this lofty realm of perception and know the past, present, and future. Mystics are able to achieve miracles when they once learn how to control this vital function of the human psyche. Regime for attaining soul perception. 1. Sit in meditation for at least half an hour a day and enter the inner sanctuary of the soul by withdrawing your mind from outer material and physical things. Contemplate during that time on the divine mystery, the nature of God, the mystery of life, your spiritual identity. Let your mind be inspired by candlelight, incense, and soft music. Forget the cares and burdens of the day. Withdraw your mind from problems and worries. Hold your mind on the sacred image of the Godhead that is implanted within your own immortal soul. 2. Concentrate your thoughts on the divine mind within your consciousness. In meditation, ask this higher power for guidance in your life. Bring specific things to the attention of the Father within. This session should take about 15 minutes a day and is different from the above type of meditation, where you think only of the divine mystery. In this session, you can bring to the divine mind specific questions you want answered, problems you want solved. Ask this higher mind, just as you would a friend, what should I do? How will I solve this problem? Where can I get the money for my needs? How can I find another job? Should I marry this person? Should I move to California? Then sit in the silence and wait for the inner self to answer. Sometimes the soul perception does not occur immediately. Do not get discouraged. Go about your regular activities, and suddenly, like a flash of inspiration, the answer will come. Soul perception gives you clues as to your future events, persons you will meet, and trips you will take, long in advance of the materialization of the actual physical or material event. 3. Soul perception comes when we are peaceful and quiescent. Still the turbulence in your environment if you wish to receive the divine pulsations of intuition and prophecy. See how this divine force works in nature. It is in the still, secret places of the earth that the acorn sports and grows. It is within the innermost, silent places of the egg that the chick matures and grows strong enough to burst forth from its prison house. Soul perception flourishes in an atmosphere of peace and stillness. It vanishes in the presence of discord, friction, bickering, selfishness, and greed. When you want intuitive guidance for any purpose of life, surround yourself with an atmosphere of quiet, order, and harmony. Then petition the divine mind within for miracle of creativity which you desire. 4. To encourage the divine presence within the sanctuary of your soul, live in the atmosphere of divine love every day of your life. As God is love, a loving heart and soul will most certainly encourage the divine visitant that dwells in the serene and loving souls of those who are attuned to godliness. Chapter 11. How to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos. There is a vast tidal wave of cosmic power that ebbs and flows throughout the interstices of the universe. It is this creative intelligence of the cosmic mind that created all things and which sustains the universe. When you once learn how to tap the divine mind power currents of the cosmos, you will be in tune with the infinite, and all metaphysical power will be yours. Let us study the methods by which this cosmic power radiates throughout creation, and learn how we may avail ourselves of its omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. There is a miracle power in every blade of grass, and a divine mystery in every robin's egg. With all his scientific knowledge and skill, man is not yet able to duplicate the mysterious forces of the cosmos. He can, however, work with them and perform seeming miracles. See how the cosmic intelligence created trees so they could breathe in the carbon dioxide that humans and animals exhale and replace it with fresh, life-giving oxygen. See how this cosmic intelligence produces from the soil the food, the lumber, gold, oil, and coal that mankind needed to survive throughout the ages. And now, when these natural resources are being used up rapidly, future generations can be heated and motorized by the cosmic power that was released through the splitting of the atom. See what vast resources this cosmic intelligence has placed within the Earth's seas. Fish for food, gold, diamonds, and oil in abundance, which man is now learning how to extract from the Earth's seas. See the miracle of a growing tree, which gives man shelter, food, lumber, rubber, sugar, fruits in abundance, and perfume and flowers. The cosmic mind has not neglected one single aspect of man's needs in its creation of the universe. See how the divine mind power currents of the cosmic mind work in the lower forms of creation. The swallows of Capistrano always know the exact day to fly back to their nests in the famous mission. The salmon knows how to swim back upstream to spawn and complete its life cycle. One eel in the Saragossa Sea swims back 3,000 miles to where it was born to lay its eggs and hatch its young. So accurate is its cosmic memory that it never forgets the place where it was spawned. In nature, this cosmic mind has given to all its creatures protective cover and camouflage for their perpetuation. The snake is modeled and colored like its environment. The crab and the armadillo are given bony armor to protect them from their enemies. The squid and the octopus eject a stream of inky substance to conceal themselves when in danger. The puff adder blows itself up with air into a formidable size to frighten off its enemies. One species of lizard is able to detach its tail when it is caught, and later grow a new tail. There are thousands of these amazing miracles in the realm of nature. When we examine them carefully, we must be convinced that some superior intelligence is at work in the universe, which not only created all things, but sustains them with a miraculous system of instinct and built-in intelligence that automatically causes them to perpetuate their species and survive. The divine mind within man. When he was questioned about the amazing miracles that he performed, the master metaphysician Jesus replied, "It is not I, but the Father within. He doeth the work." Who was this mysterious Father within of which Jesus spoke? Obviously, it was a higher power than the master's own conscious mind, or he would not have made such pointed reference to it. Now, with our modern understanding of the human psyche and the studies made by our psychologists and scientists, we know that this statement by Jesus referred to a divine mind power which radiates in and through all human beings, and that man may tap these divine currents for all kinds of miracles. When we see the miracles of healing that are performed through the medium of prayer, faith, and spiritual meditation, we must be convinced that some dynamic superforce is set into motion in the human consciousness, which does the work of healing in the body. This divine mind power, which flows throughout the cosmos, is focalized in the human consciousness in dynamic currents, and when a person knows how to release this spiritual power, he can literally perform miracles. 5 channels through which divine mind works. In order to use this power of the divine mind, you must first understand how it works. Just as electricity was in the atmosphere for millions of years and could have been tapped by man for his use, so too, this divine mind power is available for any person who wants to use it. But first, he must understand the dynamic universal laws under which it works. There are 5 channels through which the divine mind power currents of the cosmos work. They are: 1. The conscious volitional mind, where man has the power to choose his destiny and the events of his life. 2. The sense perceptions which reveal the physical and material universe. 3. The intuitive faculties which set the divine mind into action, psyches and extrasensory perception. 4. Soul perception, man's inner spiritual awareness, in which God speaks to man in the silence of man's own immortal soul. Man's awareness of his immortality and divinity. 5. The cosmic memory, the cell's intelligence, and the storehouse of racial memories, where are stored all the chemical and cellular formulas for creating all living things in the universe. God's memory and the ultimate achievement by man through cosmic consciousness or awareness. Channel 1. Your conscious mind. The conscious mind in man is also known as the objective mind. It is this mind that makes you aware of yourself, your mental powers, and the outer objective world in which you live. It is through your conscious mind that you are aware of the cosmos and its orderly arrangement. It is in man's conscious mind that he feels the need for worship of a superior intelligence, which he has named God. It is in this realm of conscious control that you feel the need to align yourself with some vast, superior force which you intuitively feel created you and the entire universe. Your conscious mind is the mind which chooses the people who shall be in your life and who help mold your future destiny. It is also the force within you that helps you select the events that make up the pattern of your destiny. Someone has rightly said, "Destiny is not a matter of chance, but of choice." It is not something to be waited for, but rather something to be achieved. The laws ruling your conscious mind. The conscious mind can only reflect the higher power of the divine. Mind when you are aware of your true divinity. When you know that this God power is within you, as it is in every cell of the visible and invisible universe, you will become infused with a new life force. There will be new purposefulness and meaning to your entire life. There are laws that rule this conscious mind, and you must observe these laws if you wish to avail yourself of the efficiency and dynamic power that is inherent in your conscious volitional mind. 1. The law of order. The law of order is a cosmic one in that it applies to all creation. There is order in the heavens. All the planets revolve in their orbits without confusion or collision. Think of the countless billions of stars and solar systems, bigger than our own, which are involved in a cosmic scheme so vast the mind of man cannot comprehend it. Then realize that these planets have such a system of order in their workings that we set our earth clocks by them. Duplicate this law of order in your own mind. Have a schedule by which you live. Write down a list each day of the things you want to accomplish that day. Have a plan and system underlying everything you do. Keep track of your expenditures daily. Rockefeller's system, on which he built his vast fortune, consisted in jotting down every expenditure, even if it was only a few cents. The mental habits he built of order and system later extended to his vast financial empire and made him a multimillionaire. 2. The law of balance. Never let your mind race out of control, for the law of balance in nature demands that we pay a price for every excess. The law of the balance is likened to the swinging of a pendulum. The same arc it prescribes in its upward motion it must duplicate in its downward swing. When you carry any emotion or indulgence to excess, nature exacts a penalty in order to maintain the law of balance. When you do not sleep enough on one night, you must make up for it the next day, or your brain suffers from fatigue and inefficiency. An excess of alcohol or cigarettes or sleeping pills must be paid for by the body's reaction to the poisons pumped into the bloodstream, with a lowering of the body's resistance, fatigue, and a subsequent slump in all of the body's functions. The divine mind power that works through your conscious mind is a delicately balanced force and quickly withdraws when this law is upset. Each day balance work and play, love and worship, so that you do not have excesses of any one thing in any department of your life. 3. The law of rationality or reason. The conscious mind works best with the divine mind when you rationalize your actions and your mental processes. Be consciously aware of your use of your conscious powers. Know why you do certain things. Reason out the need for the physical emotion of love. Control the functions of your mind and body. Do not let them control you. Every year, thousands of Americans commit suicide because they have lost the art of rationality. Their minds get out of control because they do not make the daily effort to reason out their actions. Back of every mental cause, there must be some physical effect. When you lose a good job through some thoughtless action, reason out the reasons for the loss. Do not blame society, the government, capitalism, or communism. The cause can be traced back to your own conscious or unconscious acts and thoughts. 4. The law of attraction. What you put into your conscious, volitional mind becomes the pattern of that which you shall attract. There is a law of magnetic attraction which applies equally to the mind as well as to the body. You are what you think. Put only those thoughts into your conscious mind which you wish to externalize in dynamic forms of action in your outer circumstances of life. Think friendly thoughts and you will attract friends. If you think thoughts of enmity, hatred, and envy, you will attract people who will personalize these traits in the outer world. You have it within the power of your conscious choice to set the stage for the enactment of your life drama. Do you wish it to be a drama or a tragedy? Is it to be a romantic love story? Is it to become a comedy in which you play the part of a clown? Do you wish a stage setting of beauty and opulence, or will you select a backdrop of ugliness and barrenness in which to act out your life drama? The choice is up to you. The power of the divine mind within you will help you externalize anything that you consciously choose. Make that choice carefully, and then sit back and watch how events will shape themselves to fit your mental pattern of action. Channel 2. Your sense perceptions. It is through your sense perceptions that you are aware of the objective world of reality. Elsewhere in our study, we have learned of the importance of the 5 senses. Now let us learn how to channelize the divine mind power through these sense perceptions. In this way, you can heighten the effectiveness of your senses and achieve a greater degree of sensitivity in these areas of mental and physical action. 1. Have an awareness of your inner subjective world. Close your eyes in this practice session that should last about half an hour. Be aware of your innermost being. See with your mental vision. Try to recall sights and colors and actions in the outer world of reality. Duplicate them and project them upon the screen of your inner mind. Then do the same thing with your senses of hearing, touch, and smell. Duplicate your daily actions and apply each of your 5 senses to these fields of activity. Rerun your day every night when you go to bed, from earliest dawn to the end of the day. This inner awareness of your subjective world of emotions, sensations, states of consciousness, and perceptions will help you channelize the power of the divine mind to your every mental and physical faculty. 2. In another practice session, which should last for a full week of at least a half hour a day, Sit in meditation and have an awareness of the outer, objective world in which you live. Be physically aware of heat and cold, of the room in which you meditate, of the outer world in which you work and love and play. Run through your mind the physical emotions you experience when you eat, when you work, when you dance, when you see a movie, when you love. Take a walk through a public park or street and be aware of the physical size and dimensions of trees, flowers, buildings, and your surroundings. Be aware of form, dimension, and physical characteristics of the environment in which you exist. Notice the trees, the leaves, flowers, the formation of the grass and bushes. If you walk on the beach, notice the sky, the distant horizon, the mountains, the blue skies, the golden sunshine. In other words, make it a point to become physically aware of the entire objective world about you, just as if you were an artist trying to reproduce everything on a canvas, or an author trying to describe everything in a novel. This exercise will tend to channelize the divine mind currents to your conscious mind and increase your sense perceptions enormously. 3. Extend this awareness of your sense perceptions to your body and its needs. Consciously be aware of the form and dimensions of your physical body. Look in the mirror at yourself and study your face carefully. See what mental impressions you create in the minds of others with your facial expressions. Put onto your face the mental masks of greed, hate, jealousy, fear, and worry. See how the facial muscles respond to these negative emotions. Now change the mental mask and put on the expressions of charity, love, trust, and confidence. And see how the facial muscles pull upwards gently, giving your face a totally different expression. Channel 3. The intuitive faculties. The power of the divine mind within you is activated by your intuitive faculties. Everyone has some psychic and intuitive ability. It can be developed so that you can receive divine guidance on every move you make in life. It is possible for man to know the future, not every specific event, but the general trend of his life and destiny. See how this power works in two of nature's great miracles. You have seen a tiny pollywog in a country stream. It is a little black, squirming creature with a long tail but no legs, and certainly does not look a bit like a frog in that stage of its metamorphosis. A short time later, its tail disappears completely, and it begins to grow legs, and finally takes on its true shape as a frog. Inherent in that pollywog was the image of the frog. It can be said that lowly little creature knew its ultimate destiny. The imprint was within its body cells and whatever form of mind it possesses. The same can be said of a crawling caterpillar. It certainly does not look like a golden-winged butterfly. Some divine instinct within that creature causes it to weave its cocoon and sleep throughout the long winter, to emerge the following spring in its ultimate triumph, as a winged creature able to soar aloft in the empyrean blue. Inherent in the caterpillar was the divine wisdom and prophecy, which caused it to weave its cocoon and become a butterfly. It can be said that its destiny was known to the caterpillar. How to release divine mind through intuition. 1. Intuition is the immediate knowing or learning of something without the conscious use of reasoning. You can use this gift of divine mind consciously. Be aware that you possess psychic powers and that you can tap them at any time you wish. Call upon this power of intuition whenever you are forced to make a decision between two courses of action. Ask this indwelling Father questions and then wait for the answers. They will come, perhaps not at that exact moment, but at some later time. Many times, the answer will come through a letter, through another person, or even in a book which you are accidentally reading. I remember once I was in New York, and I wanted to find a certain book that contained valuable information for me. I could not locate it anywhere in New York. I gave the problem to my higher divine mind and then forgot it. 2 weeks later, I had to go to Hollywood on business. I walked into a second-hand bookstore to browse, and the first book I took down from the shelf was the book I had desired. This was the result of some higher mind that guided me to the object I wanted. 2. Psychic and intuitive gifts can be cultivated deliberately. The voice of the Spirit speaks universally to every cell of the universe. In the spring, the trees burst forth in foliage, and the flowers bloom under some divine instinct, which tells them it is springtime. In the soil, the seed sprouts and grows under the divine impetus to create its own kind. In man, this same divine gift of intuition works its creative miracle if we are aware of the voice of the Spirit that is constantly trying to guide and direct us. Sit in the silence for at least a half hour a day, while you are consciously trying to develop this psychic and intuitive gift. Ask of this higher divine mind specific questions, and then wait for the answers. Is this person honest? Can I trust him? Should I let myself love this person? Should I make this new business move? Should I take this trip? After you have asked your questions, sit for a while and wait for the answers from Divine Mind. If nothing comes through immediately, do not become discouraged and give up. Go about your regular activities, and the answer may come through at night, while sleeping, or during your working hours. Sometimes it does not come as a direct answer, but only as a prompting, or many times, the answer comes in the guise of another person. 3. Concentrate your psychic powers on some person you know, and let your higher mind reveal what is true about him. You can ask questions of this higher mind, and some force within you will give you the right answers. Many times, people conceal their true natures, but the higher divine mind within you knows the truth about everyone. You can penetrate the masks of others through cultivation of this higher psychic and intuitive gift. At first, you may not want to believe some of the things your higher mind tells you, but later you will find out that it was right. Haven't you, upon meeting some new person, felt an instinctive sense of not trusting him? Later, weren't your suspicions justified? 4. To cultivate this intuitive faculty of the divine mind further, sit in the silence and let mental images come through to you. These mental pictures may be of foreign countries you want to visit. They may be of a future home in which you wish to live. The mind may feel that it is jumping from place to place, but follow its workings for at least half an hour. Later in your life, some of the events that flashed upon the screen of your inner mind will actually duplicate themselves in the outer world, and you will know then that you had a psychic flash of an event that was predestined to occur in your life. A lieutenant in the South Pacific during the Second World War saw a picture of a movie star in a magazine. He fell in love with her. She was his mental ideal. He carried the picture in his wallet, and every night before going to bed, he would look at the picture and mentally visualize that they were married and living together in a beautiful home in the valley. This mental picture became so vivid in the young man's mind that he literally believed someday he would meet the girl and marry her. A few months later, he was in San Francisco at a big party. He was handsome in his blue Navy uniform, and as he walked across the living room, he saw a vision in white floating towards him. It was the girl of his dreams. She walked towards him as if mesmerized. Suddenly, they were in each other's arms dancing. She fell madly in love with the handsome young lieutenant, and a short time later they were married. This real-life romance happened to movie star Ruth Hussey, and now, many years later, the love affair that was prophesied through her husband's psychic vision has survived and brought them both the happiness and fulfillment they desired. Channel 4. Soul perception. There is a difference between psychic perception and soul perception. Psychic perception has to do with the outer world of people and events, of action and reaction. Soul perception has to do with man's inner awareness, in which God speaks to man within the silence of man's own immortal soul. It is there, within the sanctuary of your soul, that the divine mind reveals its own magnificent design for your present and future life. When you are able to tune in on these divine pulsations, you can duplicate the vast miracle powers of nature and of the illumined souls who were seers, prophets, and mystic leaders of the past. How to receive soul perception. 1. Withdraw from the world of harsh reality and create an atmosphere of soft candlelight and music. You can have incense burning if you wish. The higher spiritual faculties are often activated by such aids. This is why in many large churches there is candlelight, incense, and soft light through stained glass windows. Many times, images of sacred symbols, such as a cross or saints, are used to stimulate these higher faculties. so man may better attune himself to the sacred vibrations of the divine image. This exercise in meditation should be a daily event of 10 or 15 minutes. During such times, lock out all thoughts of problems and worries, and talk to God in the silence of your own soul. 2. Soul perception can often come to you in the midst of your everyday activities. Sometimes a great flood of inspiration will follow when you have done some good or charitable deed for another person. Often, when you view a magnificent sunrise or sunset, or some scene of grandeur in nature, like the Grand Canyon, you will feel welling up within you a deep, spiritual emotion that overpowers your senses and is so penetrating that you feel close to tears. Very often, music will have this same effect when it is transcendently beautiful. I recall the first time I saw the magnificent Parthenon on the Acropolis in Athens, Greece, in the full noon. As I stood before that ancient temple to the goddess Athena and viewed the Aegean Sea shimmering in the distance, and saw the vast, ancient, and modern city of Athens, sprawling as far as the eye could see, I felt a sudden sense of soul perception that made me aware of the march of history through that historic land where democracy was born. A feeling of cosmic awareness swept over me that made me one with all the multitude of great souls who had viewed this most inspiring monument to man's divinity. 3. Soul perception comes to you when you have a deep faith in God and His illimitable powers. You can walk with God daily, and His ever-abiding presence will guide you unerringly through soul perception. 4. When you align yourself with the spiritual qualities of the divine mind, you will also implement your powers of soul perception. These divine qualities are love, goodness, truth, beauty, forgiveness, and charity. 5. Faith and prayer put you in tune with the divine mind power that reflects throughout the universe. Man's consciousness is like the earth. It flourishes and flowers only when the sun shines upon its surface, giving it life and motion. When man is out of the consciousness of the divine cosmic mind, he blocks out the sun of spirit, and his life is barren and futile. When he basks in the golden light of the spiritual sun, he flourishes and grows wise, and his gifts and talents flower, and he blesses the earth with his creative mind. Prayer releases a golden stream of spiritual light, life, and intelligence. Dr. Alexis Carrel said of prayer that it is a force as real as terrestrial gravity. In experiments conducted by scientists and ministers, it was found that when prayer was said over wheat and corn that was planted, it yielded 2 to 3 times as much as seed that was not prayed over. In an experiment with growing things, it was found that cursing the tender young shoots made them wither and die. Loving the growing plants made them flourish and mature. There is a miracle power in the atmosphere about us that responds to prayer and faith. 6. The power of divine love also helps man channel this divine mind power to all his actions. In tests conducted by a famous pediatrician in the care of young children, it was found that children who were not given love often died in the crucial first year of life. On each baby's chart, this doctor writes, "This child is to be picked up on the hour and loved." It doesn't matter whether it is a nurse, a stranger, or the mother. The important thing is that the children who are given this type of human love grow and become healthy, happy, balanced children. Whereas when they are denied love, they seldom survive the first year of life. Channel 5. The cosmic memory. It is within the cosmic memory that God stores all the chemical and cellular formulas which He uses to create all living things in the universe. The universe is built according to a master plan, which follows a mechanical design and structure. This is basically repeated in all created objects. The atoms, which make up all matter, are little building blocks that are actually invisible. When they are drawn together by the law of gravity, they become plants, trees, mountains, moons, and stars. The entire universe is created and sustained by a flow of invisible substance, which we call spirit or intelligence. As this intelligence flows throughout the universe, obeying some higher creative command, it arranges itself in shapes and forms that are imprinted upon a sea of spiritual protoplasm. There are fewer than 100 different types of atoms in the universe. From these, arranged in millions of different patterns and designs, all creation is formed. Everything in the mineral, vegetable, animal, and human kingdoms derives from these primary atomic building blocks. Science cannot understand the power that is behind the atom. It is still a complete mystery. In metaphysics, we can begin to understand something of this mystery of creation. The cosmic memory reveals to mankind many of its innermost secrets. We now know, for instance, the basic structure of all atoms. The electron is a negatively charged particle that forms a part of all atoms. The neutron is one of the fundamental uncharged particles of an atom. The proton is a fundamental particle of the nuclei of all atoms, carrying a unit of positive charge of electricity. The nuclei is the central part of the atom, around which the other parts revolve. They are held in place by the rapidity of their motion in a gravitational field, similar to the Sun, with all the planets revolving around it in their orbits. From this microscopic structure, the atom, God builds everything from star to snowflake. The infinite variety of creation attests to the fact that some very high order of cosmic intelligence is back of all creation. Regime to tap cosmic memory. 1. Study the universe in which you live. Try to understand the processes that go on within the universe. Study the world of nature. See how growth occurs. Try to probe the secrets of nature by observation and curiosity. Some of our great scientists have probed these cosmic secrets and given to men a vast variety of new products, foods, and treasures. 2. Look at a blade of grass or a grain of sand and try to see the process of creativity, which cosmic intelligence used to fashion these elements. A scientist in France studied snowflakes for 40 years and never found any two alike. No blade of grass or grain of sand is ever like any other. Even twins are never exactly alike. The cosmic mind is an original artist that never creates any two things exactly alike. Study flowers and fruits and see how the cosmic mind fashions these delights to the eye and the palate. Take an orange or a pomegranate apart. See how nature has separated the segments with a layer of skin. How carefully she has placed the seed within the fruit, where they will not be disturbed. Try to comprehend some of the mystery of creation by a careful study of the laws under which the cosmic mind of God works in his creation. 3. Observe the law of growth that is in the universe. Then attempt to duplicate it in your own life. Your mind must grow and evolve. Your consciousness must grow from the physical to the spiritual. You must evolve through study and try to expand your interest to encompass many different branches of knowledge. 4. Work with the laws of the cosmos rather than against them. There are 3 laws which you should observe: the law of usefulness, the law of productivity, and the law of action. Any object that loses its usefulness in the scheme of things is automatically discarded by nature. Try to maintain your usefulness to an advanced old age. Keep on producing and creating all your life in some way. Have an avocation as well as a vocation, so that you can keep your mind and body constantly stimulated by new interests. Then, last but most important, observe the law of action mentally and physically. Keep yourself busy and never stop creating something for the world. This regime will assure you of keeping in tune with the cosmic mind where all intelligence resides. You will reflect more power and energy once you are in tune with the infinite mind of God through his cosmic memory. Summary. 1. The divine mind power currents flow throughout the cosmos, including yourself. 2. The miracle power is tireless in creation and is the divine mind within man, the Father within, who performs miracles. 3. The 5 channels worked out in detail through which divine mind works. 4. The laws ruling your conscious mind, your sense perceptions, and the intuitive faculties in man and how to tap them. 5. Soul perception in man and how to channel its power. 6. Power of faith and prayer to work miracles. 7. The cosmic memory and how to tap this power for creative miracles. Chapter 12. How to attain the 5 aspects of miracle healing. The miracle healing power of divine mind extends to all realms of God's created universe. We see this metaphysical power at work in nature, where the animal kingdom has a wisdom and instinct that far surpasses the intelligence of the higher human kingdom. Only when man is able to tap the powers of divine intuition is he able to attain a flow of this metaphysical miracle-working power. You will never see a horse or a cow smoking like a chimney stack. You cannot make them drink alcohol or other poisons. They seldom overstuff on rich foods and suffer from indigestion. They seem to know how to avoid most of the calamitous diseases that are the scourge of humanity, such as heart trouble, cancer, high blood pressure, ulcers, and diabetes. When an animal becomes sick, he seems to know how to heal himself. Most often he will stop eating completely and let the miracle-working forces within his own body heal him. Humanity is on a pill and miracle drug binge. Man takes pep pills to give him energy to face his day, then pills to slow him down at night so he can go to sleep. He must have his cocktails to stimulate his brain so he can finish his day without collapsing. In this mad rush from one drug to another, man begins to suffer from a gradual inability to let the natural healing forces of his mind and body take over and do the work for which they were intended, to heal him when he is sick. Doctors know of this miracle healing power. Most enlightened doctors today work with the natural healing power of nature. They know of this miracle power that God has placed within man's own mind and body cells. Often doctors may give shots of distilled water to their patients, telling them it is morphine, and that they will soon go to sleep. The patient begins to feel drowsy, and in a short time falls asleep. While he sleeps, the natural miracle healing forces of the body take over and do the work of healing. It is true that scientists and drugs have done a wonderful work in this age to help in the healing forces of the body, when the patient is too sick to help himself. We have not evolved far enough as yet to dispense with doctors and drugs. In the future, however, doctors will become more valuable to society in the preventive arts. To prevent sickness is more important than to heal it. It is also important to remember that in cases of accident, such as a broken leg or arm, there must be skillful handling of the injury if nature is to perform its healing perfectly. Doctors can assist this miracle power within the human mind and body. And in the new branch of psychosomatic medicine which has arisen in the past 25 years, it is widely recognized that the human mind can make man sick in many cases, and that it can also serve as the agency for healing of many conditions. The 5 aspects of miracle healing. Let us now examine the 5 aspects of miracle healing that you may utilize in your own life. You must first realize that healing does not apply only to a sick body. It also applies to other departments of your life. We shall study the 5 most important areas of human experience and learn how to release the miracle healing power of divine mind to these various departments of your life. The same laws and principles which pertain to these 5 aspects of miracle healing may also be applied to any other negative conditions you want to heal in your own life. These aspects are as follows. 1. Healing of the physical body. 2. Healing of personality disorders. 3. Healing of the environment. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. When we realize that there are more than 25 million people in the United States who are sick, crippled, blind, or otherwise handicapped, we must realize that we are truly a sick nation. Also consider the fact that only 1 young man out of 5 is considered fit to be taken into Army service through selective service. Then consider the millions who suffer from minor forms of incapacity, impaired vision, poor hearing, and handicaps produced by arthritis, rheumatism, and kindred ailments. Asthma, allergies, sinus conditions, these afflict millions more. America truly needs a renaissance of the miracle-working power used by the Master Jesus, who was able to perform his miracles of healing because he understood this tremendous spiritual power that God has placed within man's consciousness. Following is your unfailing guide for programs of healing in all 5 aspects. 1. Healing of the physical body. Before we consider miracle healing of the physical body, let us learn the causes of sickness. so we shall better understand the nature of man's illness. The invasion of the bloodstream by germs is one of the principal causes of sickness. If the body's energies and resistance is low, this type of germ infection seems to be more likely than if the body's resistance is high. Then the body's natural germ-fighting mechanism, the phagocytes in the bloodstream and the white cells, seem to be able to keep the invading bacteria at a minimum. Physical accidents also contribute to man's disability. Many of these accidents are of psychosomatic origin, as we shall learn, and could be avoided. Psychosomatic factors contribute to many of the world's illnesses. Many doctors are of the opinion that nearly 85% of sickness can be traced to psychic disorders, that is, emotional disturbances that involve the psyche. In a study of industrial accidents, it was found that 95% of all accidents could be traced to only 10% of the workers. In other words, this 10% of the workers who had most of the accidents had personal and marital problems, fears and worries that produced tensions and made them careless in their work. It was further discovered that this same 10% of the workers accounted for the cases of absenteeism due to colds and other pulmonary infections. Miracle healing regime for sickness. 1. Put your mind into a state of faith and confidence that the miracle healing power of divine mind can effect a healing of whatever condition afflicts you. 2. Remove the factors that might be causing your sickness. You may be suffering from some form of emotional paralysis which keeps your body from performing its healing function. Examine your mind carefully. Do you hate anyone? Are you resentful of something that rankles in your subconscious? Did something happen in love or marriage which made you bitter? A woman who suffered from asthma and sinus trouble for years was discovered to have regretted marrying the man she did. She was in love with another man, and when she lost him, she married the first man who asked her. This regret and resentment, living a lie for 20 years, made her body develop the conditions from which she suffered. After being counseled and shown the error in her ways, this woman had a miracle healing of her asthma and sinus condition and adjusted to her marriage with good results. Many cases of allergies, skin trouble, sinus and pulmonary conditions have been traced by doctors to psychosomatic factors. When the person has rid his mind of the hate, resentment, jealousy, fear, worry, or other negative emotion, the condition disappeared from the body. A positive thought atmosphere important. Maintain a positive thought atmosphere at all times. The old saying, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," aptly applies to sickness. You can prevent the eroding forces that lower the body's resistance from taking hold on your mind and body. If you keep the positive thought in consciousness that you are surrounded by the loving arms of God, and that nothing can harm you, soon you will see a change in your mental and physical condition. Whenever you have a tendency to say, "I feel terrible," change it to, "I feel great." Soon you will really feel great at all times. Too many people recount the long list of their ailments and operations and build the thought atmosphere of sickness. Do not spend your time in looking for physical symptoms of sickness. Too many people listen to their heart's beat or try to interfere with the functioning of their stomachs or other body organs. God sealed all the human organs into your body with the healing agency within your body cells. These organs are supposed to work perfectly without any interference from outside sources. In most cases of extreme emergency, where operations must be performed, there have been contributing factors to the organ's breakdown. How many gallbladders have been removed because of the person's wrong eating habits? Observe basic dietary laws. Regulate your food and liquid intake with an eye to balance and dietary laws. Get a good book on the subject of diet and health, and maintain the correct intake of foods, and your body will nourish itself and keep itself at a high level of performance. It has been found by scientists that the human body needs meat proteins at this stage of our evolution. Many people live on vegetable diets, and the Chinese and Indians live on handfuls of rice, but it cannot be said that they live well or long. The body needs meat, vegetables, fruits, and certain minerals and vitamins. It is good to study nutrition from books written by experts, so that you will maintain good dietary habits and enjoy good health to a ripe old age. 2. Healing of personality disorders. Personality disorders are of many different types. They range from self-consciousness and inferiority to disorientation and maladjustment. A sick mind can be as real and distressing as a sick body. Many people who suffer from personality disorders do not need psychiatric help. They can often help themselves if they know the causes of their condition. Following are the most frequent causes of personality maladjustment. Fear of failure. Frustration in love and marriage. Unhappiness in choice of work. Resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions. Discord and friction at home or in business. Feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. Sexual suppression and lack of fulfillment. Unresolved worries and fears. Insecurity in early childhood. The miracle healing regime for personality disorders. When you have discovered the cause or causes for your own particular type of personality disorder, set to work first to rid yourself of the cause of your condition. You should practice daily to adopt a positive course of action in handling the problem. If it is fear of failure, build your confidence by adopting the attitude that everyone has some failure in his life. Then pick little things that you can do successfully and achieve these. When you once build the mental habit of success, you will banish the fear of failure. Check back over your life every night before you go to sleep and analyze the negative or distressing emotional experiences that afflicted you in your early life. Very often, these early childhood experiences cast a pall over a person's entire adult mental and emotional life, causing symptoms that vary from stuttering to fear of speaking before an audience. Stuttering overcome through metaphysics. A young man who came to our classes in Carnegie Hall was afflicted with stammering and stuttering. In talking to him in a period of consultation, I discovered that he had been beaten by a foster mother when he was a child. When he had unburdened himself by telling me all about these distressing conditions of his early youth, I told him that he was now an adult, that his childhood was behind him, and that he must try to understand and forgive the foster parent for her mistakes. I gave this young man a series of positive affirmations which he was to repeat every night upon retiring, and when he faithfully followed this regime for 3 months, he had reached a point where he only stuttered when he became excited. It is only a question of time before he is fully healed of his personality disorder. When you discover the particular emotional block that causes your personality disorder, rationalize it. That is, reason it out with yourself, and then give yourself positive suggestions that will help overcome this condition. The following is a good suggestion for general use. I now understand the reasons for my personal problems. I now appeal to the divine mind within to take over all these personality problems and to dissolve them completely. I have faith in the miracle-working power of my higher mind. I am confident, peaceful, poised, loving, and joyous. My body operates under the power of my higher mind. It is now healthy, vital, and strong. I rest in the loving arms of God, secure and serene, and sleep peacefully, knowing I am being refreshed, restored, reinvigorated, and rejuvenated while I sleep. How hatred and resentment cause sickness. If you have any hatred or resentment within your mind for any person or any condition, try to change it to love and forgiveness and understanding. Most negative emotions create sickness. The personality can become warped through greed, selfishness, worry, fear, or hatred. Many times these negative emotions will give one symptoms of high blood pressure, heart disease, ulcers, and other physical ailments. A man who hated his business partner developed a very bad case of ulcers. He was advised to have an operation, but he was afraid, so he went to a psychosomatic doctor. When the doctor discovered he hated his business partner, he told the patient to get out of the business as quickly as possible. The man followed his advice, and within 3 months' time, he was completely healed of all traces of his ulcers. Change the emotion of hate to love whenever you have any mental or physical symptoms that cause distress. Love is a healing emotion. 3. Healing of the environment. What are the principal causes of environmental discord? Friction and disharmony often create misunderstandings. We do not like certain things people do, or they become antagonistic to us for any one of a dozen reasons. We may work in an office where there is jealousy, resentment, and envy. Or it may be that the work one does is not to his liking and he resents it. Again, a person may feel he is inadequately paid, and this causes him to chafe against his employer and his working environment. Whatever the causes of your environmental discontent, there is a regime which can bring about a miraculous healing of the negative conditions. The miracle healing regime for wrong environment. 1. Imprint upon your consciousness the positive thought that you will rise above any and all negative conditions which exist in your present environment. If you cannot change your work or the location of your home, try treating the negative conditions metaphysically. See the people you are forced to work with or live with as being created in the image and likeness of God spiritually. Try to send out loving thoughts to them. 2. Negatively adapt to any condition you cannot overcome. For instance, you may have to stay in your present place of employment because you have put into many years to make a change now, or you may be in line for a promotion or pension. Negative adaptation means simply that you will live with the condition until such time as you can more easily change it. How one girl found romantic happiness. A girl who came to my lectures told me she disliked her office job. The other girls seemed to be malicious and gossiped about her constantly. She had a bad breaking out on her face that further added to her embarrassment and feelings of inadequacy. Boys didn't ask her out on dates, and she was already 24 and was afraid she would become an old maid. What should she do? She couldn't quit her job because her widowed mother and small brother depended on her income. I told her that most of the trouble was within her own consciousness. I urged her to negatively adapt to the situation for a while, until she could take positive steps to change the conditions which caused her such distress. Her approach to life was all wrong. She began using the metaphysical principle of love and understanding. She developed a sense of humor, and when the girls made cutting remarks, she learned to turn them into a joke. Soon the other girls were laughing with her, not at her. She was less aloof in her attitude towards her working companions. After 3 weeks of this metaphysical treatment, a man she had long admired in another department of the firm asked her for a date. He fell in love with her, and they were married. I attended her wedding. She looked radiantly beautiful. Her skin had cleared up, and she was poised and well-adjusted. She is now the mother of 2 children and has found the happiness she always desired. 4. Healing of romantic and marital problems. One of the most common areas of difficulties that affects human relationships is that dealing with romance and marriage. At some time or other, every person has some such problem which disturbs his tranquility and happiness. Metaphysical miracle power can be released to heal such problems. First, let us examine these problems in the light of reason and find out the causes of most romantic and marital problems. Mismating often brings 2 people together who have no reason for marrying. What should they do in such a situation? Divorce or live together with friction, misunderstanding, and the subsequent chaos it produces for their children. Then there is the problem of philandering, indulged in by one or both of the marriage partners. This leads to jealousy, accusations, and sometimes violence. Often 2 people will suffer from sexual maladjustment, frigidity on the part of the wife, or impotence on the part of the husband. Such a problem can make a marriage miserable and must be handled delicately if the marriage is to survive. Then there is the problem of quarreling, nagging, friction, and general bad temper. This type of negative atmosphere can destroy a marriage and cause the parties concerned to suffer from feelings of guilt and misery. The miracle healing regime for romantic problems. 1. Realize that no marriage is perfect. Each person must bring to the union vast patience, love, and understanding. When problems of any kind arise, both parties should sit down and frankly discuss them, and try to think out a solution that is equitable and just. Try to rise above the petty level of human thinking into the realm of divine love, where each sees the other as encompassing the spiritual qualities of the soul that can make a marriage a blessing instead of a curse. 2. If two people have married who have little in common other than a physical attraction, they can still make the marriage a success. Unity can come in such a union by building interests in common. The parties concerned should make an effort to cultivate the same friends, the same interests, read the same books, see movies and other entertainment together, thus giving them a frame of reference for the future, which encompasses similar experiences. 3. The problem of philandering often arises after 4 or 5 years of marriage. One of the marriage partners may grow tired of the other. When these extramarital relations come to the attention of the other marriage partner, it often leads to bitter recriminations and finally, divorce. How can such a breach be healed in metaphysics? Let each partner in the marriage realize that to err is human, to forgive divine. Try to be understanding of the other's weakness. Then try to work out a basis for future understanding and harmony in love and sexual relations that give satisfaction to both parties. Infidelity led to this woman's crippling. An instance where infidelity led to a crippling condition of the wife came to my attention some time ago. The wife found out her husband had been going around with another woman, his secretary. She developed paralysis of her limbs and became a chronic invalid. Of course, the affliction was a psychosomatic one in which the woman's subconscious mind wanted to be crippled so she could punish her husband by making him wait on her. It immobilized her so she could no longer give him the comforts in the home he had grown so accustomed to. Upon examination by many doctors, it was found there was nothing physically wrong with this woman. One doctor who had studied psychosomatic medicine finally arrived at a solution. He told the husband to leave the wife in an upstairs bedroom. He advised him to have parties 2 or 3 times a week down in the living room and not to have the wife down. After the first big party, the wife could no longer stand the agony of knowing everyone downstairs was having such a good time without her. On the night of the second party, the husband heard a shuffling sound from the upstairs bedroom. Soon he saw his wife's head protruding between the banisters of the stairs, trying to see who his guests were. Within a few weeks' time, this woman had a complete healing. The higher centers of her mind, galvanized by curiosity and a desire to participate in the merrymaking, had effected a cure where doctors had failed. If sexual maladjustment should arise, owing to any one of a dozen different reasons, the metaphysical approach to the problem should be as follows. First, try to discover what the trouble is, how it had its inception, and if necessary, probe back to the early childhood of the mate to see if conditioning occurred in childhood that might have caused the difficulty. The mate should show more tenderness and solicitude in lovemaking, for very often a woman who becomes frigid in the love act has been shocked in some way or repelled by some early experience that actually makes her hate and fear the sexual act. In such instances, the husband should show consideration and understanding and try to adjust his needs to the wife's existing limitations. Sexual frigidity overcome through metaphysics. A woman came to me for consultation once who had this problem of sexual frigidity. In the interview, she told me frankly that she had been molested when she was 10 years of age by an uncle, and the sexual act had revolted her ever since that time. She had thought marriage would change the situation, and that her love for her husband would help her overcome it. I gave this woman a constructive analysis of her entire problem, and explained that her higher mind would be able to rationalize this problem and help her overcome it. Now that she knew the reason for her frigidity, her subconscious mind would begin to release her from the torture she had endured. In a few weeks' time, she reported to me that with her new understanding of her problem, she was beginning to enjoy the sexual act for the first time since she married. 5. Healing of economic and financial conditions. Elsewhere in our study, we have given metaphysical laws for demonstrating money, jobs, and anything else that one desires. If these sections of our study are thoroughly absorbed, there should be no future economic and financial problems. However, if such problems should continue to exist, there is a regime for helping heal the sick economy. Regime for healing economic and financial conditions. 1. Try to find the cause of your financial problems. There are several. Causes to financial limitation. There. A. Lack of preparation for suitable work. B. Lack of a goal towards which to work. C. The wrong master motive for achievement. D. Waste, extravagance, or laziness. If the cause of your financial limitations happens to be, then prepare your mind for future work by taking a course in evening high school or in a trade school to help prepare you for another vocation. If B is the cause of your financial problems, try to have a definite goal towards which you are striving, to own your own home, to educate your children, to travel, etc. If C is the cause of your economic limitations, try to have a high master motive to spur you on. Some good master motives are a desire to help your family, a desire to give something to the world to make it a better place in which to live, a desire to improve your intellect and acquire greater knowledge, a love of humanity, and a love of God. If you suffer from cause D and are wasteful of money or time, you must begin at once to change the habit patterns of your daily life through the regime given elsewhere in our study. If you are suffering from mental and physical inertia, known as laziness, you must make a supreme effort to shake yourself out of your lethargy by visualizing the rewards and achievements possible for you in the future. 2. Work with the divine mind within and ask it to guide you in finding solutions to your financial problems. In meditation, ask specific questions. How can I make more money? Where can I get a better job? What vocation should I study for? Then wait for the answer to come to you from your higher mind. 3. Look about you in your own environment and see how you could improve some product or evolve a new method for doing your work. Examine the possibilities for going into business for yourself, since you can seldom make a fortune working for someone else. 4. Write letters to important people who might be able to help you better your position. Many times, if you write to some wealthy person who has a business and show you have originality and a creative mind, you will be given an interview for future employment. Chapter 13. The little everyday miracles that can enrich your life. In our search for life's great experiences, we are apt to overlook the little everyday miracles, which can tremendously enrich the lives of those who are aware of them. The generous outpouring of divine blessings showers upon mankind all kinds of bounties and treasures in the physical and material universe, which we accept as a matter of course. We are the divine recipients of these bounties of nature, the season's outpourings of abundance, the beauty of spring, the miracle of summer's growth, the bountiful harvest, and the winter's serenity and peace, in which the earth pauses a moment in its creative outpouring, to rest and prepare for a new cycle of planting, growth, and harvest. These blessings we take for granted and scarcely pause to give thanks for the rich metaphysical bounties of the universe. Let us explore below this world of everyday miracles, in which we discover the 12 hidden treasures that can enrich life and make it beautiful, opulent, and magnificent. 1. Discovering conscious awareness of your mind, your body, and the world in which you live. It is awareness of yourself as an individual that gives you awareness of the miracle-working metaphysical power within your higher mind. A. Stop for at least a half hour a day for the next month or two, and concentrate on yourself and the amazing powers that you possess. In the modern world, we are often so busy with external problems that we seldom, if ever, take time out for the spiritual pause that refreshes the soul. Most people give more time to television, bowling, golfing, or other sports, and never stop to discover the mind with its rich treasures, the body with its pleasant emotions, the soul with its love and tenderness and understanding of the miracle of divinity. B. In order to discern the spiritual truth of your reality more clearly, learn the method taught me by a guru in India for overcoming the confusion and disorientation of mind, which keeps us from seeing clearly the spiritual reality back of all life. Put a pinch of mud into a glass of water and stir it up until the water becomes cloudy. This is similar to the human mind when it is troubled, restless, and the thoughts jump about frantically, refusing to be controlled. Then sit for a few moments until the mud has settled to the bottom of the glass. The water is once again clear and pure, and you can see through the glass. When confusion, doubt, fear, worry, hatred, or other negative emotions cloud your mind, you cannot see the beauty of life about you. You cannot know the purity of the emotions of love, joy, and expectation. This emotional and spiritual purity can only come when you have overcome the animalism and greed and selfishness which cloud the mirror of the soul and keep us from seeing the reflection of the divine image within. See, when you walk about, be aware of the world of beauty and abundance all about you. You can learn most of the spiritual lessons of life by observing how the miracle power works in nature. Open your inner eyes and see the significance of what you observe in nature. 2. The I am consciousness. Your soul has been stamped with an individuality that is totally different from that of the nearly 3 billion people on the face of the earth. This makes you unique and different from everyone else. You possess gifts and talents that are different. The I am consciousness is your true spiritual identity. It accepts no limitations and no restrictions to your miracle powers and your achievements. This spiritual identity must be consciously built and expanded through a regime of thinking. Here is how you can build greater miracle-working power through the I am consciousness. A. Think of the identity you wish to assume in your life and imprint your brain cells with that image. The French philosopher Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." Your life is shaped by the thoughts you think. Let the I am consciousness be built of thoughts that are dignified, noble, expansive, generous, kind, loving, and beautiful. Practice this regime of I am thinking every day of your life. B. Express your divinity in words that have the creative life spark. Every day get in the habit of thinking and saying such positive words as, I am perfect. I am healthy. I am rich. You may not actually be rich in money, but you are expressing the spiritual state of being in which you are rich with the blessings and hidden treasures which we are studying. I am joyous. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am peaceful. I am loving. These I am statements will make you that which you have created in the I am consciousness of your higher mind. See, the I am consciousness represents the Spirit of God within your immortal soul. Accept this mantle of your divinity, and you will set into motion the miracle-working powers within your higher mind. You will never again feel inferior, inadequate, or self-conscious. You will be fortified by a new sense of dignity, majesty, and might. The authority for this I am consciousness comes to us from the Bible. When Moses went up into the mountain to speak to the Lord, he heard a voice from a flaming bush. This is symbolical of the ascension of man's mind into the higher consciousness of the God mind within. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. Exodus 3:13-14. D. Every morning when you arise, give your higher mind the spiritual laws which shall prevail in your thinking and in your actions for that day. Here are some that I have given to my students in Carnegie Hall with wonderful results. I am created in the image and likeness of God. I am therefore perfect, even as God is perfect. I am a channel for the working of infinite intelligence. I now partake of the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-wise, and all-powerful infinite Spirit of God. I am abundantly blessed by the ever-present mercy of God who created all things for my good. I am peaceful and serene as I now ascend the spiritual mountaintop of my higher consciousness. All peace, all joy, and all power are now mine. 3. The creative imagination. The creative imagination is one of the everyday miracles which can enrich your life tremendously. Elsewhere in our study we have shown how the imagination can be used, but now let us see how it can set into motion inner forces that enrich your consciousness and radiate into your external world. Imagination is man's most precious mental gift. With it, man has been able to create incredible beauty in the world of nature. Here is how you may use this gift of creative imagination to stir your higher mind into dynamic action. Review some of man's greatest achievements in the realm of your imagination and visualize how these great things were accomplished through man's creative imagination. The pyramids of Egypt were built nearly 5,000 years ago as a memorial to ancient Egyptian kings. Without machinery and with only slave labor, these huge stones were cut and hauled incredible distances, and then elevated to the lofty heights of the pyramids. Let your imagination ponder this feat and play with the creative principle involved. The Parthenon of Greece, built 2,500 years ago, is one of the world's most beautiful and perfect architectural triumphs. Built of solid marble, it stands upon a 500-foot elevation, overlooking the entire city of Athens and the Aegean Sea. Look up the history of this amazing triumph of man's mind over matter, and learn all you can about it. It will inspire you and stimulate your imagination to do great deeds. The Great Wall of China is 1,600 miles long, about the distance from New York City to Kansas City. It is built of solid stone, is 20 feet high, 6 feet thick, and proved to be a costly folly. But the imaginative concept of it is stupendous, and you can learn from the mistakes that the Chinese rulers made in imagining that this wall would keep the Mongolian hordes that threatened China from invading her territory. The armies merely went around both ends of the wall. Another great man-made wonder is the Panama Canal. Look up facts about this enormous feat that saves ships weeks of sailing time in going from the east to the west coasts. The man who conceived this project had a great imagination. You can stimulate your own imagination by learning all you can about this miraculous project. 4. The beauty and greatness of nature. Be aware of God's creative miracle power in the realm of nature. A. Stop at least once a day and see the beauty of nature, the trees, the flowers, the sun and moon and stars. Be aware of them as creative expressions of the cosmic mind of God, who created them for your enjoyment and benefit. B. Your own life will reflect more beauty, more love, more goodness, if you reflect the wonder and joy of all nature. Be aware in your everyday life of the miracle of bird song, of trees waving in the breeze, of sunrise and sunset, of the majestic oceans stretching to the horizons. See the starlit wonder of the heavens at night, and the majestic full moon etching nature's landscape with delicate silver. Be conscious of the mountains, streams, and flower-strewn valleys that come to life every spring with the miracle of multicolored blooms. See the world every day through the eyes of a child who is discovering the wonder and beauty of the world for the first time. 5. The power of your sense perceptions. One of life's everyday miracles, which we take too much for granted, is the power of your sense perceptions. We have dealt elsewhere in our study with the development and control of your 5 senses. Now let us learn how you may enrich your life through this knowledge. A. Are you grateful to God for your eyesight? It is one of the most precious gifts that has been bestowed upon mankind. Only when we lose this precious treasure do we realize its true value. Give thanks to God daily for your sight. B. When you listen to beautiful music, or the sound of children's laughter, or the loving voices of your friends, do you stop and thank God for your sense of hearing? Consciously be aware for a full day of your sense of hearing. C. Do the same thing with your sense of scent and feeling and taste. Be consciously aware of the rich blessings that are conferred on you momentarily by your God-given senses, and use them consciously every moment of your life. They will continue to enrich and bless your life as long as you live. 6. The precious gift of your emotions. Your entire reaction to the outer world and to other people is through the medium of your emotions. We have learned of the power of positive emotions for coloring life. Now let us learn how to enjoy the everyday miracle of the emotions and see how they can enrich life. Your emotions are like the keyboard of a piano. If you play on only one octave of the keyboard, you have a limited type of music. If you extend the range to 2 or 3 octaves, you have more beautiful music. This same rule applies to your emotions. Each day exercise the full range of your positive, life-giving emotions, and you will live in a mental and emotional atmosphere of peace and happiness. The positive emotions that are most enriching are sharing your good, love, peace, compassion, joy, forgiveness, enthusiasm, and truth. B. The emotion of happiness must be cultivated each day. Happiness is not guaranteed, not even by our Constitution. We are guaranteed only life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is an elusive emotion. When you most search for it, it evades you. Go about your ordinary round of daily work and useful activities, and happiness will seek you out. Someone has said, "Plant the roses near your neighbor's fence so they will shed their fragrance and beauty in his garden too." Happiness is like that. As you give joy, you will receive immeasurable satisfaction, and happiness will be yours. 7. The joy of your right work. Many people think of work as drudgery, and they miss out on one of life's everyday miracles, which can enrich life. If you are in work that bores you and which you hate, you should try to change your work by preparing for something else. As you spend 1/3 of your 24 hours a day working, it is vitally important that you like your work. A. Whatever work you do can be made more interesting if you will feel that it is important and is helping others. B. If you are a housewife and your work seems like drudgery, see how your work is giving great benefits to your husband and your children, thus enriching them and you in turn. C. If you are in work that you cannot change, look for other ways in which you can do creative work for the good of the world. A woman who was an Indian princess became Gandhi's secretary when he lived. She believed in his great work, and for 15 years she served his cause faithfully. She became one of the most influential women in India and obtained a sense of satisfaction from her unselfish service that she had never been able to receive from her wealth and power as a princess. 8. Parenthood, one of life's great treasures. One of the greatest gifts God has given to man is that of parenthood. Do you stop and thank God every day of your life for the blessings bestowed upon you through your children? A. When you are tested or tried by the seeming ingratitude of your family, stop and meditate on the true function and purpose of life. Procreation is a divine gift. Enjoy the privilege of having a family and overlook the work, the ingratitude, the suffering and privation that often seem to come as a result of bearing children. A man and woman sought me out for counseling one day. They had 5 children, and they had numerous problems, financial and otherwise. They felt that their poverty was unbearable, and they wondered how they could ever rise above it. I suddenly asked them, "Would you take $1 million for one of your children?" They were stunned, and both quickly replied, "No, we wouldn't take any amount of money for them." Why? Then I replied, "You see, you already possess treasures that are beyond any monetary value. You will find the solution to your financial problems. The money will come to meet your every need." A few days later, the man called to tell me he had a wonderful job as a painter, making good money, and they were moving into a new home in the San Fernando Valley. B. If you have not been blessed with children, why not try adopting one or more children? I was an orphan, and I was adopted by a farm family in Upper New York. I don't think I could have loved my own parents more than I loved my foster parents, and they returned that love most devoutly. 9. The treasure of love in your life. Love is one of the noblest emotions that can bless the human consciousness. Are you aware of the power of this divine emotion in your life? If not, then you must awaken to the blessings that this everyday miracle can bring. A. Let love enrich your life by consciously loving people. Love can be many different things. It can be physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. You can love the world in an impersonal way, and everyone in the whole world will seem like a brother. This is the true type of divine love which we should express in consciousness. Express personal and emotional love daily to those who are close to you, friends, members of your family, your mate, and those who work with you. Tell people when you like them. Nothing fosters feelings of love so readily as being told when someone is appreciated and loved. C. Do little things that express your love without words. When a friend is sick, a card or a gift shows your loving thoughts. When friends have birthdays or anniversaries, a little remembrance is always appreciated. D. Try to see the good side of those you love and overlook their little faults and weaknesses. The Quaker's advice to his young daughter is a good one to adopt in relation to our marriage partners. Daughter, before marriage, keep thou both eyes open. After marriage, keep thou one eye closed. 10. The treasure of vibrant good health. Have you ever stopped to give thanks for the many months and years of vibrant good health you have had in your life? There may be times when you have had pain or been sick, but the majority of life is spent in a state of good health. Learn to appreciate this everyday miracle that can enrich your life. A. Thank God every day that you are without pain and that you enjoy the benefits of vital good health. B. Try to live under the natural laws of the universe and avoid overindulgence in every department of your life if you wish to keep your body healthy. C. Eat natural foods that have not been processed if possible. Avoid too many starches and carbohydrates in your diet. Honey, fruit, and vegetables give one the balance needed in his modern diet. As you grow older, you can eat less, for your body does not require as much energy as when you were young. D. Every time you breathe, let it be a symbol of a prayer to God for the life-giving oxygen, which you inhale with every breath. 11. Peace of mind and happiness. One of the greatest everyday miracles is peace of mind and happiness. Most people shatter their peace and happiness by constant worry about things that usually never happen. They live under stress conditions, which gradually erode their minds and break them down. Try to eradicate these stress conditions from your mind. A. If you are in work you dislike, either change it or negatively adapt to it until you can find something better. B. If you work for a boss who treats you badly and does not pay you enough, try treating him metaphysically, as we have learned elsewhere in our study. If you do your work well and maintain a positive, happy attitude, your quality will gradually wear down his resistance. C. If you suffer stress from some in-law who lives with you, try to change your mental attitude towards the person. Send out more loving thoughts and actions, and if the person still does not change, try to remove the person from your home environment. D. If your peace of mind is shattered by financial problems and limitations, ask your higher mind for ideas that will help you make more money outside of your work. E. If there is friction between you and your co-workers in your job, then use the metaphysical method we have studied to treat these negative persons. Smile, share, love, and forgive. This formula usually works miracles. F. 12. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul. The conscious awareness of this most priceless treasure of all will add new dimensions of joy to your life. You are aware of yourself now, the I am consciousness, the senses, the world in which you live, the joy of loving others. All the physical, emotional, and material values of life you have now explored and accepted as the everyday miracles of your life. What time and thought do you give to the love and worship of God? A. Every morning, awaken with a prayer of gratitude on your lips. Thank you, God, for another joyous day of life. All day long, when you enjoy every experience, exhale a silent prayer to God, who created the universe and gave you life. B. When you envy the rich and think they are happier than you, remember that their burdens and their worship of purely material things often blinds them to the greatest treasure of all, the love of God. Set this spiritual goal higher than any other goal in life, and see how your life will suddenly blossom with every good and beautiful thing. C. When you serve humanity, you serve God. Make your life a mission of service. You need not be a millionaire and give big sums to charity. You can serve by volunteering your services to an institution for the blind, a foundling home, a veterans organization, or some other worthy cause. D. Find the divine romance which can bring you perpetual joy and a consciousness of your future immortality. Man, in the generic sense, is searching for his lost spiritual half, the Godhead with whom he can merge throughout eternity. Never lose sight of our true earthly goal, for sometimes we are blinded by an awareness of our physical and material needs. Remember the spiritual injunction of the Bible. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Summary. 1. The 12 everyday metaphysical miracles that enrich your life and enlarge the awareness of your mind and its hidden treasures. 2. The I Am consciousness and how it enriches one's life. 3. The expression of divinity in our thoughts. 4. The affirmations for building the I Am consciousness. 5. God's creative miracles in nature are available to you. 6. The power of sense perceptions for enriching your life. 7. How the emotions create miracles of everyday treasures. 8. Your treasure of love can change your life. 9. Peace of mind and happiness, the everyday metaphysical miracle. 10. The metaphysical treasure of God within your immortal soul is available to you always. Chapter 14. Your metaphysical Shangri-La of peace and contentment. Can man ever truly find peace, serenity, and contentment on this troubled earth plane? In a world where we have had 4,900 years of war and 5,000 years of civilization, it can safely be said that there is no peace in the outer world of confusion, discord, and physical existence. However, in the metaphysical inner realm, there is a way by which you may know peace of mind and contentment. Let us explore this realm and discover the mystical land of Shangri-La, where all miracles are possible of achievement. In the book and movie by James Hilton, called The Lost Horizon, we are told of a mystical land named Shangri-La, where there is no age, sickness, sorrow, or death. Here, in peace, beauty, and perpetual security, the residents of this heaven on earth knew only perfection and goodness. They had found their immortality in this peaceful valley that lay beyond the storm-torn mountains of the outer world. However, when dissident forces entered the peaceful valley of Shangri-La and brought with them their confusion, greed, selfishness, and hatred from the outer world, the spell of enchantment was broken, and Shangri-La became strife-torn and fear-filled, even as the outer world was. There is a metaphysical Shangri-La. This entire story has a metaphysical symbology, which we may well study and emulate. Shangri-La represents the mystical quest of man's soul in his search to find the land of eternal peace, beauty, and serenity. This state of consciousness does not exist in the outer world of confusion, discord, and selfishness. The land of Shangri-La was shut out from the outer world by towering mountain ranges. So too, this inner, peaceful spiritual state of Shangri-La is concealed from man's higher vision by the mortal mind mountain crags of fear, hate, worry, suspicion, and doubt. When man once learns how to scale these lofty peaks of the mortal self, his vision becomes gloriously expanded, and he is able to see beyond this earth's horizon into the vast vistas of God's unlimited and expansive universe. Man's eternal soul quest. Throughout his existence, man's soul quests for fulfillment. He finds love, marries, rears a family, and knows a sense of contentment and accomplishment. But is it complete fulfillment? No, for his soul has a vague sense of unrest, and he longs for spiritual completion, cosmic fulfillment. He searches in the outer world of reality for fame and fortune, youth and beauty, money and jobs, social life and friends. These are all evanescent and subject to the law of change. The president pays dearly for his moment of glory in the White House. When President Coolidge left the White House, he said it had cost him the life of his young son. The boy had a slight infection in his foot, but the President and Mrs. Coolidge were so busy being the first family of America that they neglected their son. A few days later, the boy was dead. Ask Jacqueline Kennedy which she'd rather have, her loving husband and father of her children alive and with her, or the empty glory of a glittering mansion. There is no question as to which she'd choose. The Buddha's last words to his disciples as he lay dying were, "Remember, transience is in the nature of all things. Strive diligently for emancipation therefrom. How to find your Shangri-La. 1. Be aware that your greatest joys and satisfactions do not always lie in the outer world with its physical and material objects, sensations, and desires. The true permanent values of life reside within your own mind and soul. The memory of an event is more permanent than the event itself. You are no longer a child, but you can recall the memories of your childhood at will, and live once again in that dimension through your memory. So it is with your future. You can build a vast repository of happy events within your inner consciousness, and you can relive these at will. Build mental habits of joy, peace, love, happiness, and beauty, and try to minimize the unhappy, disastrous, and fearful experiences that are a part of every life. 2. To find your Shangri-La of happiness within, try to remember that there are 4 octaves on the keyboard of life. You can only have sweet music when you play on all of these octaves. The first octave consists of the physical and material experiences of the outer world. Your work, making money, and your business accomplishments. Your play and relaxation. These are all very important and should not be neglected, but they are not all of life. There is still another octave to be explored. The second octave consists in mental and intellectual enjoyments. Art, music, literary treasures, the beauty in nature. All these things should be in your life, for they bring much pleasure and enjoyment. The third octave consists of emotional enjoyment. Friends, loved ones, the sharing of beautiful and exciting experiences with your mate and your children. The emotional octave on the keyboard of life adds riches of mind, body, and spirit to every life. The fourth octave is that of the love of God and of humanity, of worship and prayer to the divinity. This final octave on the keyboard of life is where man knows some of his noblest and grandest experiences. The principles of truth, honesty, goodness, charity, forgiveness, love of humanity, and love of God. These are all experiences that vibrate to the higher spiritual octave of the cosmic consciousness of God Himself. To find your inner Shangri-La, you must live in this awareness of the spiritual values that make up so much of the hidden mystery of man's life. 3. Do not try to find your private land of Shangri-La by escaping from life and its problems and seeking out the mountaintop of some hidden island in the Pacific. You still must live with yourself even there. You may shut out people, but you cannot shut out your own appetites, desires, fears, and perplexities. You must build your mystical land of Shangri-La wherever you are by retiring into the inner sanctuary of your own soul. And there, through meditation and mystic contemplation, you may explore the mysteries of life and find the true meaning that is hidden behind the physical and material facade of life. 4. Discover your Shangri-La within the minds and hearts and souls of other people. When you once learn to share your life experiences with others, you will find that you will be more in tune with life, and you will never again be lonely or friendless. Learn to love people, to be tolerant of their weaknesses, and to forgive them for their errors. Suddenly, the true beauty and purpose of life will dawn for you, as you share your hopes and dreams with others. Now is the perfect time to live. Do not wait for the perfect time to be happy and to begin to live. There is no such thing as the perfect time in this outer world of changing reality. Some people tell themselves, "I'll wait until the children are grown, and then I'll begin to do things." Others say, "I'll wait to marry until the war is ended and we have peace." Such people would never have married for 50 centuries. For most of that time, we have had a state of war somewhere in the world. Others say,
Nonetheless, I wake up and I can clearly tell I'm in reality. I'm in my bed. You know what I mean? I was younger. My mom was in the next room, and I woke up and I couldn't move. And I know I'm not dreaming. I know I'm in physical reality. And I'm yelling for my mom. I'm like, ah. And I couldn't move. I couldn't yell. And I thought I was going to die. All that flashed through my head.
Bro, that must be fucking scary as fuck.
That's the scariest shit ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all that flashed through my head at that time was, how is my mother, how are you going to explain this death? And as soon as I thought that, I snapped out of it.
What is the XXX Tentacion? He has a song that's called "You Always Die in Your Nightmares," and I thought that was interesting. I literally scrolled past that today because it was a spiritual teacher that had posted it. She said that was her mood at the moment. A song by XXX Tentacion, "You Always Die in Your Nightmares." And I think sometimes you have to experience bits and pieces of death, quote unquote death, because it's the connection to the afterlife. If people believe in that theory, I just want to say that real quick.
Right, right. So it's just, a spiritual realm and afterlife and or ghosts and all these type of different things. There's at least I've experienced some other form of, of life. And they say, like, when I read up on it, they said like your soul didn't come back into your body yet.
So the fact that you were able to recall the dream or the nightmare, whatever you want to call it, is a sign.
It wasn't a nightmare until I woke up. I was perfectly fine until I woke up and knew that I was conscious, what I'm saying, in physical conscious reality.
Jay,
but I
have
had
you
no
had sleep
control. But I
paralysis
had
before?
no control over it.
That means your soul came back then, right? Or your spirit came back.
Right, and it seemed to come back after because I thought I was gonna die because I'm yelling for my mom and I couldn't breathe either. So I'm thinking I'm literally about to die right now. So when I thought about, only thing I could think about was my mom, and so I was like, how is what I'm saying? How is this possible? How is this even what I'm saying, explainable? And and as soon as I thought that, I snapped back into reality, and then I got up. It was just crazy.
Thank you for sharing that. That to me shows me a couple of things. First, the importance of the relationship between you and your mother. Second, there could be a spirit that's trying to wake you up. Third, there could be a spirit that's trying to suppress your life. You're your own scientist, your own researcher, your own practitioner. You have to go and do your own homework. You could describe these experiences to people, but truly, you're the one who wakes up and brushes your teeth and does whatever you do before you go to sleep every day. You know yourself the best.
What's your take on the spirituality of meat and the meat
That's a good question.
John?
That's a good question. I've had a couple experiences with the spiritual journey and eating and consuming meat, but at this present moment, I think it's just something to sustain the body. If you want to enjoy meat, then enjoy meat. Because
there's a horrible. Sorry.
I'll just say this real quick. It does provide a level of density to feel grounded in the physical realm. Sometimes when you're just eating veggies and fruits, juices, you're gonna feel really light. You can go around a group of people in public and you'll feel like you're easily drained just from being around them because you don't have much to sustain you and ground you as much. That's where they're energy vampires and stuff, and like how vampires feed off of blood. Well, meat also has blood, so sometimes it's like an exchange when you're around people.
Do you believe in the lizard? Do you believe we have a lizard mind? We come from lizards. We have carnivore teeth.
Can I just finish asking this about the whole meat issue for a second, about the energy in the meat?
Yeah.
You said we have, because I feel that, because I've been a vegan since I was very, very young, and it's the way I am. But I've always felt, I'm not grounded here. I'm just floating about, really. I don't really, it's as if, I don't know. But I'm quite a radical vegan. And it's interesting to say about the weight of meat, because to me, meat looks so heavy and dark and bleak. I won't eat it. It's interesting what you say.
Yeah, think about it. When you are in a physical reality, when we're in a 3D dimension, you have the ability to touch, feel, and see things. The more that you eat literally does add on to your weight, depending on your genealogy.
That's very interesting.
So it's not just a physical thing. There's also a mental expression, because if you only eat meat and you don't eat anything healthy, it's going to affect your mind. And if you just overdo it with the meat and you don't work out, then how could you have access to the spirit? Like you gotta clean out your vessel because it's your vehicle. Like this is how you're operating your day-to-day living with this vessel that you've chosen this time. We were upstairs and we said, hey man, I want to know what it feels like to go down there. Let's do it. Let's figure it out. Boom. Like, the rest is up to you. And it's a very long story as well.
That is weird.
There's perspectives. I'm not going to sit here and say I know everything because I don't. But I do feel confident with the things that I've learned. And when I do speak, it's from a point of experience, not just to be right. That doesn't get anyone anywhere. So
Yeah, that is because I do feel very, very light here, and I don't fit in. And I
Wait,
don't-
so Wisdom, what's your view on God, man?
I think there's a most high, and I think that there's a most low, and there's also a neutral path, which is considered the atheistic path. Now, if you choose to do light and righteous acts, then you will eventually get to a point in time to where you experience the most high within. You can't see the most high because it's considered light. And what is light? Information and consciousness. And what is the condensed form of light in the physical reality? Melanin. Everything in this, and carbon as well. But in this physical realm, typically everything that, like the plants and the water, the animals, they have carbon and melanin to some degree. Now, that's my thoughts. I'll just say that. That's my thought on God.
Interesting. Wait, then you seem to believe in reincarnation too, right?
See, I don't know so much about that one. I think it's an interesting topic. Like, I would say this. I like to ponder. Some people don't, which is kind of fun. It doesn't really make sense to me. It's like if you're a thinker and you read these books like Think and Grow Rich, Outwitting the Devil, the 17 Key Principles of Success by Napoleon Hill, and the Mastermind Society. Like, why wouldn't you want to ponder? The mind is such a beautiful thing. Like, isn't that the whole point of being a creative person? Because we all have a creative side. It's on the spectrum. You might be very creative or less likely creative, but you still have some creativity in any field. Even engineers.
That's God to me. Pardon me. That's God
yeah,
to me.
it is because some people are creative chefs, some people are creative dancers, some people are creative salesmen. Whatever form of creativity that you choose to embody is up to you and your gifts. As far as the afterlife, though, so the theory that I like to ponder on right now is this is a matrix and energy is being recycled in and out like a hamster wheel. You've seen the cosmic egg of life and how the energy, and similar to a torus field. And what a torus field is like the 18-foot radius energetic field that each human being has. The reason why people say, oh, I can feel someone looking at me, or that person has aura, because you could literally feel, you may not be able to see it with your two physical eyes, but you could feel the presence of someone that has harnessed light and worked on themselves. So some people like to think of the afterlife as souls being reincarnated. So energy never dies is a term that is popular in the spiritual community. So if energy's never dying and we aren't necessarily the vessel, and our soul is who we truly are, our spirit. So when the body dies, the spirit is recycled into another place or person, I think, whatever. Then I would think that, yeah, there is a afterlife. I don't know as far as incarnation. I think that personally has to do with people's karma. Like, depending on how you live down as a human, that'll determine whether you got to go back again or essentially go on to the next stage, quote unquote, the afterlife.
I mean, I agree that our energy is recycled, but they believe that our consciousness is recycled, which I don't believe.
Right.
I mean, well, in one way, you're kind of saying the same thing. Your energy and consciousness is you, right? They're both you.
So if you consider yourself a spirit, then it only makes sense to say that you kind of, and I don't say this with any respect, but you kind of contradicting yourself, you know?
Well, what I mean is that when I die, my memories, my experiences, like all of that is dead as far as I'm concerned. Like my energy can be recycled, but that is not me. Like that, what Carl Jung when he referred to the soul, he was talking about your conscious mind. There's not a spiritual soul, at least not in a psychological spirit. They don't soul. The way that Carl Jung used it did not mean anything spiritual.
See, that's why I find it interesting because we have different variations of people experiencing the physical reality down here in the physical realm. That's why I like to look at people's birthdays because it gives me a metaphysical imprint of your energy, the way your nature, the way that you think, and your gifts. And I've been able to go through many birthdays and see a correlation and accuracy behind someone's birthday and who they are and their potential. Now, I like to consider the soul and the spirit the same thing. Some people will say, oh, like we're all spirits, but we don't all have a soul. Well, what is it? Is it the soul realm or the spiritual realm? Because they pretty much have the same aspect, right? Like if you were to astral project, are you using your spirit or your soul? They seem the same.
I was on the astral plane. It was the soul. It was my soul obviously was not there, but in my body, but it's like on the etheric spiritual level.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: I want to ask a question because I want to unite everybody right now. Has everybody ever experienced deja vu?
Yep.
Oh God, yeah, loads of times.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the feeling of coming in and out of time or time loops and things like that in the physical in real time is real.
Yeah, for sure.
Going in and out of lives, coming back. Oh, I did this already.
Yeah.
But you know, our brains travel ahead of us before our thoughts. Apparently, this has been discovered. So
I think
what
it's
we
the other way
think
around, Chickpea.
there before we even think it. Apparently,
there's got to be the other way around because our thoughts are another form of light, which is consciousness, information.
But they're all curated through TV, through your experiences, through what you see, through what you interpret through your five senses, and your whole life. Your brain is a memory that records, and a lot of it you forget.
Right. So yeah, I love where the conversation is going at the moment. This is actually like a great way to spend November 26, 2025. We about to come into 2026 pretty soon. And I'm feeling at my best personally. I hope that everyone else is as well, because this is just as they would say, what a time to be alive. Because if you make go ahead, Chippy.
actually, have you ever heard of somebody existing in another dimension before coming into this little poop hole one? I hate this place. I should have guessed. Have you ever heard that one?
Yeah, I've heard that many times, but I just realized it the other day. I was driving and I came to the conclusion that my mindset is pretty fixed. And what I mean by fixed is I have my way and direction of thinking, and it's somewhat hard for me to change that. But I'm always open to learning new things and having a conversation. But just because you put it on the table doesn't mean I'm about to eat it,
All right. Well, many years ago, back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist stop smoking. Anyway, I found myself in this blue place, and I witnessed my own conception in this blue place. And I watched the cells divide into my fetus, and it just kept dividing. And then the forehead began to collapse. So I put my arm out to put a V on the forehead of this fetus. And then I went into it. But I was born with a great big huge red V on my forehead.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Yo,
I don't.
Oh, like the movie Visitors, or like the
I don't
that
know. I
came
haven't
out.
seen it, but yeah, it's really upsetting. It's torn my whole life apart. It has done. It happened. That happened when I was 35 years old. I
oh
found
wow.
out and I went to stop smoking. This is what happens to you.
Hey, Chickpea, email me your birthday or say it aloud, whichever one you're most comfortable with. You can trust me; I would never do anything malevolent.
You can't do that.
Hey, I wouldn't. Like, I'm a firm believer.
I found your website. I have found your website, so I'll put it on there.
You found my website?
Well, your Google's your YouTube site.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just comment on one of the videos.
Oh, wisdom. Yeah, hold on. I'll go put my bait. I'll put it there.
Yeah, it's always
Well done.
cool. If you can, like, so the movie The Matrix with Neo, Morpheus, and Trinity. I always saying, Neo, you're the one. Like, you're the one, and you're the one who can allow others to have hope. Almost, it's like Neo was the light.
You're the one with the vision. The mind and the imagination, and your interpretation, perception, all that. What is on there, what is going on with it. You know what I'm saying? When you display it, when a person displays it, it goes, oh, you got the vision, you got the light.
Exactly. But what if I told you that the number one is connected to the planet, the sun of the sun? It shines bright. It shines the brightest. That is life path one. It corresponds with the planet of the sun because that's the leader. It's the orbit. Every planet's orbit around the one. The whole reason in human life why we are so competitive is because we're trying to become. We want to be the sun. We want to shine the brightest at times. Now, if you are a life path one, you have that desire a lot quicker than others. But I think it's just interesting to find these correlations between movies, books, conversations, and really elevate it the way that we think. Because they weren't able to do this back in 1920 and 1930 when Napoleon Hill was really selling 1 million copies. Rich.
Wait, Mois, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your audio kind of cuts out like every couple seconds or so.
Oh, it does? Sorry about that.
I've put it on your first video.
What were you saying earlier about my numbers? I didn't understand.
Well, you still have to send me the year that you.
I've given it. It's on your first video. It's there. First video on your site.
Send me hers, and if you want to know about yours life, just go ahead and comment on my page as well, I guess, or just DM me on Instagram if you have an Instagram. That's more private. This is just gonna help me understand a little bit more about your nature.
Too old to care anymore, if anyone knows. After all, they monitor my bank account, so it doesn't get much worse.
Well, the goal is to listen to people talk at length. Yeah, I know you don't know me, and you probably haven't listened to me talk at length. But if you're going to be giving your birthday out, listen to people talk at length, and you will be able to decide and decipher who this person is and what their intentions are. Simple as that.
And you know what I know about myself? I'm here to see something. I'm not here to do anything, and I'm not. I'm just here to see something, and I think I know what I'm here to see.
Wait, so Wisdom, do you believe Miss Will is a Matrix fan?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we all have the ability to create, whether it's righteously, neutral, or evil. We can create whatever the fuck we put our minds to. It really, if you think about it, and it's kind of wild because when you have understanding of what it means to be a creator and how to really bring that in to this realm, it's gonna come with discipline. Like you're gonna have to. You can't be around certain people that you don't want to be like. That's one. The way that you eat, the way that you work out, the time that you wake up, all add up to who you are. Because how you do one thing is how you do many things. So if you don't have control of your desires, then you're opening yourself up to always be. You're pretty much opening yourself up have your mind rented. Like if you're not the owner of your mind, you're pretty much leasing your mind to other things. You're a bag of Doritos and you lease your mind to. You don't have
But isn't that the vast majority of the human race? That I've always found with humanity, and maybe it's because I was dragged up on a series of army camps, but the vast majority of people are just little drones doing what their superiors tell them to do. That's what people look like to me.
Well,
Yeah.
Always, like, even when I was a little girl.
I agree with you.
And I dread to think what's going to happen, because I do believe we're going to see another war, another big whopper of a war. And I know for a fact that the masses will go, yes sir, no sir, shall I lick your willy, sir? And who shall I go and kill, sir? I know what people are like.
Well, believe it or not, I think that we don't have to see a war. I think the power of light is actually a lot greater than we give it credit to being.
What is light?
So light, the light within. What do they always say within these holy
No, I don't know, but I think I've looked, to read history books. I've read a lot about the Second World War. And you read about the Second World War, it's an absolute horror story. It happened in our time. My relatives were involved in it all. It's only a few years away. And that is what humanity is like when push comes to shove. And it's not a pretty picture.
I agree with you, Chick P. Like what you said earlier about how you're here to observe, like that is really where I'm at. Like I'm not here to make the world a better place. I'm not going to struggle to make myself miserable trying to change people. I'm just here to observe. Like it's not my responsibility to make the world a better place. Like they don't want the world to be a better place. This is what they want.
Yes, that's exactly it. But most humans don't want the world to be a better place. They keep doing the same toxic things over and over and over and over, and nothing ever changes.
Well, I hate to see
Chickpea, there's a question from Farhat from Baghdad.
I know.
There's a question from Farhat from Baghdad. What are you here to see, Chickpea?
The chipping. You know how we know what I believe, DW. You know what I believe.
So you think you're here to see the mark of a beast?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
And I believe it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Million times over, and I've already decided what I'm going to do at the time comes.
Hello to Maxed Out American Zombie. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good, man. Good to see you guys. I was hearing something from Cougar Doomer on the last one or the one before, where he said something about Elon Musk being a white supremacist, and I was kind of interested on hearing his take on that. I don't really know too much about the situation, but he was saying something that he wrote the code for, I guess, what's going to happen here. Something.
Yeah, right. I don't know. Cougar Doomer is still here, but he hasn't spoken for a while. So, he is. He's here now. There you go.
I've been doing some writing and really enjoying the conversation. You guys are amazing. Good job.
You too.
Yeah. Well done. So,
well.
Yes.
You don't believe in the mark of the beast, do you? You're another one.
No, sorry. I can't board that train. I'm an atheist, materialist, scientist, and sorry. I'm no good. I'm no good.
Yeah. Wait.
Hell, I'm probably the enemy. I don't even know.
No.
So anyway, what's the question again?
I can let you know.
But in regards to the Elon Musk thing, your opinion on that, or what you were saying, you probably got facts about it too, right?
Well, there's I think you mentioned. Now I think about it, you mentioned two things. I'll start with Elon Musk. So he's a South African, a white South African, wealthy family. That's not to say anything pejorative about being white or wealthy or South African. It's just that's a fact. He believes, probably because of his youthful experience with the collapse of apartheid, which also happened, he probably thinks that the white people are mistreated in South Africa. I don't know that as a fact, but he has a stated belief in a fear of white replacement and or white genocide. And therefore, he is personally taking responsibility for creating as many white people as possible. He's had like 4 or maybe 5 young wives, and each one has produced multiple offspring for him. So he seems to be into the harem thing, and he has like 14 children now by white women. again, I'm not making any dispersions. He can do it. He's a rich man. He can do what he like. He can have, as far as I'm concerned, he can have 10 women married to him all at once, and I wouldn't have anything to say about it. But that's what he's doing. And his claim is that white people, this is his claim, again, that white people should have more children. And I don't have any problem with that. He can think of whatever he wants. I'm just stating for the record. And given all that, that's where I come up with the additional observation that these are common tropes in the Christian nationalist, also white supremacist, also far right suite of tropes. These are the things they like to trot out: white genocide, white replacement. So I don't know that he's a white supremacist, but he talks. He quacks like one, he walks like one, and so I think he's. It's there, okay? It's there, and I don't even think he would argue the point. I'm just being very, very cautious not to say anything about the guy because I don't know him personally, but that's how it plays out. Also, he has his own AI company. I think he actually stole or borrowed or lifted the AI code he's using from Facebook. They're kind of open source, so he took their code and he wrote his own AI or deployed his own AI, and it was his AI trained on his posts on his social media platform, now called X, used to be called Twitter. His AI trained on his posts on Twitter invented Mecha Hitler in AI. So
wow.
Yeah, he sold
think
it.
What you like. Think what you like.
Yeah, no, you have a good point. With,
he sold the business to it.
With
just to speak a little bit more on that whole statement. Honestly, Richard Nixon was saying back in his time. I think he's right. You guys should be trying to have a lot more children, just because there's a clear hierarchy of race.
Why? Wait.
Hold on.
So what you were saying, Cougar, is that he's saying that basically, you didn't. And I know you didn't get too explicit, but what you're saying is that he's saying. You said he was saying he wants to have more children, but he wants white people to have more children and non-white people to have less children. Is that what it is?
No.
I don't think he himself is not genocidal. Let me make that very clear. He doesn't care how many children other people have. He does. He has no. I don't think he's ever said anything about these are the wrong people to be having children. Nor would he. He's not evil. I think he's concerned, and his concern is that white people are not having enough children and run the risk of being replaced.
And that is
it's a very simple demographic statement. Demographics, that's all.
What you were saying is a lot of his stuff is in line with the far right, the supremacists, and all of these guys do.
All I'm saying is that his talking points on this subject of demographics and demographic decline and such, which is real. Okay, he's saying, but things he's saying are also are in alignment with other groups, which he may belong to or not. I don't know, like the Christian nationalists, white supremacists.
Well, like Nick
and so on.
Puente.
They carry similar. I'm sorry, Chippy. I just want to finish this thought. He carries similar concerns as theirs. Doesn't mean he's part of that. It's just in alignment. Okay.
But
adjacency is what we call it. He's adjacent. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
No, I was just curious on your because I don't have an X profile, but they were saying that he would put a lot of tags on that saying white genocide on the South African stuff. And
he has. I've seen a few of those posts.
Yeah,
I'm from South Africa, but I'm American.
Yeah, and how do you feel about that?
I mean, it's what usually Africans do, but they don't get their way. They start blaming white people.
So you're American. Are you a white supremacist?
I'm American. Hold on. So don't start calling everybody white supremacist.
No, I'm asking you.
Hold
if you
on,
feel
but
offended
listen.
by the question, it's okay. But it says more than your answer.
Yo, Max, no, just let him get his point off.
Hey, why don't you relax?
That's
all right.
what I'm saying. Like,
Very
listen. At the end of the day, it's like from just the little bit that I listened to, it's like you believe that every Republican is a white supremacist.
You never said anything about Republicans. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we didn't even.
Well, the
talk
right,
about that, man.
from the right,
I think
far
you
right.
got like a.
You guys were also talking about what, like Muslims and stuff. And
You
like,
don't
No, who the hell
Wow,
mentioned
man.
Muslims? You're going completely left
he
field.
drank
Nobody
the
even said the
Kool-Aid.
word Muslims.
You drank the Kool-Aid, man.
Well, I mean, like, listen, all I'm trying to tell you guys is like, at the end of the day, you guys are quick to blame everybody else. What are you guys even doing?
No
about
one
anything?
blamed anyone. What are you talking about?
I mean, it is what it is. You guys are
What are you
quick to
doing in
say,
South
"Oh,
Africa?
everybody's
What's the matter? You don't like America?
If you don't believe,
You don't like America or something?
listen, if
But
you
he's
don't
American.
believe what I
You don't like
believe
America?
in, and then you're a white supremacist.
We didn't say
That's
that.
what you guys are saying, basically.
That's no one said that. You're completely just.
I think he's stoned, man.
Yeah.
No, we're cooked. We're cooked. It's like I'm
Hold on,
trying to
hold
talk to Maxed Out, and then
Yeah,
now
let's
you're like
have a
just trying to
progressive
interrupt, bro.
But
Like,
we
what are
never
you
said
talking
anything
about,
like
bro?
that. All right.
Let's have a
I think you're
progressive
misconstruing something there.
Let's
sorry,
hear what you have to say.
This is something that I've actually talked about on my channel, that like anti-natalism and the whole child-free culture has really been pushed on Western civilization. I mean, I think that anti-natalism is the correct philosophy, but it's not really being lived by like equally. Like, it's really the whites who are not procreating, and so and then people are making these conjectures that there's something wrong with white people, that they can't procreate. No, they have chosen to abstain from procreation, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that they actually are being replaced. They're bringing hordes and hordes of immigrants. So there are benefits to decreasing your birth rates, that you can actually increase your quality of life, because there's going to be more resources to go around. But they don't even get to reap the benefits of their procreational responsibility, because they're just going to replace them with immigrants. So they basically should have procreated and, keep their own population instead of just being replaced by immigrants. And I'm saying this as a person.
What countries you talking about?
In general, and then you got to consider the fact that today's war is not like what it used to look like back in the 40s. It's more so a biomolecular warfare. They don't need to use bullets that can just breed you out. If you don't have the pure Caucasian gene anymore, then therefore they're essentially wiping off your gene.
What is a pure Caucasian gene? Can you explain that?
Yeah, what is a pure Caucasian gene?
Well, it's too.
Because I get called a white boy by black people all the time.
I don't know if you've been
black people, by the way, black people.
Look,
why do you put black people in it?
Are you black?
Why do you put
Because
black
you're
people
not, black
in
is
air
a
quotes?
color. Black is a color. It's not an ethnicity.
All right,
So
so
we're
African black. Would you call him a white boy or no?
It's melanin.
Who you talking?
It's hilarious, man.
This is all right. Look, let me just explain, because it's as simple as a white male and a white female having a baby. Same thing with any other race. If you don't
So
have,
that's a pure Caucasian.
I'm not saying it in like a
blonde hair, blue eye.
way.
And what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, what is a Caucasian now? What you're saying?
So listen, if there's a white.
No, I'm saying, what is the word?
I don't like when you ask a question and you cut off.
Well, it's just a simple question. I don't like when you evade the question.
Stop cutting people off when you ask.
All you gotta do is answer the question, man.
No, how about you stop cutting people off when you ask?
Well, the South African guy, he said too.
What he doesn't even want the answer to it. You're not trying to.
Go ahead.
Well, the thing about it, Maxed Out, is like whenever anybody asks you something, you like talking like a calm voice, but you say a whole lot of nothing.
Really?
You speak a lot of words, but nothing that you say makes fucking sense.
You sound kind of stoned.
Why don't you stop being so offensive right now?
Bro, why did you come on here so aggressive, man? We're not like that here.
Bro, you're from the UK. You're letting your whole fucking population.
Just chill out.
It's fucked. Your whole population's getting fucked by immigrants. So
I don't
you
think
shouldn't
you were
even be
listening to what we were saying, because
DW.
we didn't say nothing offensive.
Bro, what is this guy on?
I know.
Have some respect, not
I
all
think
the.
he's
Have some
on
respect.
drugs.
You're coming on his stream.
Yo,
Have some
we're
respect for him.
cooked.
Okay?
Go
Yeah,
suck
I
his
don't want to
cock
be
then.
associated with that, man.
Don't. Oh wow, he's gone. He was completely just disrespectful. Just came in here and just like what the
I
heck?
mean, it's a pity because there's no need for it, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know why he was so angry. He could have come on here. You guys are open-minded. He could have spoke about anything, any topic he wanted, but he didn't have to be aggressive about it, you know.
Yeah, people were.
But anyway,
it was going
sorry?
in the wrong direction. People were getting triggered. It was going in the wrong direction. Can you guys? Is it sounding clear when I speak?
Well, there's a bit of like a background noise whenever you speak a little bit.
I gotta fix that. You guys continue. Let me just get this out there.
Wait. So did he just leave or was he kicked out? DNW.
I took him out because he's getting aggressive for no reason. Agnostic, yeah, we know all about this. Like we talk about this all the time. Why don't you come on and talk to us about it though? We've never had you on here, so why don't you come on here and talk to us? So go ahead, Jay.
All right. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that was just going in the wrong direction. I like to have progressive conversations. So when people are easily triggered, that doesn't allow us to learn from one another. We're just trying to fulfill the ego.
I have no idea why he was so triggered. That's the thing. I can't understand why he came on in that way, you know. There was no need for it. Anyway,
I think he's got a lot
bro,
of
if he's still watching, you know, I believe in redemption. If he's still watching, he can come back on at some point. But you know, be more chill, man, because everyone here is cool. No one wants to fight. We want to talk and be adult and try and get to some understanding of each other and an understanding of where people are coming from. Not necessarily agreeing with each other, but understanding and trying to work with that in a sensible manner in our own lives. Sorry,
DNW. Did you see the thing somebody was on YouTube yesterday talking about the fact that in the UK they're going to start reading all our messages online? Did you hear about that?
That's always.
They're already doing that, right?
Already doing that. Once AI dropped, they had that.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing.
It's going to be in real time, baby.
Everything. Every
They
word.
can read my messages. I don't care at all. I've got no privacy anyway.
Oh my god, where's Maxed Out gone?
Yeah, he just. Yeah, that's why I added him to come back because he just for whatever reason he left. I don't know.
Did he leave after that guy left or what?
You know, like around the same time, yeah.
But DNW, aren't you worried about that people are going to be reading all your emails?
They already do
just
that.
as worried.
They're already doing it.
The way I look at it is,
you should be good.
The way I look at it is, we're all aware that AI is much involved in our lives nowadays. I don't want to say it's taken over, but it's everywhere, right? It's everywhere, and so there's really no getting around it, Chickpea. There's no getting around it. Like I kind of believe all the stuff that you're worried about, I believe they already have it.
Yes,
like all the information about us, they already have it. So there's really nothing to worry about because they know the stuff you look up, they know the stuff I look up, they know what I buy, what you buy. See, whoever's watching me is laughing at me because they're like, wow, look at this schmuck with $7 in his bank account. What a schmuck. You know what I mean? Like that's what they say about me, right? And it's like it's all good. It's all good because
you don't want to cause hysteria over that. Like they take around privacy or whatever like that. What are you? The thing you're worried about is, are you locking me up? Like, you know what I'm saying? You taking me to jail? Are you taking away? You know, you might be in my privacy, but I still have the freedom. I don't have to engage in it if I don't want.
Facts, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, but what scares me is, I mean, I know what's going on in the US. Here in this country, right, in the UK, it's getting so bad. You can be imprisoned for saying the wrong thing in a tweet.
Yeah.
You could be imprisoned for hanging a stop oil flag off a bridge. One guy was given 18 months in prison for hanging a flag off a bridge.
Well, you should know your own laws, right, and know what's criminal and what's not, right?
Yeah, but yeah, no,
right,
get through the
facts.
city
First
now.
Amendment is critical, though. That just shows you where in the direction of things, but not to get too
I
far.
think a bigger text, like, or a bigger heading to all of this, like UK and the Europe and what's going on that side of the world has a lot of different functions than what how America and what goes on over here. And I think that other guy wanted to talk about it, and and then get into the Caucasians and a lot of different things like that.
Guys, what do you think of the new mayor of New York?
I don't know who's the mayor of New York.
Don't you know what's happened
he's,
in New York?
yeah.
Same as London, right? We've got it's happening in New York now.
Yeah, he's I think he's Palestinian or something, isn't he?
I'm saying. I mean, all this
He's Middle Eastern. I know
Middle
that
Eastern,
much.
right.
He's
Yeah.
Middle Eastern of some somewhere in the Middle East. I'm not sure exactly what, but I'm under the assumption that he's a New York born like his ethnicity is of Middle Eastern, but he's American. He's born I'm assuming he's born in New York
He's no
somewhere.
more American Sadiq Khan. He's American.
Well, I mean, if he's born in the U.S., we're like, if he's born in New York, because I'm pretty sure everybody that's been the mayor of New York is from there. They're directly born in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I'm not American, right? So I don't know.
His
that
name
much, but-
his name is Zoran Mamdani. I think
Okay.
he's originally from Nigeria, which came as a real surprise. He moved. It's a bit strange. That may not be the place, but it's not what you think. He moved to New York at age 5 with his parents. So he is not born in New York, but he was raised in New York. I think he's like 32, and he is
32?
Muslim. He's Muslim, and what else is he?
That's young, man. That's really young to be a mayor. Wow.
They loved him. They loved him. Even Donald Trump fell in love with him when they finally met. Donald Trump said he was a Muslim Sharia law communist, and then when they finally met, Trump was like, "Oh, this guy's great. Relax. He's going to take good care of New York." So that's the story.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, that once again shows that politics is just theater, right? Because at the end of the day, right? Like,
yeah. Oh, totally. Especially right now in America, it's been theater for 20 years, I should think.
Oh yeah.
Longer than that, yeah.
Yeah.
So Chickpea, I
All
don't want
those
to
fabulous men in America. No.
Hey Chickpea, listen, I got something for you. You gave me your birthday. I just want to make a
2-1.
quick little statement. No, you already gave it to me. I got it.
You got it.
So this information, this is what I've learned more recently when it comes to
Mo, can I ask you to delete the comment she sent it in just for her own personal safety? Is that right?
Don't
worry So she or not she, this form of understanding like when to do things is predicated from Gary, the numbers guy, GG33. So shout out to them. But you're a horse. You're born in the year of the horse.
Yes, I know, yes. Yeah.
And your birthday adds up to a master number 11. So this is what I was talking about, life abolitionism. The master numbers, they have it harder than general numbers because in order to become a master, you got to go through a lot of trial and error, and you are constantly being pushed with being great. Like you have to take care of those around you, and people lean on you. So it doesn't surprise me that you have this energy on you. The main things that you want to focus on is grounding. There's a website. Trying to get it to you somehow. They make grounding mattresses. So it's an electric mattress sheet that you put underneath your normal sheet, and it plugs into the wall, and it emits the same vibration as Mother Earth as if you were sleeping on the ground. That's
That's what I was asking you earlier. What is a master number?
So the master number is like the ascended master. So this time, if your birthday adds up to 11, 22, or 33, then you have more on your plate essentially because there's general numbers, like there's soldiers, and then there's the masters. You know what I'm saying? There's the people like I guarantee you, Chickpea, she's probably pretty clairvoyant. She could probably read people really well.
Yeah.
She's a horse. 2026 is going. 2026 is the year of the horse. So we call that your home court energy. It's your home court next year, all next year. So we're expecting you to feel a lot more like yourself and really tune into the energy and do whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So anything that you want to accomplish next year, just know if out of the next 12 years, next year is the time for you to do it.
All right, maybe I'll move next year then.
Yeah. So
I'm looking to move.
yeah, master numbers are just simply, I like to refer to them as the ascended masters. It's like you have this spirit within you. Some people like to say that the spirit and the soul and the higher self are all aligned. Cool. My question is, how high is your higher self? Because they're not all the same height, right? So the master numbers have a greater potential. It's almost like playing with a Mortal Kombat character that has the expert potential or like easy. It's harder to play with certain characters and it's easier to play with others. You know what I'm saying? Like you got your easy, difficulty, medium, and then expert level. Master numbers are gonna be on that expert level. There you go.
Thank you. Well, what's that mattress thing? That will be fun.
Oh yeah. So I got to get you that website. Grounding is one thing.
Grounding.
Exercise. So walking. That's tremendous for master number 11 because your emotion is your Achilles heel. Like if you do not take care of your emotion, and again, I'm not saying that I know all of this just from my own studies. This is GT33, Gary the Numbers Guy, and his collective. He taught me a lot back in 2023. So shout out to him. Don't forget to check him out. GT33, you can learn a lot. So 11s, it's your emotion. You really got to tap into that. You got to get a hold of it and understand that that's
my emotions. Even I'm scared of my emotions.
Because you're very like you can read people. You're very intuitive. You understand when people like you understand the certain things innately, as if you're a psychic. You know, like you understand. Very well.
I'm very intuitive. Yes.
And when people switch up on you or do you dirty, it really hurts you because the emotion is something that you feel greater than others because you're very sensitive.
Yeah.
So you can go deeper and deeper and deeper, but I'm just.
Yeah, I'm a typical crab as well. I'm a real crab.
So exercise and grounding on Mother Earth. So if you could take your shoes off and just put your feet on the ground, and also go.
I do that.
Okay. Well, you're already in balance. If you continue to do that, that's gonna always keep you in balance throughout the rest of the day.
But I tell you something about I'm a real crab. When I read anything about cancers, I'm such a crab. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm all scuttling.
You know, I've been meaning to get one of those bats because they've ended up in my algorithm. They keep coming up on Facebook and stuff. I've been meaning to get one of those. It's just, you know what, I wonder
if Amazon sells them.
Huh?
I wonder if
yeah, I seen some on Amazon. I did because I looked there. It's just I remember what happened was I was trying to make sure I get the right one. So I saw a couple. Yeah, they had some decent reviews. I was just trying to make sure that I picked the most appropriate one, you know. But yeah, that's been on my radar, man. That's been on my radar.
So I just put my birthday into AI, and they said that my life path number is 7.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lucky number, man. That's the God number. That's the God number.
Numerology is something again I learned a little bit later on, but I've been doing like the Chinese metaphysics, Eastern metaphysics, Western metaphysics.
Yeah.
This should actually be coming up on my 8th year now. So 7 years deep as of now. But the 7, you're very intellectual. You're connected to your spirit. Your spirit is going to be attacked a lot more than others because the 7 is the number of spirituality. So you have an innate connection to that. something that you need to know how to do to get back to feeling like yourself is solitude. You do best when you're by yourself. That's when you can self-reflect and get back into your zone and really lock in, get the negative thoughts out of your mind. Sometimes when you're around people, it can be too overstimulating. Some others might consider you more of an introvert, but you know yourself. You just choose your words because you understand that words are cheap. You just don't like to just throw them out there. So, yeah, solitude. That's the 7. You definitely want to spend more time with yourself because that's when you receive more downloads and you can evolve further throughout the stuff. So, hope that helps.
That's what I wanted to say earlier. When you are an empath, like being around other people can be draining because a lot of people can just take other people's energy and just, I don't know, going about their day. But when you're empathic, like you actually take it in. Like I can't be around, like for example, somebody has cancer, right? I take their energy and then I feel like it's my pet project to try to save them or whatever. And then I get so frustrated because they don't listen to me. Like they're going to take chemotherapy. They're going to do whatever the doctors tell them. And then they're just going to die. Like my father did that. My cousins did that. I don't want to be around people because I am empathic. And when I listen to people's problems, it becomes my problem.
Yeah, that's how it works, man. That's what they say, birds of a feather flock together. And like Kanye West said, if you constantly are hanging around people that think that you are something that you're not, eventually you're going to become that person that they think that you are. So you need to be by yourself to evolve, specifically for you, because you have access to the spirit that others do not at the same rate. You can tap into your spirit. And I see in the comments, Farhat from Baghdad says, what is the difference between the soul and the spirit? Me personally, I consider them the same, simply because the soul is something that is within and the soul is the spirit. So if you're looking to tap into the soul or the spirit, you're eventually going to get to the same spot, which is the top of the Most High, where he's at. And in between the physical realm down here and the spiritual realm up there is the mental realm, the mind. Down here, we operate from the heart the most. Like someone punches you in your face, your heart's going to be pumping, now you're ready to go. But if you have worked on your mind and you can really consciously think through your nature, because instinctively, someone hits you in the face, you're going to be like, all right, let's get it on. But if you can tap into your mind and have a higher level of thinking, you might look around first and be like, all right, let me see if it's worth me getting activated.
Turn the other cheek.
Right. You can either turn the other cheek. If you're a smaller individual, you might want to pick up a weapon. I'm not going to say that.
Right.
Your choice and your free will, whatever you decide to do with your free will, and I understand that's a whole nother topic that we've had before. But whatever you choose to do with your will isn't objectively good or bad. It depends on who you are and how you know that person, your relationship, and the dynamic of the situation. But you can really only access the spirit or the soul, because I know people like to play semantics, through the mind. This is exactly what Napoleon Hill was talking about in his book called Outwitting the Devil, because he's trying to get people to consciously take ownership of their mind so that they can avoid these substances and the actions that take you away from your purpose. If you can get to your purpose, then that's inevitably going to allow you to evolve. And when you grow, things don't grow necessarily downwards or left or right. They typically grow up, right? So you see that shit growing towards the Most High, right? Like that's how it works, man. I don't make the rules, but it goes physical, mental, spirit, right? And when you have access to that spirit, you can experience higher levels of love, peace, serenity, bliss, gratitude, wealth, riches, abundance, prosperity. But it's hard to know what that feels like if you're suppressed. If you can't even, like, it's almost like the light is trying to hit you, but you've been inside for the last 5 years. How can the light pierce you and kill you? and give you this consciousness and this information. If you're always God, or if you're always eating unhealthily, or if you're always gossiping and just in places and rooms that you shouldn't be in, like you're literally blocking your blessings at that time because you're putting up a mental shield over what you need to grow, which is light. Everything needs light.
Right.
All right. I have a question for Chickpea.
Yeah.
So Farhad in the comments he was asking what's the purpose of you just being here observing the mark of a beast? Like why do you think that that's your mission?
So no, it's just a feeling I have. It's just a weird. I'm not here to do anything. Because I know I existed before I came here, and I know that. I learned that when I got hypnotized. I don't think I come from. I'm not meant to be here. There's something about this planet and me that just do not gel. And I've been antinatalist in the Venus as a little girl, from my earliest memories. I'm not meant to, and I think I've just come here to watch it. Literally, because my plan, I do believe what it says in Revelation, and I believe it through and through. And my plan is when the time comes and I see it come to my door, I will take my cats to the vet, give them a nice, peaceful death, and I will just sit on the pavement somewhere and watch the show until I die. And that's my plan, because I believe it. No one else does. It's weird because you know what? I'm not even a Christian. I know people who go to church, and I've sort of said the blah, 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 the mark of the beast, because it's the main topic of conversation of mine. Oh, I will leave it in God's hands. I think myself, but God says quite clearly, it's not in his hands, it's in our hands, or your hands, whoever. It just amazes me that these Christians, I'm not the Christian, and I'm the one talking to these Christians, and they've got to believe it that I do.
But it's not their fault, Chickpea, because it's more of the religion that they're in, right? So people are just gonna kind of believe whatever they were taught and whatever religion they were in.
Yeah.
And it's that's just kind of that's like that with really any person, right? They're brought into something, and you know, me, I'm very lucky that I'm just stubborn. Like I'm very stubborn I can't take anybody's word. I have to feel that the oven burns to know that that it's real. So it's like, you know, it's like really having a thirst for seeking the truth. And
when it comes to Revelation, it's clear as day to me. It's clear. I don't know why it's like this, but it just is, and I see it. Like I see the Euphrates drying up, and to me it's as clear as day. And I can see that 200 million men are coming into the West, and I can see that.
Wait, so Chickpea, so then what will be the point of you choosing to come down here to just watch the world end then?
I don't think I came here by choice. I didn't come here by choice. No, I didn't come here by choice, because I remember when I was in my little state watching my fetus.
How can you not come by choice? How can you not come by choice then? Who would be forcing you?
Some asshole out there, the asshole God. I hate God. I hate God, I would add. I believe that the God of this world is a total asshole, okay? So he sent me back down.
But the God of this world wouldn't necessarily be the one that you were talking to, right?
Well, I don't know. That's as far as I know, because I do believe that we are caught in an enclosed biosphere somehow, and that the true God of creation would never have created this sort of bloodbath that we live in. Because I'm very, very anti-meat eating, very anti-blood spilling, all that sort of thing.
You guys believe in karma?
Anyone that decrees something.
Oh yeah, I believe in it. I know it works.
What?
Right. What Chickpea is saying is different from what traditional Christians believe. Like Gnostics believe that God trapped us here because God learned through us. Like he needs us to experience it so he can gain something from that.
Sorry. Well, I don't understand this. Right? We live in this world, everything's killing each other. Kill, 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 kill. Now, I'm not a very nice person. I don't profess to be. But even I think killing is wrong.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
my mind, which is wrong, wrong, wrong. Whether it's an animal or a human, you do not kill a conscious creature. It's just wrong. Whether it's a hen or a chicken.
I think that's just how the game's designed, though. Unfortunately, that's just how this physical game is designed, though. It's all about like the chain of command and the beings that are stronger than the other beings are able to track them down, hunt them down, kill them. Yeah, it's kind of.
And every now and again, they've got us doing it. I mean, if you study war, study the Battle of the Somme, for example, you will. It's an absolute stupid farce.
Yeah.
It's sick what us humans do, and I'm and I'm not. I just can't. It just troubles me, and it's always troubled me. But I hate the God of this world, Jehovah. I hate him with a passion. I cannot describe it. And when I meet him, I'm going to stab him in his eyes.
Maybe that's why he keeps sending you back. Maybe that's why he keeps sending you down here because you hate him.
I'm going to get him one day.
You know what it is, Chickpea? Chickpea, you probably got into some arguments with him up there, and he's like, you know what? Get your ass down there with the rest of the hooligans. That's probably what he said to you.
You're probably right. I'm probably married to the asshole. This is why I'm so anti-marriage.
Yeah. Because it's like what does Robert Griffin say about the 48 laws of power? That's like what that's about, right? Like you kind of can't overstep the master. That's
Yeah.
No,
I hate about him too. You know what? When they left the Garden of Eden, bloody bastard, and there's two sons. If I had, had a sacrifice, I would have sacrificed the vegetables.
The vegetables.
So I'm damned before we even start.
Okay, Chickpea, but if they're not familiar with Gnosticism, they need to understand why God would trap you into this hellscape for you to bear witness. They're not familiar with Gnosticism like that. That is the whole purpose that we exist, is so that God can benefit from our existence, so he can gain knowledge from us.
What's he do? Gain knowledge from me? He's supposed to be the clever one. I can't create an earth. I'm too stupid.
Yeah.
So what does he want to learn from me?
Well, he's experiencing life through you. I believe that's what life is trying to say. Is that the Most High is experiencing life through you, through all of us.
No, but not Gnosticism, as far as I know, is that God created the world to just feed off human suffering.
Yeah, we're loose, basically.
Oh, okay,
Right.
I got you. Yeah, I got you.
We feed off the animals.
I got you. So you guys are going. Yeah, you guys are going more into the Gnostics. Okay,
Yeah,
I got
believe
you.
Gnosticism, yeah.
Yeah.
But I believe Jehovah exists. I believe that bastard exists. And one day, if I ever see him, I will stick a knife in him.
But Chickpea, this is what I'm saying, right? I obviously understand what you've been through, and I think it's just normal for a human to have compassion for other humans because we know the pain. And I like when Life talks at Life Admonition, he talks about being an empath because it's really like me and him, we share a lot in common. So I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
And I guess I think he can agree. He must have met a lot of heartless people that didn't have a good heart. Because that's what it's been for me. But what am I getting at is I'm at a point to where I'm having understanding to the natural order of everything, that everything just has to be the way it is. So, for instance, anytime, I'll put it to you this way. Anytime you want to get mad at anybody that's ever done you wrong in the past, the problem I have with that right now is that was part of your life's mission to obtain that lesson. You know how when you play on a team, right? Whether it's NBA or NFL, when you play on a sports team, right? You're like right now, we're Team DNW, right? We're all on this team, right? So believe it or not, everybody that's ever done you wrong, they're part of your team. They're like, you know what I mean? Like they ain't necessary that have screwed you over. They're not part of my team, but you're part of my team because you've come into my life and they've went into your life. So what am I getting at is everybody that we kind of get in contact with is part of our team and they help us one way or another. So what I'm saying is you even gotta be understanding to the Most High, like the the actual God that people see as the light, the good light, because it's like that's tough to just be good 24/7 and to like push that upon other beings. Like, all right, be good, do good. You know what I mean? Like that's got to be tough. You know,
But
you
I
got to
don't go
give
around doing
some
bad things
credit.
to people.
No,
For
I'm
all
not
my
saying that.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't. And I
yeah.
don't give a shit about anyone, but I don't go and doing bad things. I don't.
That part. Hey, Chick, do you mind if I just give a little brief explanation as to what's being shown on the screen right now?
Yeah.
So that is what I was referring to when we said like the torus field and the cosmic egg. You see in the bottom right hand corner,
Yes.
you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
Mother Earth, and that's what when I was asked the question, are we being like recycled or does reincarnation exist? A lot of people believe that, you know, if you do leave your physical body, your energy is going to be recycled into another vessel if your karma dictates that.
Yes.
If you can't make it to that next level, quote unquote, the afterlife, then you need to come and master this level first. You need to finish your karmic justice down here. So not only do we have the
justice, there is no justice down here.
Of that's just of the earth and like on a broader. We have another picture right here too. Let me show you. Yeah, this one, and there's a definition behind it as well. I don't know if you put that one on the screen, DNW.
Are you two talking behind our backs?
No, this okay, cool. You can see it. So I'll read it real quick. It says the toroidal field human concept describes the body's energy field as a donut-shaped toroidal vortex with the heart as its central generator. So you know, we probably all heard the theory that there's brain cells in the heart as well, and that the heart is actually I've been told it's 100 times stronger than the mind because the current that it generates is completely, does not compare.
Yeah.
It says this field is not a single torus, but a nested system of toroidal fields originating from atoms, cells, and organs.
Yeah, I know that.
With the largest field emanating from the heart. Cool. But to understand that, that's on a physical aspect, but more so, there's more to it. With metaphysics, you can determine what kind of torus field you have, which is like what kind of what your nature is. And you learn how to project that energy with your mind. So yeah, it operates, it's there, it's existing from the heart, but you learn how to actually use it with the mind. And that's where theories like Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch is being shown within the camera. It's like, yo, how did he do that? Because he understands how to charge up.
Yeah.
And then he actually knows how to use it because he's applying his mind. What does he say? He always says you have to understand the combination between nature and your instinct and conscious thought.
So
when you can use those two, that's when you really start tapping into that superpower of what it is to be a human. You've seen ideas of people levitating and pushing over objects with telekinesis and things of that nature. So
the superpower to being a human is feeling like a god, and I'm already on those levels.
So that's very well said. But for myself, and I'm sure others, we try and often put things in categories and use our logic, our left mind, our masculine essence to explain things. Now, everything doesn't need an explanation, but I think it's really cool when you can articulate it and teach it in a way to where it does logically make sense.
But I know that, the heart's very strong. I know that.
Wait. So you're saying you're saying we have superpowers?
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do we access them then?
By harnessing light.
What do you say? Harvesting light?
Yeah, harnessing light.
What do you mean? What type of light? Like sunlight?
Sunlight, good deeds. What goes around comes around. As you sow, what you reap. not gossiping, being in the right rooms, listening, learning, reading books, being a positive.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Wait,
Mo is doomed. Oh, sorry.
But no, I just want to ask him quickly. Like, so what exactly are the superpowers? Like, what abilities do we have access to?
So that's where it gets fun because your birthday tells me that. When you tell me your birthday, I can tell you what.
No, but what are some examples of from other people? For example,
From other people, hypnosis, like magnetism, really magnetic charisma, access to the Akashic records, photographic memory.
Interesting. And have you experienced any of them? Any of those things yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I use it day in and day out. So my occupation is I live on the west side of America. I am a nightlife promoter, and I use this consciously to get people to come and check out venues that they've never heard of or may have heard of. And just for reference, the most amount of women I was able to bring in one night was 165.
Damn.
Interesting.
$165, man. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really, it's not like by chance in that point. It's like,
Yeah.
no, that's what he's doing.
No. That's really good because I used like I don't want to say too much either, but I know the scene. I know the scene. So that's really good stuff, man. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not every day you just follow a stranger into somewhere that you've never been. But let's be real. If you have a gift, which that is one of my gifts, is using my voice.
But it's even the energy though, right? Like, you know, people are gonna talk to you, they're gonna pick up on that energy, right? And they're like, okay, like, you know, the dude seems solid, right? Whereas if other people will give off like creepy vibes, right, or other type of vibes and stuff, right?
But this is the thing, man. Like when you know that you have exactly what do weirdos say? The sixth sense. The sixth sense is a superpower. It's a fact. But more telling is it's the Taurus field. It's the logic explanation behind it is your Taurus field. When people are within your 18-foot radius, they can tell whether they trust you or not, and it doesn't have to be through the English language. There's body language. There's timing. There's eye contact. There's
in their aura.
yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Right. Work field because you can tell when someone speaks whether they're desperate or abundant.
Wait, so how is it? Wait, so how is it that sometimes people are sometimes wrong about the intuitions or vibes that people give off, right?
That's your life. We have to fail to know how to get better.
Okay, no, because I was just saying no, because some people just like to talk like if it's this perfect thing, but you can always tell what type of vibe or timing someone's on. But sometimes, you know, you can end up trusting someone might give off trustworthy vibes to you, and they end up turning out to be untrustworthy, right? So.
Yeah, I mean that's very much so true. That could be a series of things, but I like to just sum it up to this: as human beings, we all contradict ourselves. You know when you're really someone worth listening to when you consciously contradict yourself less than others. Right?
Wait, you say that someone is worth listening to when they constantly contradict themselves?
Less than others. We're human
less than others. Oh, okay.
Contradict ourselves. That's
all right. Yeah, that's true.
We all really think about that. We all contradict ourselves. So if you know that and you know that you're not perfect and all knowing, then it's probably best that you learn how to listen. Because with listening comes understanding, knowledge, and wisdom. It says that in all these holy books, go for the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. It is finer than any of the precious rubies, silvers, and golds. For a reason. Because you have the light that shines greater than any gem.
Oh, come on.
Wait, so
you're very what star sign are you, Mo? Oh, you're Libra, yes?
Yeah, I'm a Libra. And someone said taking wisdom is rebroadcasting the show right now. Yeah, I actually am. I'm trying to get Finding Gnosis out there.
Wait, so Mo, what type of aura do like all of us give off to you individually?
Individually? Like you want me to just like come up with a summary, like a brief summary of?
Yeah, sure.
I think you're more of you listen. You know how to listen, because listening actually is a skill, and there's nothing wrong with developing theories against people's, or seeing the flaws in people's line of thinking. I think you have a skill to do that. But if I was to say whether you were malevolent or benevolent, I think you're more on the good side. You just understand that you can't be naive in a world where.
I was about to say that. I was about to say, are you gonna give them the ugly side of it too? The naive, the gullible, the.
And I would think at times you probably were naive, but it wasn't like being naive isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just the world forces us to hop up out of that naive type of living. I was naive for a very long time, but then I had to understand that everyone isn't on your team.
Yeah. No, I've learned that a lot over the last few years or so. Yeah.
And some people like to use the theory that it's not wise, or you shouldn't have friends, you should have allies. Now, I think if you have friends, that's a blessing. Like, my Chinese neighbor that was 30 years my senior across the street told me that his dad told him that that it is a blessing to even have one friend in this life.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, that's deep. But I can also agree with the allies and friends theory, because I work in the nightlife scene and it's very shiesty out there. It's very transactional. Like, capitalism is the nature of that scene. And if you don't have, and I heard there was it was when Life of Abolitionism was speaking. It comes down to typically people using the what can you do for me argument, all right?
Right, yeah.
Around you. And truthfully, that's just the nature of capitalism, though. It really brought in people to be way more transactional with the relationships. And I don't think it's going to get any better until we start to have conversations like this. This is the only way. Because if it just continues to be day in, day out, like, oh, well, everyone is just easily replaceable, you're just going to.
That's so good on this capitalism. Stop it. Good on this. What everybody likes. Love the people love. It's a stupid little country, right? I told it back in the 70s, because I'm working class, I'm a secretary, and all my friends are working class. And they all started voting Tory, and I went bloody crazy. I went mad. I was out in the streets demonstrating with all the other working class, but the working classes were voting for that nasty little Tory female. I still hate her now, old Maggie. Mm-hmm. She completely wrecked the police force, the NHS, the infrastructure, everything. And to me, it was as clear as day what she was planning on doing. But, oh no, I work in an office. I thought to myself, yeah, well, that makes you, yesterday's office is yesterday's factory, grow up. But people don't see it, do they? It makes me die with the working class, because they think they're working in an office that they're somehow made it.
But you have to remember, Chick, you have to remember too that all of this is planned, right? Remember, the whole world's a stage, and everyone's just playing a role.
Yeah, it amuses me that
she's a master number. She's down here to wake up people. Other people don't have that same level of awareness that she's been gifted with. So that's the thing. You have that awareness, so you need to also keep in mind.
Oh, they're not interested. People are not really well interested. Same the animal rights movement. People say, "Oh, I love animals," but they still eat them. They're not interested.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, Master Number 11s are the most charismatic speakers.
Really? DW.
Yeah, you'll pay attention to it. The proof is in the patterns, guys. I'm not here to be right. I'm just saying. There's something that is clearly brought down to a pattern, and the proof is in it. It is complete logic. I don't care about being right or wrong.
But that was very young.
Mo, I'll tell you this, man. Like I've been trying to get into like Nikola Tesla's 369 and how he talks about the secrets to the universe's frequency, energies, vibrations. And what was I gonna get, man? I remember when I first kind of heard about like numerology, right? Kind of like what you're cooking up on. And I just, I didn't know what to make of it, right? I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Because I watch boxing, right? By the way, I watch a lot of boxing. And there's this one guy who he makes predictions based off of numerology, right? And I would just say, I'm like, man, this guy's capping, right? This is all, just gimmicks, whatever. But then when you just really think about it, as far as that, it is written, everything's already written out. It make it like I don't believe it. I know it. I know that numerology, it's already there. It's already created. I don't know how to really tap into that energy, but I know that it's definitely a fact that the numerology's already set into play on how things are gonna align and take effect. But again, I've been trying to get into a bunch of stuff. So I'm just slowly but surely picking up on certain things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So it's not necessarily like nothing is absolute. It's more so like there's a likelihood that it could happen, like the outcome. So next year, for example, Chickpea is going to be in her home core energy. So it's
you just proved me right. You just proved me right about something.
Okay,
I was talking about Maggie Thatcher ruining the country, animal rights, and all that. I saw it all coming, and I see the mark of the beast coming too. You see, I'm right. You wait and see. Yeah. All of you wait and see.
Well, I will say the horse is a very stubborn sign, and next year,
yeah, I'm stubborn, aren't I?
It's rebellious. So if any time it could like pop off, let's say there was like some type of like interaction between countries, and there most likely will be. But
I reckon there's big trouble coming, because I don't know if you know. Have you studied the sky at all? Because I don't know if you know back in 2017, but back in have you ever read Revelation where it talks about the woman in the sky?
No.
I'm talking to you, Mo.
No, I think he said he hasn't read it.
Yeah, well, there's this thing that says in Revelation about the woman in the sky, and this is what's really got me going. But back in 2017, there was a planetary configuration with the sun and the moon and lots of planets. And this configuration cannot be seen.
Hold on. I think that was 2020, right? You talking about Saturn?
2017.
2017? What planet is it?
November 2017. Anyway, this configuration cannot be seen by man because of the way it's all been done. It's purely a computer configuration, and it only happens once every 7,000 years. But this little man sitting in a cave talked about it 2,000 years ago, and hey, in 2017, computers say it's happening. It's just so weird. But I believe everything that's written there, everything, for some reason, and I'm sitting here waiting for it to happen. And I'm scared. Yes, I'm terrified. I am scared.
Don't be scared. Just keep that ground. Keep grounding. Keep going on walks.
Of course, I'm scared. I've got to take my cats to the vet. I'm terrified the day I have to take the vet.
Trust me. Look, darkness is just as respected as light. Some people think destruction isn't a part of life, but it really is. In order to get the ability to plant veggies and fruits.
I've got nowhere to plant veggies and fruits, Mo. I live in the middle of a city. I don't have the resources.
Let him finish. Let him finish, because he's cooking right now. Because without light, without darkness, you can't have light. That's what he's cooking on. Let him cook.
The light,
let him cook.
Shines brightest in the darkness. Now I understand Chickpea. She's all down low.
He's talking about cooking.
We're all gonna get this down there. Let's all get the down there. So.
Yeah.
D&W, do you mind sharing that image that I put on the screen as well and escape the matrix? So you were talking about how numerology does show the codes.
Yeah.
Just reveal, these outcomes are more likely to happen. Not 100% because nothing is absolute, but shit, I'll take it if it's fucking 90.
Right. The thing is, I agree with you that not everything's absolute. I completely agree with you on that. I'm just starting to learn that. But yeah, go on.
So that this movie right here is pretty much just showing. I think it's our version, our 21st century version of the Matrix, because the Matrix was created in 1999.
When did this one come out?
This one came out in 2011 on October 28th. And for those who study numerology, you'll learn more so about that number and how people use that number 28 to associate with themes of wealth, money, currency. Elon Musk is born on the 28th. A lot of 28 is the or billionaire. The capital B is the 28th letter. If you were to continue the cipher on over and over. Again, like I said, I learned a lot from Gary, the Numbers Guy, GG33. Be sure to check him out. So this movie right here, In Time. I believe this movie is our greatest movie within the century, easily within the next 75 years.
But why? Because they've got this time thing on their hands, haven't they? Time chip.
Yeah. So they really explain how the true currency is and has always been time. That's the true currency, and this movie highlights it. This movie is like Proverbs within the Bible, and I'm not a Christian by any means. But the main book that I study currently is chapter 1 through 31, Proverbs, because it literally does give you logical explanations as to how to not navigate for each day. So today's the 26th. Therefore, you would read Proverbs chapter 26. And I'm not making this up, man.
Right.
These patterns, yo. If you read this shit, it literally always aligns. This movie's similar. You can watch it dozens of times and learn something new each time. It's my favorite movie. You should watch it.
I'm gonna watch it, bro.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I'm a Matrix nerd, bro. I love the Matrix. Like the whole trilogy, and even any movies like that. Like I was gonna say to you, bro, Mo. I don't want to say it on here. I was gonna put it in the private, but there's a channel that I know you fuck with. I could tell you fuck with it. You know what I'm talking about, right? I'll just leave it. He's a flat earther. I'll just say that. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Eric Dubay?
No, I don't want to say it on it because I just don't know how much we could really say and stuff. I don't know.
No, you can say what you want. Nobody's
we could. Okay, you mess with Bro Sanchez?
I've heard of the name before, but I have not really tapped into this content.
Yeah. If you watch them, you'll realize you're just getting the same downloads, man. And it's crazy because there was this one day, I watch him all the time. There was this one day I got a download, and then 2 days later he throws up a live and he said a few things that I got as a download, and I'm like, this is crazy because I could tell we're all getting similar downloads or the same, at certain times or whatever. It's just crazy, man.
The HOS update, so what I like to call it, that human operating system update. And nature is honestly doing this job to get people back to balance. All the bad that has happened, it's the law of cause and effect. You reap what you sow. If something happened on the dark end, then it's going to happen the same momentum on the light end.
No, Mo. The most evil people in the world are the richest.
Yeah, but that's subjective though, because if you
that's not subjective.
It's subjective.
She's got a point.
It's subjective. Let's think about it. If you only look at money as your only measurement of power, then that's more likely to be true in your eyes. But if you don't see
money is
the only form of power, then how can being rich?
Disagree totally.
He said the knowledge and wisdom is the true treasure.
No. Yes, knowledge and wisdom in the great beyond, but not on this shithouse planet. All that matters is money.
What did Black Man just say? Hold on. Did Black Man just say that? Because I got the earpiece and I walked away. Who said that? He said, "What knowledge is wisdom?" Who said that?
Oh, yeah, that was Black Manosphere.
Okay, see, this is the shit I'm talking about, bro. Because it was 2 days ago. That's what I was thinking about. I'm like, man. This is priceless. Wisdom is priceless. It's money can't even touch it, man. It's just crazy. We're just getting the same things at the same time, man. It's just crazy.
And the true currency is time.
Exactly. There's a big difference between knowledge and wisdom, right?
Oh, go on,
yeah,
zombie.
Yeah,
Go on,
Mac
zombie.
is
Go
right.
on, zombie.
There's a big difference between knowledge and wisdom. Yeah.
Yeah, let him cook. Go on, zombie. Go on, zombie.
Well, I mean, a lot of people will say knowledge and all of that, but knowledge is knowing what to say. Wisdom is knowing whether to say it or not. You know, it's,
Right.
So people can be very knowledgeable, but they don't have wisdom. They're just like a walking encyclopedia. You know, so I wonder, like, if you think about it, what if this is pre-scripted? What if I think, okay, I'm going to pick up the pen with my right hand, but I'm choosing the left hand, so I'm changing it. But what if I was always going to pick it up with the left hand? You know, what if we're like how we write a book, or like, you know, that book by Mark Twain with Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer? What if we're actors in a play, in a book, something like that? You know, there's philosophies from the Middle Eastern Asia, stuff like that, that talk about that we're you know, actors on a stage, Shakespeare and other guys. It's just too coincidental, and I wonder about that, because when you look at other people, it's like they might not even know it. It's like they're acting, you know. And
yeah,
you know,
it's part.
There's higher gods and lesser gods.
I mean, I don't know, what is a god?
Good
one
question.
who knows, one who's on top of things, one who's.
That's a good.
No, I just want to say, okay, money's everything. And I tell you something: if your children and your child is sick and you can't afford their medical treatment, you've got no money, then you will see money is everything.
You have a very good point. Yeah,
Thank
you know,
you very much. And I'll tell you this much: the more of an asshole you are, the more likely you are to have lots. That's one thing I've learned in my 70s.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's.
No, it is true.
But you're right about money. Like,
there's only one way to get rich, and that's to exploit the labor.
I mean, you know what goes ahead of money? There's one thing, and that's health, and also time. Because you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have time, time is really
money.
Wait.
But you got a good point, because Bill Hicks said it best. He said it's not about freedom; it's about money. You're free to go where you want to. Try doing it without money.
Yeah.
So money isn't.
And you're free to think whatever you want to think.
Well, you
Oh,
know,
wow.
I don't even know if people do think.
So if you're a little old man sitting on the street homeless, you're free to think whatever you like. Wow, lucky you! I am so jealous.
Yeah, money is up there. Money is up there. It's I'd say top 2, top 3.
There's a lot to that statement, though, because there are people who maybe they don't have money, but there's alternative medicines that they could take, but they don't have the knowledge to go out and research it. So the government that their patents and their medical monopoly over the practice of medicine, like, we should give deference to them. No, there are things that you can take. There's things that you can take for COVID. There's things that you can take for all kinds of ailments that have been around forever.
You gotta be careful
If
saying
you're
that.
living in a city, if you're living in the middle of a city, fuck all grows, okay? You're lucky if you find a bit of stinging nettle. This is okay if you're living with a load of land, which you need money to buy.
No.
If you're living in a city, herbs growing.
About going online and researching and finding cures for your ailments, but people.
How are you going to go online? You got to have money to have a computer.
If it all comes down to money.
Here's the thing, though. It's if you have children, that's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to make sure your children have what they need to survive. It's not anybody else's responsibility.
No, I don't know. I don't have any, but I do know you need children. If you need money to look after your children.
Then okay, we can get into the whole anti-natal thing. I don't think people should be having children, especially when they can't take care of it.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
But when it comes to the whole knowledge thing, I don't necessarily agree. I think because I went to law school, because I thought that if I had knowledge of the law, that would actually liberate me. It doesn't matter. They dominate. They have the power. You can have all the knowledge you want. They're going to dismiss your case. They don't have to give you an explanation. They can grant a judgment with no explanation because they control, and you're just you can have all the knowledge you want, but they have a monopoly on the use of physical force. So you can have knowledge. You need to have.
You thought about that, but you didn't have the real knowledge to know that's not the case. That was an illusion. You didn't have the knowledge.
And the Masons who control the legal profession, I do know this because I'm an ex-secretary, I do know about this, are rolling in cash. Those ones right at the top of the tree, multi-millionaires they are.
Yeah, the free. Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. The Freemasons do control like a lot of things within society.
Speculation is pretty much useless. So you can have knowledge for yourself, but if everybody doesn't know what you know, then it's pretty much dead. Like you don't have a monopoly, you don't have an army. Your knowledge is useless.
Exactly.
Not really. If you have the
So
knowledge,
I'll make a bigger point. I'll make a bigger point behind that. If you're not in favor of the bigger gods or lesser gods, and you're not tied into something, and you can't take that knowledge and then go multiply it, and you know what I'm saying, then you're not in favor. You're on another side.
Right. If you're able to multiply it, then you're
on the outside.
Right, and
all the knowledge in the world means nothing if you don't have wisdom. If you don't have the wisdom to wield the knowledge, you're just a person with a lot of knowledge. That's dangerous, actually.
Yes, don't forget.
That's a power. Danger is a power.
All the wisdom in the world, no one gives a shit.
Right, but well, that's kind of how I feel, right? I have all this knowledge about how fucked up the world is, but I can't put anything into action to change it. You know?
Yeah, exactly, Jay.
Yeah.
Then it might eat you alive and kill you. It might eat you alive.
Well, yeah, that's how I feel. That's why I feel so down and depressed.
Yes, I agree with you.
Well, also, I mean, when
So
you look
it's time to get a new knowledge and a new thought, and time to get a new wisdom.
No, I think there's actually safety in ignorance, but that ignorance is bliss. Because if I didn't know all the things that I know, I'd probably be a lot happier. I probably would able to be a productive member of society. But knowing so much has really been my demise. I don't want to know the things that I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's,
So your
that's my
perception,
problem.
your
Is that I know
perception is
too
your
much.
freedom or your jail. Your perception is your freedom or your jail.
Yeah,
No,
so
but
this
life
is why it's
abolitionist is
important.
right, though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll just say this. This is why it's important to know your genetic and metaphysical makeup, so that you know what works best for you, your pros and your cons. Whoever just said that they're depressed, I kid you not, there is a remedy, and it's gonna take work. But guess what? That's the fun part, because anything really worth having, it takes work.
How about depression just being a part of life that you deal with, and you have your ups and your downs instead of trying to eliminate the dark so you can only have light? You got to have depression to know what it is when you're not depressed. It's a part of life.
I think a lot of people here talked about things that are sicknesses and real illnesses and trauma. It's not just depression.
What if depression is not an illness? What if
depression is just depression is a byproduct? Depression is a byproduct of a deeper trauma or something that they can't get out of.
Say to be sad is reasonable, but if you can mitigate the amount of times that you're sad, like let's be clear, you're always gonna have some form of sadness.
Exactly, and you just minimize it where you can, and then also there's something to learn within it. That's the thing. Instead of saying, "Oh, I don't want to feel like that." Well, why are we? And the depression hits everyone. You know, most people.
But most people don't go clinically. Most people don't clinically.
Most people live a life that's like considered a low grade of depression, right? Now, what was that other thing that author said? Most men live lives of quiet desperation, and we don't let people know about it. Yeah, and it's messed up. I mean, I've gotten it on days, but I notice the more I create, the more I do, my radio show, stuff like that, come on other shows. It's part of it is interaction, but other part of it is being comfortable with isolation. If you love yourself, you're never alone. So when you hear the alone compared to solitude, it's two different things right there.
Well, lonely and alone, because alone is solitude. Lonely is
no, not really. I mean, think about it. Solitude is solitude. Alone is alone. You see, when we mix these words up, this is where things get confusing, because when a word is meant something, okay, let's leave it at that. Let's not say, well, it means this, this, and this too.
Well, because people have a feeling. It's more of a feeling. And I would deal with it based person by person, because one person's need may not be the next person's need.
No, just
or not being comfortable with being in solitude, because that's another big one. Some people feel like they need to be accomplishing something, that the solitude now feels like loneliness. because I notice whenever I'm creating or doing something that is productive, especially like Chickpea saying, in the venture of at least making some monetary capital from some of it, because you have to eat and other things, I feel a little better. But when I feel like, when you look at the world and you start to get a sense of despair, you know, it's getting a little tougher now. I mean, we're moving into a very electronic, genetic type of like age that I really don't know what's in store for a person that's going to be 20 years old in 2035.
They're gonna, but we're gonna put on big productions. We're gonna take all this stuff and do big productions.
You have to level up. You have no choice. If you don't take ownership of your mind and really start to think outside of the box, meaning if you want to be a millionaire, then you need to hang out with them. If you want to be a barber, then you got to hang out with the barbers. If you want to be a chef, then you got to hang out with the chefs. Simple as that. D&W, can you show the picture on the screen? That's, you know, we don't have to complicate it as much, but I think when everyone does embody solitude, as Max out was saying.
Well, you know what I noticed when Mo Wisdom is speaking, life abolitionist, when you're not muted, he gets a gurgling sound. I don't know if there's something with that background.
Maybe he just got a mute, right?
Yeah, it sounds better now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you look at the diagram on the screen, these are several measurements of power and value, not just money. If your health, family, wealth, social status, spirituality, love, creativity, career, and business, and most important of all, in the middle is yourself, love.
We don't see a diagram, by the way.
No, I see it. I see it.
Oh, what the? I don't see nothing. What the heck? Okay, it's all good. It's all. You just keep going. I'm not gonna wrap. Keep going.
All right. Yeah, catch on the replay. It's worth it. This diagram helps a lot. I just think it's really important for people to understand, in order to even access these other forms of power, wealth, and value, you have to love yourself. You have to start with yourself. So we kind of stumbled across the topic earlier of having to learn to be selfish, because some people are not. That's a real thing. Like, you really got to be selfish in this matrix today, in a capitalistic society as well, in order to help people as much as possible. Just like how Chickpea was saying, you know, money is a really important resource. Let's be real. It really is. But it's cool because as much damage as it's done in the past is as much help as it can do in the future. The more money, the more that you can expand upon your creativity and put people in positions to live a more peaceful life. So just wanted to share that real quick.
I mean, money helps, man. If I could give everybody on the panel $10,000 each, I think they would accept it and say that it helped them a little. I'd be happy for it.
Yeah.
That would help a lot, because 10K can be turned into 100K.
Yeah. And even, you know, you look at all the money that's around and what's going on. I mean, I feel kind of, when I look at the taxation without representation, it's brutal. But it's like I said, you know, you start to really look at society as you get older, and you see that money and health, those are two, like that thing. Yeah, those two. What was it? The three wishes to the genie. They said you ask for healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Yeah.
Because that makes sense now a lot more.
Yes. Not just tell you.
And you know what the beautiful part is about this? Like, so when you look at certain people's metaphysical makeup and the day that they're born, you'll notice patterns that these people are innately connected to certain resources. Some people are certainly connected to wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and that's going to be like your life path 3s, 7s, 9s, 33s. You have people that are connected to money.
Why do you say 3 and 7s? So much of interest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how far you've gone down the rabbit hole of metaphysics, but 3 is connected to the planet of Jupiter.
And what's about the 7s?
7 is the planet of Neptune, and it is the element of water. Your 9 is the planet of Mars and the element of fire. And actually, in 2025, we just jumped into a 2-decade period where the fire element is going to be the theme. So when you were saying those visions that you had about war and whatnot, I understood that it could happen, and it's more likely to happen. But guess what? If we collectively start to be on the same page and think positively, then hey,
Oh, but Mo, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I feel like it's inevitable.
Mo, I tell you something. You have to read a history book, and people always do what their superiors tell them to do. And when their superior boss says to them, go out and kill, they'll go and do it because they've been told to. That's a sad, brutal reality about life. That's why I don't like us very much.
Well, you know,
Michael
Jackson was able to influence millions of people.
What?
He probably told him he couldn't do it either. But without Michael Jackson, you know, people wouldn't be the same. He was literally known globally. I'm talking about.
But
you can make lots of money out of him. That's why.
Right, and war is a different beast, right?
They were saying he was tapping into spirit.
Think about it, because sound is the most powerful weapon.
Wisdom. Do you know the story, the Battle of the Somme? Do you know the story about what happened before the war started? That battle, Somme, that terrible, terrible battle. You don't know, do you? But I'll tell you, right? The battle, the night before, the Brits and the Germans played football together. Okay, these working class boys, working class Germans, working class Brits, working class, okay, trolls, played football together, drank together, partied together. The next morning, they went back to their trenches. Their boss said to them, right, off, pick up your guns, off you go. The war started. Then they went and killed the other side. So the night before they were playing with them, the next day they killed each other. That's humanity for you. That's
lower humanity. That's lower.
No, that is average humanity. That is not low humanity. That is average. No. That is average working class humanity. It's not lower humanity. That was my ancestors. Ordinary everyday humans. No, that's ordinary. No,
I was going to talk about it earlier, but okay.
The spirit of anger was present. You don't kill someone out of joy. And if you do,
so why did they do it then? Just because their boss said, now off you go and kill. That's what their boss told them to do. So they went, yes, sir. I love you, sir. And picking their guns away, kill.
What is the war? What is the war about? What is the war over? Don't they want resources?
Beginning of the First World War. This was beginning of the First World War.
I think she's talking about how
people. What was it over? What was it for?
No, she's asking.
The First World War, the Battle of the Somme was the beginning of the First World War.
We understand that happened, but you got to keep in mind that was the European.
What's so different about non-Europeans? What's so different?
I was going to talk about it earlier. Europe, UK, all of that outside. I was going to tie into a bigger point.
Let me just bring it up because.
Because don't be funny, when you read a history book, humans have been killing each other since they left the Garden of Eden. We've been at each other's
but you know what, Chickpea? I think that the history books are purposely focusing on, yes, there has been a lot of war and killing, but there's also some good stories that I noticed they suppress and they don't like to talk about that. Because if you look at stories where people helped each other, like, for instance, during World War II, right? Didn't the Albanian Muslims help hide some of the Jewish people that were trying to escape the Nazis, giving them?
A couple of them did. Yes,
no, but what I'm saying is there is that goodness. If we don't focus on the goodness a little and think it's all bad, it gets doomeristic. And I'm not saying to ignore the bad. You're right about pointing it out. But there's some good acts that people do. It might not be the majority, but
right. But the good is only mitigating the evil. So what you said is that the group of people trying to kill some Jews and some Muslims tried to help them. So it's still based on.
They did help them. You see, so it's not that they tried to help them; they did help them. Yeah, and I'm just pointing this out as a story. Like, okay, look at I think Mexico might have gave Ethiopia around $5,000, like a century or something more, and I think they paid it back. Like the gratitude, like when you look at these little acts of kindness.
Yes,
now,
occasionally.
Occasionally, but that's what I find out, right? But what if it's more than occasionally, and I just don't know?
It's not occasional.
Because all it puts in is war. Like, have you ever heard? If you look at the news, right? it's always something negative, and it's a scientific fact that people that watch the news more get depressed more. But you know that they could put if they even put equal stories. Hey, somebody helped this person out today, and they were so thankful. And then also you put the other story of the crime or whatever. At least you have a little balance. Doesn't it feel like they're just feeding us a lot of this?
I sense that as a child. As a child, I recognize that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because it's manifestation, man. When they target that subconscious mind, what do you think is more prone to happen? They're constantly showing you something that you.
But you know,
I used to say, "Why y'all always watch this stuff then?" And then I watched the minds of my own family and how they think, and I was like, all this stuff correlates.
Well, look at music. I mean, music.
Yeah, I understand all those things. Yeah, I understand how we indoctrinated and how they pull the mind in.
You got people that will buy a musical album to brainwash themselves with the same thing that was put out to keep them in a detrimental state. And myself, when there was records,
Exactly. We can understand it for our own selves. If we all listen to music and watch television and do, you know what I'm saying? We could, if we be honest with ourselves, you could see.
Well, we see the progression of this too with the newer age in the last 10 years. This thing is on another level now.
Yeah.
This is a question though, because if you're a problem,
then we worry about our children.
If you're a problem solver, wouldn't it be more helpful to focus on the negative than to focus on the positive? What is the value of focusing on the positive? You're not fixing it.
If I focus on the negative, am I going to go seek the devil out and the evil out and kill it? Am I going to get rid of it, or am I playing ball with it?
Well, no. This is an easier way to put it. What you're saying is right. The negative, right? To fix the negative, you have to use something positive. So you're going to be using both. When you focus on the negative without a solution, that's the problem. You got to say,
that's what I'm saying. When I focus on something, I'm going to eliminate it. It will be no more.
Well, you might
know what I'm saying? So it's no. So hold on. I want to make a point. I want to make a quick point. I'm going to give it back. As a man, I want to eliminate the thing. It'll be no more. If I don't take that aspect with it and that thing, then I'm willing to play ball with it, let it linger around, hang out, see if I could be a part of it at some point in time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. I don't, because if you like depression, we just said, you're not going to eliminate that. You're going to minimize it. Sadness, you're going to minimize it. It's going to be there, and you're going to understand that it's there for a reason. Because how are you going to know you're happy?
I can't afford to go crazy. I can't afford to dwell in things that I'm not going to be able to change. You understand? So I got to keep my sanity, right? Because I'm not going to go change that and have the solution for it. But I know the solution.
And that's a good point.
Okay, can I just say something? Right, I remember the animal rights movement, and I look at this planet, and us humans, every year we bring 92 billion animals into existence. Then we factory farm and then we slaughter them under the most horrific conditions.
And not to forget trillions of trillions of sea life, seafood life,
and the trillions of sea life, and we've got nothing to be cheerful about, because I just never cease to amaze me that people don't. 2% of the population care, 2 tiny %. And I'll tell you something, I used to belong to the animal rights movement, and I used to get spat at by meat eaters and their children for showing pictures of it. There's nothing for us to be happy about.
Yeah, because to go along with the animal, to go along with that, we have millions of restaurants. So there's a business and a connection. We've always used animals to our advantage. Everything is to be used to advantage, whether we eating it, whether we muling it. Yes, right. Well, this is the human experience, and this is how we've gotten them through the years.
But that's really
about.
Right, but that's not positive. That's a very negative thing, because the animals suffer just like we suffer, and
it's disgusting.
They don't. Just like we value our life, they also value their life. Yes. So we're doing a very negative thing by killing them all the time and eating them.
This is why I hate
I just said we don't value their life. We value life. We value things when it's to our advantage. If it's not to our advantage, it can go. It can perish. It can be out of our sight. It can go.
Right. So that's why
that's a fact of life. You should understand way early in life. Like, you know what I mean?
No. Right. We're not saying that we don't understand it. What Chickpea is saying is that, of course we understand it. What we're saying is that, like, it's a very negative fact about life.
It's horrible. And I think all the while was being naughty grump.
Wait, Black Manosphere, you're sounding a bit muffled when you speak.
Who, me?
I'm sorry. I said yes. Negative and positive, yin and yang. These are facts of life that you learn very early.
But so you say this is a nice planet, and we live on this bloodbath, and you're saying it's nice. It's nice. It's a blood-soaked.
No, it's not so black and white. It's not so black.
So if you don't have any empathy, then you would stay positive and you would live in your happy bubble. But if you do have empathy, then you're going to focus on the negative because you actually want to help people.
Have you seen the movie Life and with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, and when they were all in jail doing life, then they went into this bubble of their mind where they were in the boom boom room, and they were in this jazz place, and all the inmates were in the same dream, and then the warden came in and he cut the dream off, and they all were lost. So you have abilities to go into your mind, they say you can be in prison, can't lock my mind.
Right. Yesterday with this.
Sorry, guys. I have to for me because I've got to go to bed to get up in the morning.
Yes,
so what I'll do is I'll end it, but you guys can stay backstage and talk. It's no problem. But I'm going to end the live stream because there's no Gaia, the Sage, around either. I don't know where he is tonight, unfortunately, to keep it going. But yeah, thank you to everybody who tuned in. We'll come back again soon. But yeah, guys, stay backstage, chat away. It's been a great stream. Thank you for joining us.
Night, bro.
All right.
I don't know. I think
Everybody else, we got to play the game.
See, life. I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you this. This is why anybody can do it. I went from having your mindset to having Black Manosphere's mindset. You know what I'm saying? So it's anybody can do it, because I used to think just like that, right? But then again, Black Man has given you a great point, because it's like, bro, life is too short to be sitting here in this type of mindset. You have to get out of it, right? Because where I'm at now, bro, I'm like, just like, I'm not manifesting the craziest things, right? But I know right now I'm the ruler of this. Like, I create, and the thing is, I'm very careful with my thoughts now. Like, no negativity. That's part of my gratitude. Is I say it with authority, that I'm grateful that no negative thoughts come to me. So like, that has to be the mindset, bro. If that's not the mindset, unfortunately, this game that you're in, this video game, this simulation, whatever you want to call it, it's not going to be fun. When you don't need it to be anything but fun, right? Because it's even just getting too attached with this avatar that you're in. It's getting too attached to its experiences and not letting go. Eventually, like I said, if you can see it from the perspective that we're all like one conscience, to not take anything personal, that it's like really an experience for everybody, right? And it's just like, but it's like, okay, well, my soul's been through this. What's it going to do for humanity now? What's it going to do for everybody in life? And that's part of the journey. It's just seeing what else you can add. But like I said, bro, I kind of heard you guys talking, and it's like this is crazy. I used to have this mindset, now I have this. So I just giving my 2 cents. That's all. My 2 cents.
Nah, I respect that, and I agree. I just like to shine my light and let it reflect. It's an energy, and people pick up on energies and mindsets and things, and we adapt. I did it when I was young, and the thing about it is just